you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood, keep you up all night, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train, laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover, your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you, keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood, keep you up all night, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train, laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover, your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you, keep me with you. It's Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 5 recap. Buckle up as we journey through the intense group stage, exhilarating matches, and unforgettable moments of this season. The tournament kicked off with the Open qualifiers, where teams from 4 regions, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, and Mekong, fought for glory. Out of the fierce competition, the best teams emerged to face invited teams at the Open finals. At the Open Finals, 16 invited teams consisting of runners-up from the official regional tournaments joined 16 top teams from the Open qualifiers. Amongst these 32 teams, only 4 triumphed: EVOS Holy, Monster Vicious, Bigatron Beta, and Falcon Esports. Next, the challenge season brought together the 16 best teams, including our 4 Open Final qualifiers against 12 stronger regional teams. Let's break down the interesting highlights that happened in each group. In Group A, RSG Philippines demonstrated why they're one of the premier teams in the world. They dominated every opponent they faced, showcasing unparalleled skill and strategy, and secured the coveted first seed into the challenge finals. However, the story was different for EVOS Holy. Despite their initial promise, they faced heartbreak in the last chance qualifier. In a dramatic turn of events, they were defeated in 2 back-to-back best-of-3 series, their dreams ultimately crushed by Rebellion Esports. The true test of endurance and skill unfolded in Group B, famously known as the Group of Death. This group featured some of the most formidable teams: RRQ Hoshi, a top contender fresh off their 4th place finish at an international tournament, and RSG Singapore, the 2nd place team from Singapore. Adding to the drama, Falcon Esports, a powerhouse from Myanmar, brought their relentless playstyle. Yet amidst these giants, it was Selangor Red Giants who emerged victorious. In true display of strategy and resilience, they conquered and secured victories against such high-caliber teams, solidified their place as a force to be reckoned with in the challenge finals. In Group C, Bigatron Beta, a second-tier team, defied all expectations. They outperformed RSG Malaysia and CFU Gaming, securing their place in the challenge finals with a series of stunning victories. They were also the only team to qualify all the way into the challenge finals from the Open qualifiers. Meanwhile, in a shocking turn of events, Bigatron Alpha, their main team, failed to qualify from Group D, leaving fans and analysts alike in disbelief. The 6 teams that advanced to the challenge finals were RSG Philippines, Selangor Red Giants, Bigatron Beta, Omega Esports, Liquid Echo, and Rebellion Esports. These teams have proven their mettle, showcasing exceptional skill, strategy, and resilience. Now, the challenge finals loom on the horizon. Our 6 qualifying teams will face off against 6 regional champions, including last season's champion, Fnatic Onic. The invited teams are a formidable lineup: Fnatic Onic from Indonesia, Geek Fam, Falcons AP Bren from the Philippines, Homebois from Malaysia, See You Soon from Cambodia, and NIP Slash from Singapore. These titans will compete in 2 groups of 6, promising unforgettable matches and epic showdowns. The stage is set for an exciting finale where only the strongest will prevail. Stay tuned as we witness the thrilling conclusion of Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 5. Who will rise to the top and claim ultimate victory? Find out as the journey continues.
Hello everybody, welcome to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the battleground where the best of Asia Pacific MLBB come to turn the tides of destiny. Get ready for an all-out battle and heart-pounding action. This is Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5. Welcome to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the battleground where the best of Asia Pacific MLBB come to turn the tides of destiny. Get ready for an all-out battle and heart-pounding action. This is Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show where we have the 16 teams coming in together here for the Snapdragon Pro Series in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And we will be able to crown victories in the end of the entire show. My name is Abstract, and with me here is two very handsome young lads here in the set B. We've got Sir Cloud as well as Goni. How you two boys been doing, Sir Cloud?
I am pretty sure about handsome, but I'm not sure about young though.
Handsome, young, I'll give you both of that.
I'll take it.
All right?
Hey, I'm repping Stream C, and yeah, I'm Goni. I'm good.
You're good.
I'm great.
You're great. More than great. Because let's be honest here, with the day number 1 of SPS Snapdragon Pro Series for MLBB dawning onto us, we have been waiting for this opportunity and the time for us to commentate all of these exciting actions split in many different ways, such as Stream A, B, and C. But before we even run it down as to how all of that works, let us just introduce the teams that is coming in to the SPS Season 5 MLBB starting from Group A.
We have Geek Fam, Homebois, NIP Flash, RSG Philippines, Bigatron Beta, and Team Liquid PH.
Meanwhile, from Group B, big boys, man. See you soon. Fnatic, Onic, Falcons, AP, Bren, Udo, Red Giants, Smart Omega, and Rebellion Esports.
All of these teams will eventually fight one another, even if they are Group A or B, because we will need to have one of the top few teams to come back out and face off each other in the, what do we call that, hybrid elimination bracket later on. But we'll tell you guys a little bit more about how that hybrid elimination eventually works, because right now the most important thing is to talk about what do all of these teams are vying for. With a total of $144,500 up for grabs. I'm pretty sure that all of these teams are looking to be the champion.
Yes, in which the champion will take home $62,000 US dollars. And look at the gap between the champion and also the second place, $30,000 US dollars. That's $32,000 US dollars difference.
More than half, right? And if your team suddenly sits on that 12th spot, no worries. Still got some cash.
Yep. By the time you are here for the challenge finals, you are pretty much guaranteed a good amount of money, right? $1,800. I mean, I'm pretty sure that none of these teams will want to be the 12th place, but at least there's some sort of consolation to work around with.
Yeah, and also the experience of being here amongst the other teams as well. And they got a good experience on the player lounge as well.
I mean, for some players, for some teams, there are newcomers especially. So they are trying to gain some experience here in their potentially first international competition.
Exactly. So this is a really nice battleground for all of these teams to really kind of understand what they are trying to go for. So let's just jump right in and kind of take a look at what are the schedule that we are going to be expecting, because I'm wrapping Stream B. I'm going to be talking about Stream B. Well, I don't care about what you guys want to talk about. Stream A, Stream C. Because as you guys can see, we've got quite a lot of games that is jam-packed for every single one of you. If you are vying or if you really want to watch a certain team, then you're gonna have to jump over to those specific stream in order to catch all of those action. Like for example, if you want to catch Udo Red Giants in their very first game, that will be happening at 3:30 p.m. GMT +8 between them and Smart Omega. And following after, that will be in the later part of the day, 7:40 in Group C. But let's be honest here, you just need to be here for Stream B, because look at that jacked up schedule.
I mean, we are called Stream A for a reason, right? We are the A team there. Look at this. We have
A-team.
We have Fnatic Onic. Yeah. I mean, A team roster, A team talents. It's insane.
Stream C, Stream champions, right? We got Udo Red Giants going up against runner-up FCAP, Falcons AP Brent.
Oh, okay. He's putting the cards
Stream
there.
C won it today.
It sounds spicy and all, but let's be honest here. When it comes down to looking at Stream A schedule, we do definitely be able to see Fnatic Onic coming up twice. They are fighting against Rebellion and See You Soon, but let's be honest, the only one that's really important is the final game between Fnatic, Onic versus See You Soon. But when it comes down to Stream B, I gotta have to say, every single part of these games are something that you gotta have to watch out for. RSGPH will be played out twice. They will be fighting against Bigatron Beta as well as Geek Fam ID. There's a lot of X factor coming into all of these teams because we're expecting changes to the rosters, which are looking at different kind of play styles. And to be honest, we have seen MSC, we have seen MWI, but have we really seen everything that we wanted to see from all these newer teams or less experienced teams?
Yeah, not gonna lie though. When you talk about less experience, there are some of these players first time on the international stage. For like Homebois, for example, that they will be playing a good amount of games here today.
And in fact, it's a really nice time for you to talk about Homebois because I would like to kind of throw it right back all the way to MSC 2024 where we're gonna have to dial it down and take a look at what really happened between Homebois versus NIP Flash, right? Because they have played out very amazingly. But of course, I do have a segment though that is coming up from Rose as well as Coleus all the way at level 3 of the Quill City Mall here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So only after that we'll talk about Homebois versus NIP Flash. So in the meantime, Rose, Coleus, take it away.
Hello guys, I'm Coleus here and welcome to the Oasis, where the players can refill their energy after they feel the heat of the Land of Down. And here there's a lot of stuff that the players can do. Over there's an arcade machine that the players can play a lot of games to just refreshing their minds before or after them facing against the heat of the match. And there is the table pool where the Team Liquid Echo from Philippines are playing right now. But it's not over here. There will be the battlefield itself with Rose. Take it away.
Thank you very much to Coleus. Hey everybody, this is Rose and right now I am over at the player booth. Now this is where all the games will be taking place for the next 3 days of our group stages, and we have 6 player booths in total as 3 matches will be going on at the same time. And that is it for our level 3 setup. What do the casters think about our setup?
That's a lot to unwrap.
Right.
There's so much. Number one, we have 6 player booths. That looks like plenty of space.
I'm still digesting, honestly. I'm still digesting with the layout, and it's very interesting to see how it's, you know what, before match, let's play simple. Let's chill. I like that idea.
Pool games.
Yeah, and then didn't know that it's called the Oasis.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, right. Coleus did say something about that.
There is a name right now, and it's where all the players gather and they can socialize with each other.
Right. I mean, let's be honest here. They can have the pool. You know, Team Liquid, they're playing. I don't want to mess with them. But arcade machine. I saw Tekken. I saw someone playing as Eddie. I saw the capoeira action.
Ooh.
Ooh. I know some stuff, all right?
Okay.
And I will bring it down here, play the crap out of it, and I will beat every single one of you guys.
I'm staying away.
Let's,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's not
Let's,
mess with that
okay.
track.
It's okay. His legs are not long enough.
Hey! Look,
That's a good one. That's a good
I'm
one.
pretty sure if I stand up, my head will be cut off. Nope.
Sorry.
Not quite there. Not quite there. But you know what?
Oh my God.
You know, speaking of cutting off, I'm cutting off this part of the section as we talk about Homebois versus NIP Flash, because we did want to talk about that previously before, right? So we kind of throw it right back over to MSC 2024, where the both of these teams, they are pretty much neighbors. They have so much vengeance. It's a battle of the causeway. NIP Flash did manage to find themselves a nice little win in a 3-2 fashion against Homebois Malaysia. And honestly, I would say that Homebois Malaysia, they're not exactly the dream team that we're looking out for. It's more of the Udurate Giants. But NIP Flash, they are the dream team though.
Yeah, but Homebois, they are arguably the most popular team in Malaysia as well. So after their defeat, yeah, we all know how sometimes social media comments can go wild. Yeah, but then again, it is a revamped roster for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
It's going to be new, right? I mean, Homebois, yeah, sure, it's a rematch of MSC, but then again, with new set of rosters, it's going to be a completely different set of, it's a completely different feel to it, right? But let's see here, with the wild cards in the fray, still though, Udil's in the helm, so perhaps they are looking for that same result.
Honestly, I would really want to tune in to Homebois versus NIP Flash, but the very fact that Homebois have got such a very big change to the roster, because I'm gonna be honest, whenever I saw the Homebois and all the other grouping, I was like, easy. Homebois went through so much and they managed to make it through the wildcards. I'm pretty sure that they will win. I'm pretty sure that they will make it until that there's a change in the roster, and I completely blame myself for thinking that they will be able to make it through unless they prove me completely wrong.
Which they can.
I
mean,
want
there's a
them
thing called the caster's curse, right?
Yes.
It's the best of 3.
It's a best of 3.
Anything can happen.
It could eventually happen. It is definitely great, but the next game, this is another one of those features that I gotta have to talk about, right? I mean, see you soon versus Fnatic Onic. These two teams have went through and went a fight against one another in the group stage of MSC. We all thought that the Sky Kings will be able to make it through, but here in SPS Season 5, is the ascension of the Sky Kings through the Owl. Will they be able to make it?
I gotta be honest with you, I can't expect much from Onic right now, especially seeing the roster. Maybe it's official, but I don't want to say it now, but we will see it later on. Yeah, they are cooking something up, hopefully for the better, but yeah, their MSC result, I don't really want to talk much about it. It's in the past.
You can feel the heartbreak from him.
It's in the past.
Yeah.
There.
I mean, the panelists during that time, we saw how heartbroken they were when the medal was crushed, so I can totally get it.
I mean, they are definitely one of the fan favorites. And coming in, they have been champions of MSC 2023 as well. So I'm pretty sure that everyone just like, you know what? Fnatic Onic, without a doubt, they will be able to make it through group stage. But see you soon just kind of stopped them from doing that, got 2 points out of them, and when it comes down to the other teams, they even got a good amount of points out of Fnatic Onic, which ultimately eliminated their chances of even going off to playoffs, which kind of put them at the, well, technically the lowest tier when it comes down to MSC 2024. Definitely not great, so I would like to see the ascension of the Sky Kings in this stage. But speaking of the ascension of Sky Kings and the Owls, there's another bird that we're gonna have to talk about, and that is the Falcons. Because when it comes down to the next game, this is a rematch of the grand finals of MSC 2024. I gotta be honest, as much as I want to, kind of say that, Stream B is all the best and all, but I don't think I can top this off.
I mean, for today, you all gotta admit, right? Stream C wins the match of the day. Featured match, right? Selangor Red Giants or Yudu Red Giants now going up against Falcons AP Bren. Same lineup, same coaching staff, so it feels the same. It's gonna feel the same.
Yeah, and they even have an unbeaten streak since MPL MY.
Oh, right.
Across MSC, and obviously going to start the campaign now.
How many days has it been?
100 plus, I believe.
100 plus. I know by the end of MSC it was like 108 days.
So
how many days has it been since MSC?
140, 130.
130.
Yeah,
around
thereabouts.
We're gonna have to start the timer and start the counter again. How long are they going to be completely undefeated? Because I'm pretty sure that the Falcons' nosedives against this impenetrable giant is going to be quite a tall order, right? I mean, 4-3. I mean, was it 4-3? 4-3 is
4-3,
yeah. So they were close, but not quite close enough, right? Selangor Red Giants, or rather Yudu Red Giants this time, they definitely showed their mettle in MSC, and I wonder if whether they're going to be doing the same here in SPS, especially since both of these teams didn't even touch the line.
Well, I mean, they are playing on home ground,
right?
So there's this thing called a home ground buff.
Home ground advantage.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the environment, the food, the fans, all their family were here. Even during at MSC, we saw that they had a lot of family members who came to Riyadh to support them.
All
if
the
it's
way.
Here, yeah, all the way. And if it's
Damn.
here, you not only get the family members, you get the actual fan base showing up.
Begs the question. The pressure is on them. All teams are looking on them. Will they be able to maintain that title?
Honestly,
unbeaten title.
Tall order.
Right.
We're gonna have to see how it goes. So watch out, Philippines. I'm pretty sure that Yudu Red Giants have got something cooking. So I'm gonna go off and dispatch my fellows Stream A and Stream C members. Of course, say thank you over to Cloud as well as Goni. We're gonna be moving off to a short little break, and once we are back from the break, we'll have our separate show of Stream A, B, and C. So make sure you guys tune in to whichever stream that you want to tune into based on the schedules. So we'll see you guys in a short bit.
Open 3 tabs. Why not?
Bye.
Here we go!
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Stream A of the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's Group A Round 1, and this time we're covering Geek fam from Indonesia up against Homebois from Malaysia. Welcome, everybody, once again. It's going to be a good time here on Stream A. We're keeping it casual, we're keeping it simple, but most importantly, my name is Gideon Q, and with me today, we have Churros and as well as Sir Cloud to be the ones casting our games for the rest of Stream A. How are you boys feeling today?
Well, feeling very, very good. Not my first time in KL. Love the food, love the atmosphere. A little bit hot for my liking, but I'm fitting in well, pretty nicely here.
Yeah, I like it when a Singaporean says that he loves our food. I'm just saying, yeah, that makes me excited.
I mean, that's, you know, we already knew that, of course, me and Cloud. But naturally here at Stream A, this is going to be a big one here between Geek Fam and as well as the Homebois. And now, you guys saw the schedule. We're expecting this entire day to be full of sweeps, full of just quick claps, 2-0s, 2-0s, 2-0s. But this is the one that might have the opportunity to turn things around. So let's get into the discussion here, because first of all, I want to talk about, before we touch on anything, just to know your positions, what are your predictions for this one? Are you feeling the Geek Fam? You feeling the Homebois on this one?
Man, I'm standing next to two Malaysians, so I gotta keep it like...
Yeah, you better.
A little bit more real.
Remember what I told you before we started.
I'm standing with Geek Fam. I've been a huge fan of the Geeks for a very, very long time, even before I became a caster. And then they're bringing in a lot of new flavor. They are one of the kings of coordination, kings of innovation, bringing in new metas. We've seen Beloyski bringing in or popularizing the assassin role meta, which a lot of people, even in the Singapore server, we constantly use. We have like a Saber Bands and Mythic Glory rank that is rank.
I mean, they say it's just rank here, but for the most part of it, it is going to be the spicy boy up against smart boy Beloyski in this matchup here. And if you guys want to check it out, hey, maybe consider joining us at Quill City Mall. If they make it out of the groups this time round and make it off to the playoffs, well, 2nd of August all the way to the 4th of August of this year is going to be the time to come to QCM or Quill City Mall, where you can watch it live. So, for you, Cloud, let's say Spicy Boy comes out again this time. Is he going to be the reason why the team can't perform today? Because we saw their performance against NIP Flash during MSC, and that was a big blow to take for the Homebois.
It was absolutely a big blow. I mean, they are arguably the most popular team in Malaysia, and we all knew what happened after that. It's going to be tough because it's a revamp lineup. We're talking about trading like, what, 3 new players in the lineup? So yeah, it's a majority of it.
Well, speaking of which, I think it's a good time to show the lineup here. Let's start off with Geek Fam ID, right? Because we got Gobs, we got Vincent, our boy, Baloyski, and as well as Kadera. The big switch up here is going to be Gobs instead of Luke. Luke has moved on to better places, but Gobs this time around is going to be taking his place, and he's got big shoes to fill. With that being said, let's have a word from our interviewer here. Let's play it.
Hello everybody, this is Rose and welcome to the first day of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Right now, I am with Baloyski from Geek Fam ID. First of all, how are you? How's your day looking like?
Good. I'm having a good day.
You're having a good day. So we can see at the back that your team is actually going through like a test match or test ping right now. So you guys will be facing Homebois from Malaysia. Okay, what do you think about this matchup? Do you actually think that you guys will be able to do good?
I think we will do good because they are just a rebuilding team, so it's supposed to be a win, but hopefully we can win.
Oh, it's supposed to be a win. Now, just now I was talking to Udil, and he said something along the lines of he's really confident with the chemistry, even though it's a new roster. What do you have to say about such a sudden roster change? I mean, you guys also had a few changes here and there.
Yeah, I am actually a bit surprised because they just get good lineup from them, and like it's a complete rebuild from them, so I will see later.
Okay, do you think that the changes in the roster will shake the game up a bit? Because we all saw them in MSC, but with 3 new players, could that like be difficult to read for you guys?
Yeah, especially we don't have data from the players, and we're actually building also, like we changed 2 players, so like it's a battle of rebuilding teams.
It's a battle of who rebuilt it faster, actually. Okay, now they always say that the Great Wall of China wasn't built in a day. All right, now let me ask. You guys will also be having another match today. How are you guys prepping for like 2 matches a day? What is it like?
We are already used to it. Like we always scream 3 times, and that's a 12 games. So 6 matches is not, or 4 matches to 6 matches is just a normal day.
All right, it is the battle of stamina and endurance today. So thank you very much to Baloyski. You may now head back to your seat. Ooh, very interested to kickstart our first day with that. Let's throw it back to the casters to see what they have to say about the new roster from the side of Geek Fam.
Thanks, Rose. But we're already moving on from Geek Fam. We're going straight into the Homebois. This time, things have changed. And even by the tell of their hair, they really want to go with a makeover. Homebois from Malaysia with Ye 3, Amal, Udil, Mal, and as well as Nets. Going to be representing as the new lineup for the Homebois this time round. I'm actually personally curious to know what Spicy Boy has to say. Let's throw it over to an interview with Rose and as well as Udil.
Hello everybody and welcome. My name is Rose and right now I am with Udil from Homebois. Alright, I'm trying to warm myself up because it is the first day of the Snapdragon Pro Series. So Udil, first of all, welcome back to Malaysia. How are you feeling? How was Riyadh?
Riyadh was good and my feelings also good. Everything's good.
Everything's good. So are you ready to actually start your first match for Snapdragon?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, you'll be going up against Geek Fam. What do you think about your fellow Indonesians going up against them in this matchup?
I have no idea.
You have no idea? Okay, how confident are you that you guys can actually win them in their first series?
100%. Absolutely.
100% absolutely. All right, let me just ask a few questions regarding your roster. Okay, we see that your roster is currently a bit more different. With this roster, like, how is it like? Have you guys fixed your chemistry and is communications not an issue anymore?
Yeah, we're doing good. Doing good.
Who's your best friend right now? Because there's a lot of new faces, like 3 new faces, and then, well, there's Nets, who's being Nets. So who are you closest to right now?
I'm close to all of them. So, yeah. We are best friends.
Oh, y'all are besties now. Okay, so I will let you go off first because you guys are going to be starting really soon. With that, I'm going to throw it over to the casters to see what they think about the Homebois' new roster.
Man, that's a tough one to take in. I feel like, you know, after he shaved his head, it feels like Udill's kind of more calm, you know?
Yeah.
The decimal places, the Scoville level has definitely
Would you say
pulled back.
it's his villain arc?
Is it his villain arc? I feel like his villain arc is when he was talking mad smack every single time.
He's very toned down now, don't you think?
He is a little bit toned down, I have to admit.
Yeah.
I don't know him anymore.
No, you'll know him very, very soon. But first of all, guys, if you haven't done so yet, we're getting everybody's opinions about who is gonna win this match. Snapdragon match predictions are already up, so quickly cast your votes in the Twitch chat while you are still watching. If you're not on it, quickly hop on, quickly give your predictions to see whether or not you're gonna be correct. With that being said, now I did I did single out Churros on purpose because I think that all of us can agree. We got some insider information about the Homebois and what the lineup was supposed to be, and that's why all of us leaning into Geek Fam 2-1 or 2-0s.
Yeah, lots of things to talk about, lots of changes, but the thing is, we might be wrong over here. I know there's a thing about Caster's Curse, but throughout the many games that he played before, Geek Fam has never won against Homebois. They've only met twice, one in M5 and one in MPLI 2023. And they've never, ever won against a single game against the Homebois. So this might be against our favor. What do you think, Cloud?
Well, I think one of the key things from the takeaway from the interview is that when Baloyski said, who rebuilds faster? Like these two teams, they are on a rebuilding phase, right? And if we made a comparison, Homebois, they only had like about 5 days to rebuild. That was the something that I got from the manager yesterday. And for Geek Fam, technically they had more time because they didn't need to go through MSC. So probably they, with that amount of time, maybe they will be a bit more solid than the rebuild Homebois.
I've got a question for you though. Even though Geek Fam didn't go through MSC, and Homebois went through MSC, it's a totally different roster. And we see the draft already being popped up right here.
That's
it's
the
already
draft?
being started. That's super fast. So
I thought they were ping checking. All right, all right. Let's jump right into this. Okay, let's jump right into this. Let's put the analysis aside. Let's see what they're bringing to the table right now. We got Geek Fam on the blue side, Homebois on the red side, bans being Fanny, Helker, and as well as the Valentina for the side of Geek Fam. For Homebois, it's Harith, Lingen, as well as Chip naturally when you're on red side, and they're already done with the first phase.
yeah,
What do you think about
the
it?
names are a little bit different because Geek Fam is on the red side, Homebois on the blue. That's pretty much what it is. Because I see the Hellcurt band down on the Homeboy side, on the blue side, which is an homage or a respect band over to Baloyski because he popularized Hellcurt with the new Sky Piercer that's coming in. There's going to be a huge change on that. But the Zosk being prio pick, this is what I really want to talk about.
Yeah, and speaking of the Sky Piercer, even though there has been a slight nerf to the Sky Piercer, but then again, the price point is still really, really good. I would expect that to be one of the early items to be bought by any of these teams.
I mean, especially if you're thinking about an assassin here. Although I will say that the Zosk is rather interesting. It's definitely one of those comfort picks or one of those secret picks coming out for some of the teams we saw at MSC. But now that we go into the second half of the pick and ban phase, let's have a look at our arena here for the Homebois. We got the 3D models. We got the lock-ins from each of the heroes from each of the teams ready to go. All right, let's jump back into this because bans is Minotaur and as well as Tarizla, followed up by Angela and as well as Nolan. I think they're good bans here.
They're very quick drafting coming in from Homebois and Geek Fam. Homebois, though, they are, or either these two teams, they're basically trading blows, taking up the Ruby, not giving to the hands of Baloyski, and Geek Fam, on the other hand, not giving a lot of artillery mages that Udil is actually known for. They pick up the Zaz just to counteract the distance that Xavier would bring in the early game. So what Geek Fam kind of wants to do is just hunker down, try to get as much pickoffs as they can, fight the late game. You have that Zaz who can deal massive amounts of damage, enough for that Roger to just dive in and just clean up. So the Barats will be the last pick along with the Alpha for Homebois. I kind of like their lineup. Very, very beefy, very front-liney, but they have to play that late game. Xavier, Moskov only thrives in that late game.
Yeah, and if we can see, because of their beefiness, they want to give a lot of protection towards the Moskov, because Moskov at the early game, it's not the highest damage sort of hero. It needs to really farm up to come up with attack speed, come up with the damage. So this is all about protecting the Moskov, and they're prepared to play for the late game. But Geek Fam has the same idea as well. Just look at their lineup. They're pretty decent when it comes to beefiness. You have the Arla, you have the Tigreal, and when it comes to late game damage output, the potential by having the Claude, having the Roger is definitely up there.
Look, I think it's a game of tempo here, right? It's clear that the Homeboys want to play towards EXP in the earlier section of the game,
That's right.
and then afterwards hopefully scale up into the later stages. In comparison to Geek Fam, where I think they've got a very nice tempo all the way around, all throughout the matchup here. But I think it's time. I'll let you boys handle it to cast these games. Take it away, boys.
We're loading into the Land of Dawn. Man, both of these teams, their draft feels good. They know what they want to go for. They know how they want to play it. It's team fight against team fight. There's insurance policies, sure. There's late game policies, sure. Or, you know, late game in the form of like this Claude coming in from Geek Fam, the Moskov going in the hands of Homeboys. It's really down to execution, especially the early game. Whoever gets that early snowball would eventually win this game.
Yeah, and this sort of matchup, I would say that both have potential when it comes to the late game, but I'm pretty sure both teams, they want to end it fast. And because this is the first game between the two of them, it's an introduction game, I must say. So you want to keep it solid, you want to keep it fast, you want to try to choke down your opponents and not lead it towards the late game to review too much of your strats.
Well, I mean, we say that, but then there's that Zosk, right? Because the real question is, how exactly do you punish your opponents? And I feel like as much as, oh, you know, Claude could be diveable, the BMI is such a big problem, and it doesn't help that Zosk naturally has, well, quote-unquote iframes by hopping into his little spawn.
Yeah, he has escape mechanisms as well, because there's a revamp on the Zask. In case you've been living under a rock, Zask right now, his spawn deals laser damage, so damage over time, basically like a glowing wand into his first skill. You have an ultimate that can place anywhere just to displace yourself. That's why, like, I understand how Geek Fam likes to operate. Just displace you, try to put you out of position, and then try to get that flank, especially coming in from Beloisky. So that's what I'm interested to see.
Well, with that being said, looks like the game is ready. We're going to be hopping on into the Land of Dawn. Take it away, boys.
We're loading in.
Here we go. It's going to be game number 1 of Stream A, the A stream, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have it, Homeboys versus Geek Fam. Now, what do you think based on this matchup? Like, which lineup do you like better?
Well, if my understanding is correct, I think this Roger's going into the jungle, so that's why he's starting that off. Alpha naturally has a faster jungling speed, so definitely he's going to be clearing the waves faster and having that rotation slightly faster than his Roger, but you know, it's all down to like which lane do you want to prioritize. Keep the gold lane open, try to contest for the EXP, try to get the lead throw, try to get all these neutral objectives as fast as you can before the first blood comes or before the first turtle comes. That's where the big fight starts to happen. You don't want to take any fights that you can't win.
Yeah, and you talked about like it being fast, right? We can see on the top of the jungle invasion by both sides. Beloisky trying to gather information, and then you got Mal trying to invade the jungle on the top side, but nobody's at home though. So as much as they might have wanted to try to disrupt each other's side, well, looks like they'll be resetting.
Yeah. Taking a look at the emblems right now, Weapon Master for a boy, so that's going to be a very, very hard-hitting Zask. Especially in the late game, he has the Purify as well, so we've got to try to find a way to take down the Zask before things get out of hand. But Beloisky already starting with the babysitting, trying to push back and trying to get Kadera to win the farm. And something that you might not know, or you might know because you're Malaysian anyways, is that Nets kind of never loses his lane. We have that conversation before.
Yeah, I mean, he is said to be one of the best gold laners, of course, before Innocent came up as
Before
one of the
Innocent
best.
dethroned him.
Yeah. So, between the two of them, at least he has that reputation that he's able to win the lane. But looking over at Nets, so far pretty decent, but not that he has been challenged by any other team. But speaking about challenge, the Turtle will be up.
Yeah, Turtle up, but EXP lane actually pushing over the side of Geek Fam, so they might have the EXP advantage. It's easier for them to get that level 4. And just as I say, Beloisky coming in to zone out Amal.
Beloisky goes in, and Udyr comes by as well. But who's going to be able to steal the Turtle? And then the backline, keep your eye on that. Before that, Gomes will take the first blood. And Amal will go down. Turtle right now is still wide open. Geek Fam will going for it. No way for Homebois to challenge it.
That was so smart, especially from a boy. Just using the demonic spawn, just trying to zone the rest of them out, knowing that, okay, we don't need to take this turtle now. Let's take down Homeboys and then get a free turtle. But hold on a second, Dennis, welcome into the wall.
We're talking about 2v1 here. Where is Gomes going to go from here? And Maul gets his revenge against Golf.
Well, that's a bonus kill for Homebois. I mean, he's left down the bottom side, but it doesn't really matter because you get that shutdown gold. 2 kills to 1 death. What's that? What's it to it?
What's it to it here with Baloyski? Lucky enough, he's a Tigra, so
yeah,
not phased. He just wants to open up the map.
He's still got that passive going on, so he's pretty much safe from any basic attacks. Oh, the Dawning Light. Keeps the boy down. He has to recall, get that reset. You know, he has a lot of time getting pulled back, Baloyski.
Oh, but Baloyski might be in trouble though. But good thing he has Vincent there together with him, so he has it all part of the plan.
Okay. Homebois very, very desperate. We can see the rotations coming in very, very strong. Udil is starting to pick up. His damage is starting to show. I'm not sure if he got his first item spike yet. It's 3 minutes on the clock. Enchanted Talisman definitely on the books for him. No pun intended though, but there's a little bit of a skerfuffle happening on the bottom side. Oh, Flicker and death is welcome.
But here we go, 3v1, but the rest of Homebois have a ride though. Yedri in trouble. He's down to 10% of health, but look at the backline. Udil managed to get away to safety. What a nice flicker there by Udil, but the other teammates unfortunately not as fortunate as him. They will go down as well. A Geek Fam will take on 3 kills from the bottom lane.
Where is the damage coming from? That's what I want to say. Homebois though, Nets landed a nice Spear of Destruction. The SOD hit, but he knows that he can't go. Waiting for an implosion, and even after that, they're just fighting a losing battle. It's a 4v3. On the top lane though, does look like Kadero desperately wants that gold. He gets it and gets away. Backs off. They're focusing down on the EXP side where the turrets are already cracked open.
Man, a lot of control right now at the bottom jungle, but now the next objective is up. It's going to be the turtle. Now this is when they might try to go onto nets.
Well, no one's making a move. Well, the good thing is for a boy, he used that spawn just to source out vision, try to get that distance away from the neutral objective. They're starting things up. The Dawning Light already starting to get spammed up. Concealed play from Baloyski.
Just to get information, implosion to the back, getting 2 of them for the side of Homebois. Now Mal is in trouble, but he has the turtle still up open to grab. But where is he going to go right here? Another Dawning Light to the back line, but the double kill for Vincent. Look at Vincent all the way to the back line. Even Nets could not come into anything but what? Underneath the turret, a maniac by Vincent in about 5 minutes into the game.
What a set to Baloyski. Follow up from a boy dealing that damage enough to get Vincent down, the first maniac of the first game of the first day of the challenge. Man, Turtle goes over to Geek Fam as well. It's 9 kills to 1. They're so up ahead. The 6K gold lead with all the tier 1 turrets cracked wide open.
Dude, this is how you introduce yourself to your new teammates.
Yeah. I had doubts. I had my reservations because I thought like, okay, maybe swapping over Ray, who's brought them over so far, to Vincent, who was originally from Rebellion, was a kind of a mistake because you have that synergy already. You want to build things up again. With a new jungler, it's going to be very, very hard, but Baloyski makes it work so easily.
I guess to a certain extent, that's what you get when you have more preparation time to test out your new players. And there you go, but here we go onto Amal, 50% of health. Luckily, he's able to get away to safety, but there's nothing much that Homebois can do right now. Geek Fam has absolute control on the bottom jungle.
Yeah. Geek Fam very, very good in the zone out potential. You look, if you notice, Homebois are unable to reach down over to Kadera. It's just free farming all the way until maybe even the 10-minute mark where he gets his Trinity and then comes in for the fight. But hold on a second,
Oh, here we go. 3 in trouble right now, but then again, he is tanky enough, so he will be fine. The Dawning Light will kind of help him, but we can see the damage from Dawning Light. It's not big enough.
You know, Gobs has been landing all these crucial final slashes, either forcing out maybe an ultimate or maybe even the flicker. The battle spells are so viable for Homebois, trying to get back into Geek Fam. The win condition for Homebois, try to get Nets to scale up and fight the neutral objectives, try to land the SOD, but hold on a second, another
again, Vincent! But he got 9 below 8 minutes, and not only that, they even got Udil, Amal, and Mal at the same time. And potentially even the turret, but okay, nope, not just yet. The turret is not down because they know they have the turtle objective.
Well, 100% kill participation for Baloyski so far, 0-0 and 12. He's engaging, but he's not dying. He's landing those crucial implosions enough for the rest of the team to just come back in and just clear everyone up. Kadera now just virtually untouched. It's 7 minutes. No one's even bothering to try to contest for him. They can't. They don't have a lot of backline opportunities. The only thing is maybe that Alpha tries to land a spear over to Kadera, but it's so difficult to lock him down. And that's a breakdown of maybe even the Homebois team. They're waiting on that Lord. This is the first Lord of the game.
You know what? It's almost a kill a minute for Vincent.
Yeah.
He's 7:03 at this moment, and by them securing this lot, I mean, this puts them in the driver's seat.
Yeah. No choice but to just give over. Oh, final
but
slash.
speaking about giving over, Ama might give over his life to Kadera. That is another kill, but not only that, but Loyski went down. The big boy will fall, and the rest of Geek fam will retreat.
Well, that's a decent trade going over the side of Geek fam, though. Giving up Beloyski, you get the Lord, as well as the jungle for Homebois. Amo not doing well, 0-5-1. This every single time he goes in, he either gets stunned up, crowd control, chain CC'd up to infinity and beyond. What I think is interesting about the itemizations coming out from Geek Fam is that the Thunderbolt is being built by Vincent because he knows that, okay, we might have the early game, but let's get that insurance down to the late game. Every single time I use an auto attack, that equates up to my hybrid defense just building up. So if it ever goes to that late game, and they know that Udil is constantly scaling up, he's already got a lot of core items. He can spam his Dawning Lights as and when he's got that high ground defense, but Lord marching down that top side, they're trying to break down that T2 down mid.
Yeah, and that's also why they take control of the jungle very early on. They do not want Udil to scale. And with now this kind of control that they have, the Lord has arrived, there's no way Udil can go out and farm, so they have to defend it somehow. But speaking of the defense, is coming in right now, all the way onto the back line. It's going to be Ness getting on the go. There's going to be the first kill this time around. But they're looking for more. Oh boy! Gets on the foul, and Ness gets a double kill. This could be the defense that Homebois is looking for, as they will take down that boy in the process.
Very, very unfortunate. They were trying to force the issue. They want to end it as fast as they can. Geek Fan, they made a crucial mistake. From 8k gold lead down now to, okay, it's probably around 8k. They're trading blows left and right, but they took down that T3, so that's a little bit of a consolation prize for Geek Fam. Although, that was a very, very nice I'm offended by Mao into the Mystic Field, so it's traps after traps after traps, and high ground is basically the forte of Homebois. Whenever you want to go for a base rush, you need to be able to take down at least one before you contest for the Homebois' base. The high ground defense is very, very strong in this one.
Yeah, but I could see the idea here, right? Like, of course, you have the implosion, you have the flicker, you just want to go onto the backline to, okay, you see an opportunity, maybe you try to catch two of them. But then again, that one player that they let go of, which is Nets. Nets got a free hit from behind, and that's how they kind of fall from there. If only they got Nets first, then the job is done.
Well, taking timer, Yet3 just walking away. I think Geekfam doesn't want to force the issue. They know that they don't want to fight Homebois in their base. They want to try to lure them out. Now that the Lord is coming in, they're being very smart. Just pausing wave, trying to get that rotation from Homebois out into that Lord pit. That's where they want to fight. That's where they know that they can find a flank, especially for Vincent. He doesn't have to force the issue right here. He can just wait for Homebois to just come back out. So they're rushing that Lord right now.
Discipline gameplay, ladies and gentlemen, by Geek Fam. And I think the fight earlier on was a good reminder of disciplined gameplay for Geek Fam. They could have just like, okay, focus on getting though. Oh, but hang on a second, look at the bottom. Oh, looks like they're being able to catch up onto Yet3 and the implosion. One-man implosion though. At least are they going to get any return out of Yet3? And yes, they will. Kadera will get him. But at the same time, Ama will train him back by taking out Vincent. And that's going to be the first kill onto Vincent in this round.
Oh, unfortunate for Geek Fam. Although it's still a good trade. They took down that Lord. They want to go for one kill, so that opens up that base for a nice base rush. This might be it. The lanes are all pushing in. The Lord marching down that top side. Beloyski still has his flickers, waiting for his implosion to show.
Oh man, just look at this. The Lord is pushing at the top as well. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the Homebois, opening up the space for Geek Fam to take the next turret.
It's discipline. Geek Fam just needs to take down all these T3s, open it up, wait for the next Lord. But final slash comes.
Goes in onto the back line. Gomes don't need to get away with the safety. Gomes! Oh, he managed to get Nets just in time. That is the target that they need to find. Balonski, last tick of out, will be taken down by none other than Spicy Boy Udil.
2 for 2. They're still going for it. Demonic Spawn. Oh, coming in strong, trying to face out Udil, trying to zone them out for this T3. They got what they came for. They need to back off right now.
I mean, that is a defense, cool, but then again, they lost all their inhibitor turrets. Now Miles seems to be in trouble. They were going on the Miles straight onto the backline. Vincent got away to safety. Ooh, close one there. Dawning Light shreds him down to the last stick of health.
Well, I always remember how Udil was so on point with his long-range Dawning Lights that in MSC, I remember he took down, like, I think it was NIP Flash. He was just right down with the turret. It was rushing to that base, but this time around, it's a little bit slow. They had a very, very slow game. They're pushing it strong, though. They're trying to stay afloat. Now, we're seeping into the late game. This is where Homebois can start to shine. This is where Homebois can start to take fights. Ye3 needs to be able to find nice Detna's welcome, try to stun one person down.
Look at
Balowski. Have a lot.
Balowski went straight onto the back line. Oh, he caught at least 2 of them, and Udil went down. Just as much as you want to see Udil scale up, but then again, he will not be able to do it for the next 30 seconds. And not only that, Geek Fam even got Ye3 in the process.
Yeah, it's 2 men down for Homebois. Mao's been making crucial I'm offended. We just have to wait. There's still one final hope.
Oh, Balowski again onto the back line, and there you go.
Oh,
they might be able to end this, and yes, they will. And here it is. Geek Fam takes on game number 1.
Very, very strong start by Geek Fam, taking control of the early game, just pushing that momentum through into the late game. Homebois never got to the late game that they wanted to. It's a very, very high risk, high reward situation when you pick a Moskov and a Savior in the same team. But Homebois, man, there's a lot of things that could work a little bit better, especially the rotations coming in, protecting the jungle. Man, what a game from Geek Fam. Still 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, frankly speaking, if you ask me, it is all about the jungle control that they had. And we did talk about like, oh, the scaling of Ness, the scaling of Udil, but with that sort of control, it's hard.
I agree. I think it is difficult. I think this game was a clear showing that in terms of draft, in terms of gameplay overall, Geek Fam are looking much better than the Homebois as of right now. Now, I want to talk about the game a little bit, right? Well, before we get into the post-game stats, I'm more interested to know on your opinion so far on both of these squads, because it's clear to me that Geek Fam seem a lot more rebuilt than it comes down to the Homebois.
Yeah, they have a lot more time because they don't have to prepare for MSC. They don't have to try things out in another international tournament where they really have to get their stresses on. So now, having a fresh start after that long pause after MPL ID really gives them a strong showing of, you know, let's rebuild this team. Let's try to build up our synergy. But the fact that Vincent just got into the team after the transfer season actually shows that, hey, he's fitting out really, really well in this team.
Yeah, I mean, he got like what, up to like 7-0 something in terms of kills in like about 7 or 8 minutes. So he's looking pretty solid. And not only that, he got the Maniac. And who would have thought we'd see a Maniac in game 1?
The first game. I thought he could have went for the Savage. If he waited just a little bit, he got a Maniac, like and pounce, resets, he just goes for the next one. Because he's got that damage already, which would immediately put him to a legendary status down on the first game. I think that was like 5-minute or 6-minute mark. Really, really strong showing from Geek Fam.
All right, let's look at the post-game stats here, because it's a quick game, 14 minutes and 12 seconds overall. I think it could have ended a little bit sooner had Geek Fam not traded so equally against the Homebois, but it's 8-20 score overall. 48.1k to 39, a 9k difference by the end of this game. Boys, where did it go wrong?
Man, I mean, again, it's just all about the jungle control, right? And if you have jungle control, players like Udil could not farm. Nets, yeah, he had a decent top lane, but then again, if you lost 2 of your other lanes and 4 of your other players were just running around trying to secure back your jungle, at the end of the day, it's pretty hard to gain it back.
Yeah.
Well, I do think that is a bit of a draft issue, right? Because it's clear that they wanted to play on one side of the map, like especially off of Ye3. The first turtle alone, we see the first blunder. Ye3 is not level 4 at the right time. Everybody starts moving over, including Udil. Even Mal is a little hesitant to be part of this fight, and then you see things just snowball out of control, and Geek Fam are like, these guys, they don't know what they're doing. We can punish.
Yeah, I don't think it's that much of a draft issue. I do agree. I do understand that Ye3, they want to play around around EXP's side, especially for that first turtle, get that snowball down, and then just win. But GFM just does it better down in the execution, especially since you don't really have a lot of mobility when you're Xavier. You don't really have a lot of mobility when you're a Barat. It's going to be a little bit tougher for Homebois to get the rotations down, get that nice little, outnumber situation when it comes down to skirmishes. And Geek Fam is always there. They're always fighting a 4v3, 4v4 battle, and you're always winning. That's before Kadera shows up. And once Kadera shows up, that's it. It's over. You've got additional damage down to just a sliver, and Vincent just comes in as a janitor to just clean up.
I mean, we gotta take a step back here. But even before Kadera shows up, I think, the fact that, we don't see Zask very often. That
right.
Spawnling had no answers from the side of Homebois, right? Every single time he throws out that Spawnling, it's like, you're going to take this damage whether you like it or not. It's either you get rid of the Spawnling or you risk being engaged on by Baloyski on this Tigreal.
Yeah, the zone potential coming in from this Zask is just a little bit too unnecessary coming in from Homebois. They have to deal with the spawn, the Nightmaric spawn, just before a lot of these neutral objectives. And even if you take that down, there's still the Big Daddy spawn that you have to deal with as well. You're just saving his ultimates until his spawn comes back online, which is really a very crucial play when it comes down to these neutral fights. Let's take a look at the graph. I think this is pretty new. Let's see how they read it. It's a lot of EXP, a lot of gold over the side of Geek Fam. There was some sliver of health, sliver of hope for Homebois when they had that nice base defense, but it wasn't amounting up to much. That was all Geek Fam's plan all along. It's just pulling Homebois out of their comfort zone, out of their homes, and into the jungles, and that's where they won them.
Yeah, and if you look at the graph as well, a lot of the early clashes was initiated by Geek Fam. And then they pretty much snowballed from there. Yes, towards the end, the 10-minute mark onwards, you see some clashes initiated by Homebois itself, but that is probably due to the defense more than the offensive side. Because at this point, we see the graph just going all the way down. So it clearly tells us the story that this is a forced clash that Homebois needed to take.
Yeah, it's more of a defensive measure because Yethri, as much as he's trying to open up the maps, he's not tanky enough. Even though he's got a lot of defensive items, right from that get-go, no offensive items at all, it's still very easy to burst down, especially coming in from Zask, who has very, very high mid-game to late-game damage. In team fights, it's just down. Let's take a look at replays. There's a lot of these team fights that Vincent's just waiting at that back line, trying to wait for the right time to just hit that pounce. He knows that he doesn't need to be in the midst of battle because it's a CC fest coming in from Homebois' draft.
And that's why I think it's a draft problem, right? Because as much as you want to believe that you can make it into the later stages of the game, you basically win no neutrals at this point. The composition that we do see from the side of Geek Fam is good at not only sieging, but as you mentioned before, zone control, right? So at this point of time, I think that unfortunately for the Homebois, blundering so early on really kind of set them up for failure later down the line, because now Alpha is not going to have as much relevance in this game without that very first kill. He's continuously behind. Mal, even if he does find a target similar to Year 3, they're just going to get zoned out afterwards. So I do think it is a little bit of draft issue on top of the fact that they're not used to playing against the Zask. They have to wait for the implosion to come out at some point. They should expect the implosion, but that Spawnling is causing too many problems.
Yeah, and we even saw the confidence that they had, especially playing the Tigreal. There were many times that he went just walk in the backline casually, and then he just pushes 2 or 3 targets to the front. That is the communications within the team. They trust each other. It's okay, I know what you're doing, you won't mess it up, and you just set it up for us, we'll do the rest. So it just shows that they have spent time training their chemistry and also the communication on how to execute this sort of stuff.
Oh, well, it just means that scrims have been going really, really well for Geek Fam as well. I think that at this point, I want to know your opinions on certain things, especially when it comes down to item builds, right? Let's start off with Vincent's build because he opted to go second item Thunderbelt in this case, right? And most of the time, it's kind of a give or take for me. Usually, if you're in the gold lane, I would like you to be more greedy about your situation. But in the jungle, do you think that the Thunderbelt this time around was the optimal pick?
Well, Thunderbelt does 2 things. It scales with HP, I think, which is what Vincent wants to do. He wants to be able to tank as much damage as he can while optimizing that damage back into his opponents. The second thing is the passive of Thunderbolt allows that slow. And because you're Roger, you really want to chase up to the opponents. We've seen that a couple of times. This stacks up very, very well with his Wolf Form second skill, one where he just gives vision all around him to very, very low health enemies. That is just a thing, but it's a very hit or miss with me. If you're very, very far ahead, I feel like it would be better for him to go Sky Piercer instead of the Thunderbolt. Just chow down everyone. But there was crucial moments where I'm offended, pulls him in, and he, by the skin of his teeth, got out just because of the extra defense that Thunderbolt provides.
I see. There's many more opinions to be had here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, but don't worry, Game 2 is going to be starting shortly right after this break. We'll catch you back then.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done.
Kenalin, gue Aboy, gue mid lane dari Geek Farm. Kita kan nih rosternya masih baru kan, jadi kayak masih kebentuk. Mungkin buat turnamen ini kita lebih nyatuin chemistry sih. Di tim gue ada roamernya Baloiski, dia pemain lama lah. Soalnya dia kapten kan di tim, jadi kayak dia bisa mimpin kita sih. Buat laner ada Cadera sama Masako. Mungkin kalau Cadera dia bisa fleksibel lah, bisa nggak manja lah. Itu buat Masako mungkin dia dari MDL ya, baru naik MPL. Sekarang kita masih nyoba dia sih di turnamen ini. Mungkin kita mau lihat potensinya dulu sih nanti. Buat Vincent, dia sebelumnya dia di RBL. Kita ngelihatnya potensinya gede sih, soalnya di RBL dia kayak paling konsisten di RBL. XP kita Gops mungkin sama kayak Masako, dia dari MDL. Di challenge final ini lebih merata sih jagonya, soalnya kan ada yang dari qualifier yang lolos sama ada yang di invite. Yang di invite itu kan juga yang top 1 top 2 nya dari regionnya kan. Mungkin kalau orangnya tetap coach sih sama analis, mungkin sama Baloy sih, dia saling bantu. Jadi kita kayak ya semua juga bantu satu sama lain, tukar pikiran sih. Kalau aku dari orang tua ya, mungkin make dalaman terbalik sih. Iya. Mungkin Sun sih. Soalnya kan dia nomor 1 kan mid lane di Indonesia, mungkin pengen nyoba nyetarain lah. Mungkin harapan kita bisa juara sih. Soalnya kita kan bisa menyaingi lah sama tim-tim yang lain lah di Filipina kayak Malaysia gitu. Mungkin itu sih. Kalau buat sekarang dia udah nggak bisa dipandang sebelah mata sih. Soalnya kayak di MSC kemarin dia kayak kuat banget kan. Itu kita juga pengen ngalahin tim-tim Malaysia. Soalnya kan sekarang lagi pada naik kan tim Malaysia. Mungkin buat pendukung kita, dukung kita terus. Semoga kita bisa juara soalnya kita masih progres lah sama tim baru ini. Ya.
Look at what I'm telling you, boys. Every team who didn't make it to MSC are hungrier than ever to prove themselves that they can be part of the best.
Yeah. One of the things that I think Aboy's secret, just wearing his underwear inside out, is something. It's something.
I'm not sure if you want to fact check that, but we'll leave that as it is. We'll leave that as it is.
Hey man, maybe we'll slip some cash to our marshals and be like, hey, we need to know this for sure. We need some eyewitnesses on the scene about the situation about that underwear. But coming back to it, it's game number 2 between the Homebois from Malaysia up against Geek Fam from Indonesia. And so far, a dominating game 1 from the side of Geek Fam here. Hopefully things are going to change for the Homebois, but really, what are the adjustments that need to be made in this game to make that happen?
Well, first, for Homebois, it's like identifying your win condition. How do you want to play this, and how do you want to engage? Because they seem very out of synergy, out of chemistry whenever it comes down to team fights. Is it do you want to put Mall in the midst of battle first, trying to get the crowd control in, or do you want to put your jungler, Amal, into the fray before everything starts? Because it's always the alpha going in. So now, going into that draft, you've got the Harith and the Ling being banned out. Geek Fam, they're on first pick advantage, so they really want to try to open that Hellcurt.
Yeah, I mean, Hellcurt is a good idea, and I do think, we can start thinking about the Assassins, and of course, the traditional red side have-to bans, as we always expect each and every time. Harathan as well as Hayabusa for the side of Geek Fam makes sense to me, but I mean, the Chip, the Loyi, the usual atypical bans, and honestly, I'm feeling like it should be pretty similar to game number 1.
Well, I'm going to put out an unpopular opinion, right? So the issue with Homebois from the previous game is that they failed to secure their jungle. Like, they were easily invaded at some point. So maybe it's time for them to come up with a tank jungler who's able to secure the front, something like a Baxia.
How dare you? How dare you, Cloud?
I'm just putting it out there.
Do you not hear the netizens all across the world just being like, how could you talk about Homebois like that? They can never make a mistake. No. Besides,
I'm ready for it.
The man is ready
my
for
socials
it.
are getting Q at...
No. Whoa, let's pull it back. But we do see the chip ban here, and I think, I agree with you. I do think that it's difficult to kind of protect your jungle, especially when it's like an early game oriented jungle without having a strong mid trio. And I think that was the big issue that we saw from Homebois in game number 1. Now that we see the Valentina follow-up from the side of Geek Fam, this could open up some options for Aboy.
Yeah, I mean, Faramis was one of his signature picks. Maybe he wants to play all these team fight compositions. That's a direct answer to that Valentina. So that last ban, though, very, very crucial. If Homebois doesn't want to ban out the Hellcurt, there it is. There's the Hellcurt wide open. I mean, Geek Fam might be able to pick that up and want to test that water a little bit. What do you think?
I don't think we're going to see Hellcurt just yet unless certain conditions are met here. I'm not going to say what the conditions are, just in case Geek Fam fans are listening. The fam can be out there at any time. But I think overall, this Roger has been such a priority pick. It's so flexible. It's been so good. Hasn't been nerfed enough and has ultra flexible builds.
Yeah, and you can play it in the jungle or you can play it in the gold lane as well. But if we were to look at like their previous records, they're not really a fan of playing the Roger, at least from the MPL ID lineup or from the draft during the playoffs. So this is pretty much like a fresh new take for Geek Fam itself.
I mean, I think it's because Vincent recently joined the roster and he plays a Mead Roger here. We do see the Arla get locked in for the side of Ye3, but so far, let's see the follow-up from the side of Geek Fam. What are we thinking here?
Man, okay, we got the Moskov down here. So a little bit of an homage back to previous MPL seasons where whenever Rogers picked up, it's either the Harith or the Moskov. So no change over here. It's a little bit more of a, I'm comfortable with this pick. We want to play towards that late game. But that being said, Homebois need to find a way to try to force fights or force a lot of coagulation down on the EXP side. That's going to be easier said than done. They re-picked up that Moskov, so now Zosk again picked up along with the Terizla. Very, very hot pick right here.
I think Zosk does very well into Arlet, especially since Arlet is like, oh, I can stun you, but I can just like hop into my spawn. I can make you sit on top of my spawn. It's not like you have like a guaranteed engage and disengage mechanic. But now we see once again Udil just playing comfort. I'm not 100% sure about this one. I do feel like the Farsa might just be a little bit better in these types of situations. You have an escape mechanic, and more so you can force Zosk to quickly use his ult.
Yeah, and also we must consider the laning phase. Zosk is very, very strong at the laning phase. And going up against the Savior, I mean, we saw what happened earlier on. Zosk had control of that as well. That's why he had the advantage of rotating towards the bottom side and also helping his other teammates with the lane, with opening up the jungle. So the mid lane matchup, I'm a little bit worried for Homebois.
It's a very, very passive draft. They just want to hunker down their lane, don't want to take any fights, don't want to force any fights. You don't want to just get those early kills. You just want to farm up, get your farm, and then just do base defense, because that's what they're good at. Moskov very good in clearing the waves when those waves are crashing down. T3, same as Xavier, got Mystic Field. We've seen a lot of those plays happening, especially since Geek Fam likes to play all those in-your-face kind of setup heroes like the Tigreal, or even a Minotaur might pop up right here, or even Edith, which is pretty much Beloyski's signature picks too.
I think the word you're looking for is that Geek Fam's a lot more fluid, right, in terms of the way that they engage. I feel like Homebois, they really need the step-by-step to build up that chemistry for now before they go for that non-verbal type of communication. And I think, as of yet, getting rid of the Ruby from the side of Geek Fam is a pretty smart idea, but it has to come with a condition, right? Because if they're looking to ban out Ruby, the question is, why does Geek Fam want to kind of group up as hard as they want to, which is something that Ruby can absolutely abuse, but more importantly, melee heroes.
Yep. Yep, that's it. That's the Minotaur being banned out. So a lot of these heart-engaged tanks are being off the table. We can tell that Homebois are really respecting Baloyski by banning out a lot of his heroes, but he's the master of like big wit, big brain Baloy anyways. So he might come up with something a little bit different. But, you know, with Udo being in play with a lot of really squishy backlines, I don't know. This, I might go on a limb out here and say maybe a Saber Roam might be a viable option for him as well. It's a little bit too much. They've already got area crowd control. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm also looking at the fact that they pick Alpha again. And earlier on, Alpha had a hard time with the jungle, getting farm. And I mean, my thought process was like, okay, come up with something that you're able to protect the jungle. And Alpha, fortunately, is not that hero to do it. So I am worried about the same thing that might happen again. Very early jungle invasion, and they would just take over it. Homebois might not be able to get it back. But Bharat's, maybe this is the answer.
I don't know. I think this really boils down to who can fight for mid control, and at this point, it's a lot easier for Geek Fam to do so rather than the Homebois. And I think this is starting to look like a bit of a repeat for unless we do see the Arlet make like a super play. That's like the one condition that I'm looking for the Homebois. If Mal can make a super play, then sure, maybe Homebois has an opportunity to get into that later stage. But sum it up for us, boys. How are these compositions going to be played out as we head into the Land of Dawn?
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. This is like deja vu. A lot of similar repeat picks coming off from both sides. The only big difference is that instead of the Tigro, which was so vital, so pivotal in the first game of setting up and letting the rest of Geek Fam just trying to engage, that's the Edith, a known single target pick-off hero. So this is where Baloyski really comes into play, how he wants to play around that macro game. Who does he want to pick off first? Because there's a lot of things that could be riding on this Edith alone.
And that is why Geek Fam is also prepared for the Tigro ban. They have the Terizla, who can also come in with the penalty zone as well. But let's see if all those theories will work.
We're jumping into the Land of Dawn. We're just starting it up. By all metrics, though, and all laws of physics, Alpha should be much faster in the rotations. It's just the first Lethal Wanderer puts Vincent a little bit up ahead, and that is where he wants to be.
But so far, we did talk about as well the jungle invasion early on by Geek Fam. It was very strong. And they seem to have a similar idea. Look at this. They want to go in, but at least Homebois right now, they try to block it off with Mao.
Oh, what?
Might be first blood, and there you go. Vincent again.
Very, very unfortunate. Just baited out by the big baby Baloy. Just waiting, He knows the limits of this hero, and he plays it so well. Take a look at the emblems. You know, it really stands out to me that, like, they just went 3 tenacities. They want to secure the early game. I don't think I remember that in the previous game where all of them were trying to go for a lot more damage, or maybe, if my memory serves me right, mystery shot. But this time, it's like, let's win our lanes. Let's just hunker down. That's where tenacity comes into play.
Yeah, but so far, okay, I mean, it's only like a minute and a half, right? So we have not seen anything significant yet. Homebois probably tried something different to try to gather information just to see whether they can poke into the jungle of Geek Fam, but unfortunately one went out. And we might see a second one here. Miles seems to be in trouble. Our boy will happily take that kill away. Baloyski, he is tanking up, but look who's on the back line. It's going to be none other than Vincent to secure his second kill. But actually it was Baloyski who got it.
Yeah, Baloyski sees an opportunity. He flickers in, gets that onward down on Mao. Mao not having a good game in the early start is the first turtle. No retribution for Vincent, so he's going to wait for a lot of resets, try to farm up as much as he can before going into that turtle. So very, very nice backward rotations coming in from Geek Fam.
To a certain extent, I thought that kill would have been better given to Vincent. I mean, you want him to scale as fast as possible.
Yeah, but sometimes you can't control certain things.
I know, you just want to kill, right?
Yeah, but maybe, you know, having Edith, you have a lot of potential to do damage in that late game. Just take a lot of damage, counteract with the Primal Rat. That is one of the other plays as well. And we talked about jungle protection from the side of Homebois, and now they're really hunkering down. It's a 4v2.
Okay, keep your eye on the rotation right now. Vincent is on his way, but Turtle will be taken by Emal. Gentry, however, will be in trouble. He will definitely go down, and looks like for the side of Homebois. Yep, took him a while, but they got it at the end. Oh, Ma will be the next one for sure. 2 kills. If they can then get a third one, the Turtle will not be worth it. But 2 kills, it's by the edge.
Yeah, by the edge. Very, very good trade from Geek Fam, though. Again, securing that. No, they didn't secure the turtle. They gave away the turtle because they know they want to go for kills. Take the member down, but hold on a second.
Oh, hang on. Ooh, okay. At some point, I thought he managed to get away with the battle mirror image, but it wasn't far enough.
He's already popped that Purify as well, so a little bit unfortunate play coming in from Kadera.
Oh, Gobs takes a decent amount of damage. Mao on the chase, but they will not be committing right now because they know they are slightly behind in terms of gold.
There's a little bit of a different execution coming in from Homebois. Much more rotations down that mid side. They're rotating together as well because they want to take down. Oh, hold on a second.
Wow, Baloyski took a lot of damage there, and even the Dawning Light onto him. Now he knows that he cannot absorb anymore. He's out.
Yeah, very, very ballsy play. We've got 3 men down the bottom side. Kadera tries to go, and he knows that 3 members are right there. You don't want to take this fight. Geek Fam needs to be able to ride that momentum once again.
Yeah, they need to be able to like bring the fight onto them. And they're going to bring the fight onto Kadira right now, just underneath his turret. Ooh, wow. Quick moves there by Kadira. And his other teammates are here. They try to find an opportunity to counter back, but they're going to save it for now because the objective is going to be up in about 21 seconds.
It's a good protect comp coming in from Geek Fam. They know that Kadera is under threat, so they rotate over in case any further team fight breaks out. They're able to counteract that situation. But Homeboy is just backing off. That's the discipline that we're talking about. The change that they need is right there. In this game, a little bit more slow pace. They don't want to take any fights that they know they can't win. Homeboy just needs to play towards that late game, maybe even a 12 to 13 minute mark might be optimal for them. There's a second turtle already spawned up. Looks like both teams want to fight a 5v5.
Yeah, interesting enough that Geek Fam is not turning out the pace, but looks like they will turn out the pace on the Baloyski. Ama will get the first kill in front of the turtle. Vincent right up into potato help, but he goes on to Reggie on the back line, and he will get his own killing spree, and at the same time the turtle will be his. Gobs will need to be saved. The rest of them is here, but Vincent as well as Gobs pretty low. They got the turtle, objective secured. They're gonna let this go for now.
Gobs is a tanky, beefy boy. The Homeboys, though, they made a very, very good starting play, just singling out Baloyski, so no setups coming from Geek Fam, but the split team fights that was happening, Homeboys was unable to counteract. Conceal play already used up, missing the Earth Shatter, so Mao gets out safe. Looks like Geek Fam trying to go more on the offensive. They need to be able to push that aggression a little bit. Economy's been equalized as of now, 5 minutes on the clock.
By keeping an eye onto each other right now, a lot of respect, I must say, from these two teams. They're not as aggressive as we saw earlier on, especially Geek Fam on the Homeboys. But hold that thought, because Mal, speaking about aggressive,
yeah.
Again, Vincent still.
Baloyski is one of those guys that, like, if he sees an opportunity, he goes for it. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So whenever you're around the vicinity of Baloyski, best be sure he's going to be able to chain stun you into infinity and beyond, and someone from Geek Fam is going to bring the kampong over to take you down.
Oh, speaking about taking down, the bottom turret is down, so that means that they have better access into the jungle on the side of Homeboys. And that's exactly what they tried to do earlier on. But keep an eye on the mid lane though. If they take down this mid turret, that's it. Full-on access.
Yeah. That's not where Homeboys... I mean, Homeboys could very well play into their base, but hold on a second, Spirit of Alpha.
Oh, Baloyski caught out alone, and he will be the next one to fall. Mal will survive this one. A little bit of an opposition there.
Yeah, it's a good play coming in from Homeboys. They see an opportunity, but they wasted a lot of resources trying to bring Baloyski down.
Oh, penalty zone! Straight onto the back line. They managed to get one. Oh, they will be the first one to fall. Ama will be the next one. But Nuts gets Kadira in the process. A little bit of a trade between the two, but look who's that. It's going to be none other than Vincent again, showing himself at the right timing onto the back line to get a couple more kills.
The bobs, the weaves, and gets out of there. Just trapped between two turrets, no problem. Vincent just really showing us why he's really fitting into Geek Fam well. And Baloyski just pulling all of those resources over to him. It was looking very, very good for Geek Fam. In team fights, Baloyski being the main target, you're leaving a boy open, you're leaving Gobs open, you don't know where the rest are, you want to take one down. Oh, Munch Munch.
Oh, Munch Munch, and Vincent is here. Vincent looking for his next target, but Baloyski again went down. And Baloyski, he's always the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they kind of want to play it. He might have like 10 deaths in this game, but it doesn't really matter if Geek Fam is able to convert all of these deaths to at least 1 kill. Geek Fam's still on the board as of now, 9-6, this 8-minute mark. So the next major objective will be that Lord. Geek Fam will be able to, needs to be able to try to take down that T1 to open up a lot of that map, try to ride that momentum once again. Geek Fam really thrive on this rhythm of getting that aggression, getting that momentum up. Nets just free farming down the bottom side, T1 down.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Nets. A lot of space for him. But speaking about space, not much space for Yetri. He has to flicker away back to safety. But look at this. Vincent is still here with a monster kill. Aimar will go down as well together with the turret. Nets will be the next one. The moment he showed himself, he could not withstand the amount of damage from Geek Fam. Odin could be the next one to fall. Baloyski on the chase as well. But Mal is there to protect him. And looks like a nice backside. Vincent showed up again onto the back, and it is a total wipeout to Homebois.
Oh man, oh boy, Homebois. This is really starting to push over to Geek Fam's favor, taking down a bulk of these team fights, taking down the turrets, down that top side. Mid-side's definitely gonna fall once they get this objective down, but they're desperately trying to protect this. It's very, very crucial for Homebois. 30 seconds until Lord spawns up, but man, if Ness was able to continue pushing down that bottom side, they would crack open a really long lane away from that Lord, pushing Geek Fam away. What Homebois needs to attempt to do is try to split up these team fights and try to push them away, but Final Slash or Baloyski able to walk out of there.
Yeah, we can see that it's starting to be hard for them to commit onto Baloyski. He seems to be have scale to a certain point that he can take damage now. So he's okay to be the target man. He's okay to just absorb all those skills from Homebois just to allow Geek Fam to counter onto them.
Yeah, it's very precarious situation for Homebois. You don't want to extend too much. Your T1 mid-side in shambles. Does look like Baloyski trying to zone out away from that Lord, trying to push that wave advantage. Now Geek Fam has that priority down that long side, trying to lure Homebois out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, it's a matter of who will make the first move right now. But now with this current Lord here, it's 50% of health left. It's still going to be anyone's Lord. Retribution, everyone's ready. Both sides still dancing though. But the dance might stop right now. We're going to start off into the corner as well. Come for Yetri, and Yetri we're going to kill under our boy. That's the target that he wants, but Yetri traded back. And look at the backline. Yet it's pretty low at this moment. Emal comes in with a double kill. Next one to Baloyski. Gobs, just too far away. Kadira, there's nothing much you can do about that.
This is their comeback story. Oh, it's one limit. Oh,
no! Kadira called out. Blazing Duet will not save him. And it is a counter wipeout onto Geek Fam.
Homebois, this is your first Lord of the entire series. The first lead of the entire series. They're coming back strong. It's starting to seep into that late game. This is not where Geek Fam wants to be. Baloyski throwing his body, trying to force out the issue is not enough. Vincent needs to be able to be a little bit more patient. There was a misstep from Vincent, jumping straight into the face of Amal and just getting decimated or getting a lot of chip damage onto him. He's just unable to survive that one.
Yeah, and for Homebois, they got the right target. They got our boy first.
Yeah.
A little bit of a trade there between our boy and also Yetri, but that's okay. At least they got the spammer, so that's absolutely fine. And now with this advantage, it's time for Homebois to push.
Yeah, Mao actually doing the Lord's work. He's got a lot of damage down. He's got a lot of crowd control. That one final slash, one crucial final slash changes that game.
Oh, okay. Gobs taking a bit of damage there. Baloyski's still able to tank it out, so he's still A-okay. Now time for him to reset. The Lord will be taken down just before he's able to even touch the turret.
This 4K gold lead over the side of Homebois. Crack down all the T2s. Meanwhile, Homebois T2 still standing up on the mid and bottom side. Geek Fam, they had the control of the early game, but now it's late game territory that we're talking about, boys.
Man, it could go either way at this point. You gotta think about it. When it comes to gold, well, there's still some space for them to build items. Yetri taking a decent amount of damage. Okay, Kadir is going to come in. Baloyski as well. Looks like they're going to go in for the chase. And Yetri last in. Vincent, as usual, goes straight onto the backline. But speaking about the backline, there's another backline on the other side as well. Mal is now in trouble. He will be chased down. And both sides split out by Geek Fam. but they also have a decent trade with each other, with Homebois having a man advantage now.
Yeah, target prioritization is everything. Knowing that, okay, let's just take the Terizla down. We can just leave the Zosk and the Claude wide open because it's just going to be babysitting each other. They have the biggest damage of Geek Fam as long as we don't face up to them. This is where Mao comes into play. Just splitting that fight, pushing the main damage dealers of Geek Fam away. That might be the win condition of Homebois. But now this is a very, very sticky situation with Lord popping up in 45 seconds. Taking a look at the itemizations, Zask only needs the glowing wand to deal a lot of damage. You've already got that magic penetration as well as a little bit of defense or shield from the feathers. So that's going to be a very, very difficult Zask to take down. Yeah, Rogers already got the Thunderbolt as well. I think that was the second item, second item after the War Axe. So it's going to be a lot more defense. Top side though.
Oh, your eye on top. It's 3v1. Baloyski nowhere to go. 8 deaths now for Baloyski. I kind of feel that some of the deaths could be avoided.
Yeah, but this is how Baloyski likes to play. He wants to be able to open up, give vision, give intel to the rest of the team before making a very, very strong decision on all these neutral objectives. The rest of the team, though, doing very, very well. The main kills onto Baloyski, so they're still in the fight. The 6k gold advantage, that's like a couple of core items and a half.
And with that kind of goal advantage, it's going to be hard for Geek Fam to try and challenge for the Lord. I mean, look at the zoning. Gops tries to go in, but how far can he go? Instead, we see Yetri here going all the way to the black line within the corner as well. But instead, he was the one who went down. Nets comes in straight onto the back as well. Gops has nowhere to go. Double kill. Maniac for Nets. Can he get his Savage? And Baloyski, okay, they're not going to go in for it. Okay,
no,
disciplined gameplay by Homebois.
Very, very disciplined, but man, first series of the day in Stream A. You're in the best stream, by the way. Hold on.
Oh, and that thought is going to get even better now with Baloyski 4v1. This is it. This is going to be another wipeout. 3 wipeouts in this round, ladies and gentlemen. And Homebois takes home a point.
The Homebois just showing us who's boss. Don't count them out just yet. They're a new team, but with an experience of maybe 10 years. Man, they played a heck of a game this time around. They know their win conditions. They know how Baloyski likes to move around. It's 1-1. I know Gideon is wrong right now. He was like 2-1, 2-0.
He's 2-0.
He was 2-0, yeah. Homebois 0, but man, okay, we're still in the fray. We're still in the fray.
We're in it. Yep.
We're in it. Gideon, we're going to bring Gideon back and let's hear his thoughts on how this game went.
Hey, honestly, I thought this game, it was looking a bit like an overheat from Geek Fam specifically. Like, man, it was not exactly the way that, not exactly the way that I thought it was supposed to be, but at the very least, it worked out quite nicely for the Homebois overall. For me personally, at least.
Yeah. It does look like Homebois had a little bit of monster in them because they're unleashing the beast.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, they unleashed the beast, and the beast this time was, Vincent still looked like the beast if you ask me.
But for Geek Fam though, but the entirety of Homebois was looking so good. Yes, I don't know where the damage was coming from, but Yetri was suffering so much damage, but they know how to layer in those team fights. Detna's welcome into the Hoktua, into the final slash, and they know how to leverage on their setups, and that's how the key to success for Homebois. They just need to do it one more time to win this game.
I think it's tough, right? I do think there was a little bit of an overheat coming in from Geek Fam's side. I think they did underestimate Homebois a little bit here, especially Nets, because he was getting away with basically everything, right? It was a 3-level lead against Kandera at one point in the game, and Kandera eventually did not have the relevance or the raw damage to actually pull through some of these like free picks that Geek Fam got mid to late stages of the game. But let's have a quick look at the item list here from both sides. Anything that stands out to you, boys?
It was the Thunderbelt coming in from Mao. He knows that Thunderbelt is going to get him a lot more tanky in late game, and their draft is just shouting late game to them. So they just want to build up that defense, get Mao to get in position, get a nice final slash. He found a couple of nice final slashes in the mid to late game session, which caused the turnaround for Homebois. I think that was so crucial. If he didn't get that Thunderbolt, I think he would have been just shut down or just melted down immediately once he gets in.
Yeah, for me personally, it is Baloyski's KDA 1911, and he only got a Dominance Eyes and also a Radiant Armor, but yet he plays in the position as if like, okay, I'm ready to take as much damage as possible. But in reality is that, yeah, I think some of them cool. Yes, it's a good sacrifice, but there are certain deaths that could be avoided. And I think there's a little bit of an overconfidence play by him to put himself in a position like that, knowing that in reality he's not able to absorb that much damage.
I agree. I think that, you know, taking a front to back against a late game Homebois can be very detrimental to the team because there's just too many things that you need to worry about. And let's not forget the Xavier pick here coming in from Udil. Every single time he opens those floodgates, holy cow, it covers like a good chunk of the lane. So it's real difficult to play front to back when you're looking for these flanks. I do think that Vincent could optimize a little bit better though. Instead of going for like Thunderbelt this time around, considering his lead and his 78% kill participation, he might as well just take in the Sky Piercer so then he's a legitimate threat. Every single time he shows up on the map, everybody from the side of Homebois has to turn their heads around rather than let's peel back a little bit, wait for that right moment, and then you go for the Daytona's welcome or Nets, just knock him away.
Yeah, like the old adage goes, you can't make some omelet without cracking some eggs.
Exactly.
He should take that chance. He should take that risk. And I was saying that since game one. Vincent has been so instrumental in the early game. Taking a look at the damage that all of these guys have dealt, it was the majority of them going to a boy, going to Vincent, especially in the early game where you have a lot of these like nice little baits coming in from big baby Beloy just crying away, but the rest of the parents of the Geek Fam, they're coming in, they're just wiping everyone out. So riding on that momentum is very crucial for Vincent, and Sky Piercer would have been a very nice item for him.
Yeah, and let's look at the golden EXP graph here because again, honestly, compared to game number one, hugely in favor of Geek Fam, but now it's a little bit of a different story, right? Going a little more back and forth between the two, at least within the first 8 minutes of the game.
Yeah, even when we look at like the clash points, right, it's pretty colorful there. There's some blue, there's some red, so it just tells us the story that it just goes back and forth between the two teams. And if we look at what happened inside the game as well, there were a lot of respect by both teams. Not as aggressive as what we saw in the first game, not as much jungle attempt at least of a jungle invasion. Instead, they try to kind of hold down the river instead. And same goes for both sides. So they're like, okay, knocking on each other's door, but not really opening door to come in.
All right. The graph actually shows a lot of Wall Street crash market. It's like a lot of greed coming into play. It's like, okay, I've got the early lead, I want to go for more. And then Beloyski went a little bit too strong, too heavy for that one. And then the crash came. MVP?
I mean, the MVP Nets here saw the foreshadowing of it happening. It's like the market is going to crash, and it all boils down to whether or not I perform in this match, right? Because the early game, you don't expect Moskov to do much until he gets all of his items. And despite the early game not falling into the hands of the Homebois, he's playing his lane much better. He's playing his lane much more clean, but he's also getting a lot of space. His Spears of Destruction have been connecting this time round.
Yeah, he's always on the offside, and that's how you want to play that Moskov. Try to clear that offside, try to maintain that lane pressure so that you split the entire team fight wide open. You play a winning battle if you outnumber your opponents, and that is what Nets has been doing so well. Connecting the right Spear of Destructions, not entering in just as of then, waiting for all the crucial crowd controls to be done up. You can see a lot of these team fights are just splitting off, and that's where, you know, Homeboy starts to shine.
Now, if we talk about like the point that Geek Fam forgot about Nets to a certain extent, right? They actually kind of forgot about Nets in game number one as well. Like, we didn't see that many like pounds onto Nets there. Same goes for game number two. But the difference is that, yes, they did not pound onto Nets on game number two, but they also did not secure the jungle as much. So I would say the bigger factor is not them managing Nets, but them not managing getting the jungle space.
The jungle space. That's something we got to keep in mind for this upcoming game number 3 to see who's going to be breaking it at match point 1-1 against Geek Fam. Good job to the Homebois to equalize the score. Hopefully we get to see both teams at their full potential. But coming up to that game, right? What are some major adaptations that need to be made? Because it looks like initially we were thinking maybe Homebois need more of an early game composition to kind of like breeze through that difficult phase of the game. But no, you know, the one trick Xavier coming in is like, Xavier, he's great. He still works. Xavier, this is the answer to Zask.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's their team dynamic. Udil likes to play these artillery, those long lanes, long waves, and I think they found something that works very well for them. We don't really need to win the early game. We can just give them a couple of turrets, we can give them a couple of turtles. We just wait till the late game where they make a crucial mistake. Just dive us under the turret because we have that high ground defense that we are so known for. And that's why Homebois was able to, come back from this game. I wouldn't say it's like a comeback, but like it's still a comeback.
Yeah, I guess it's a confidence comeback. You want to say?
Yes.
Yeah, it could be a confidence comeback. Hopefully, things are going to change up and we get to see a new side of both Geek Fam as well as the Homebois. In the meantime, we're going to equalize the score right after this break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you right after these messages.
Hai guys, nama gua Udil, gua mid laner untuk Homebois Esports. Romer namanya Mal, dia player veteran, dia bermain dari season 5 dan cukup punya banyak pengalaman. Jungler namanya Aimal, dia dari tim Barakuda sebelumnya dan ini merupakan debut pertama dia di Homebois, turnamen Snapdragon. Nets, dia player dari Filipina, dia masuk ke Homebois bersamaan dengan aku masuk ke Homebois kurang lebih di awal Januari. Dan bonding kami cukup bagus karena sudah mengalami banyak kekalahan dan banyak proses. Y3 dia punya pengalaman dari JP Niners dan untuk WAP dia punya potensi yang bagus karena dia baru saja memulai dedikasinya di Mobile Legends. Tim-tim yang ada di Snapdragon ini cukup unik karena sebenarnya yang perlu di-highlight bukanlah MPL team atau MDL team, bukan. Yang perlu di-highlight adalah musuh-musuh Homebois. Musuh-musuh Homebois ini banyak banget guys. Kalian bisa lihat dari RCPH, lepas itu dari NIP Flash, sempat juga ketemu sama Geek Fam di M5. Aku rasa Snapdragon ini macam buat bracket itu macam sialan guys. Terlebih lagi ketika gue datang ke player room tuh countingnya gila banyak banget guys. So there was a later like written go Homebois or some spicy stuff and everything else. Bagaimanapun kami ini burung hantu kuat dan kami akan tetap terus berjuang. Adapun kami mati, kami akan mati dengan respect kami sendiri. Terima kasih banyak guys. Aku ingin sampaikan ke kalian para pendukung Homebois karena tanpa dukungan dan doa kalian kami bukan siapa-siapa. Dan untuk para pembenci, big love for my
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Both teams have figured out some takeaways of both game 1 and as well as game number 2, but it's really going to boil down to game number 3. Who's going to be walking away with 2 points this time round to continue to move on here in Group A. With that being said, boys, we learned a couple of things, right? It felt like a bit of an overheat for the side of Geek Fam, but even for the Homeboys, they're looking stronger than ever. I mean, look at these players. I think that Geek Fam took it a little personally after game number 2.
As they should. As they should.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like the whole Udil connection. You know, he's the spicy boy in Indonesia, so this is like their chance to like try to take it to him. And if that's going to be the case, I'd like to tell Geek Fam, it's like, guys, it's not only Udil Esports here. It is Homeboys.
Okay, wait. I have to ask. Did Geek Fam may have? I'm not gonna say underestimate, but like misread the tempo of the Homeboys because of game 1?
I would say yes. Yes, they were way too overconfident with a lot of these kills, but I mean, rightly so, because Vincent got a very, very good early start. He's starting to snowball. He wants to go for all these kills, but it's just Baloyski was putting himself out there. I think it was just a misconnect from the team when Baloyski getting killed, getting zoned out or singled out is where Vincent is a little bit too far, waited a little bit too long for him to come in.
Yeah, and also I wanted to point out that earlier on Baloyski, a little bit off position again, but at the same time, Vincent, this guy had been carrying the team. 2 games in a row, he has been pretty consistent by himself, going onto the back line, and by him getting the Roger again. At the back of my mind, I'm wondering, they should have like give the Roger a respect back.
I don't know. Maybe this is the Kaderi. He's like, I'm tired of losing my lane. It's time to dominate this time with the big guns in wolf form. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it could still be very, very well flex, but I'm very, very... Oh, it's Udil in the Zosk now instead of a boy. So that's going to be very, very new here.
I bet he's so sick of it, though.
Yeah. I guess he's sick of it. He's just going to be like, okay, I'm not going to give it to you anymore. Let's see how you deal with my Zosk. And it kind of works out very well for him. He's known as a artillery mage picker or pilot. So a lot of nice long-range artillery. Zosk is no different. He's got a lot of nightmaric spawns he can set up all over the map. So zone control is definitely the name of the game. But that being said, though, very, very similar picks from Homeboys. Picking up the Moskov yet again, the Alpha again. So it looks like they don't want to change a lot from the jungle and the gold lane.
Yeah, I'm looking at the potential, maybe a Novaria to try to match up with the Zaz, since the Novaria can keep a distance away. And also can pretty much clear up the lanes pretty fast for him to make that rotation that he needs. So I think that would be a pretty decent pick.
I mean, there's also the interaction of like spawning the Nightmaric spawn in front of the projectile so that it actually takes the hit initially, right? So there is counterplay for both sides. So now that we look at the first phase already completed, we got the Tigreal, we got the Ruby as well as the Roger. I think that Geek Fam, they're probably not going to divert too far away from their drafting plans. Prior to this, they're going to get rid of the Trizla. I wouldn't be too surprised if they also banned out the Minotaur as well.
I do like the Tigreal pick again, though. I mean, the Tigreal, it's not about the Tigreal per se, but because of the pilot. How he can smartly navigate through the back line, and Tigreal is naturally even more tankier than the Edith, so he's able to do that. So I'll be wary for the Tigreal's push and implosion combo.
Yeah, they're just going to throw that out of the way because they're going to ban out the Barats. But I don't think the Barats was a huge problem for a Geek Fam, though. They have a lot of crowd control in this game. So I think they kind of want to go for a backline artillery, backline heavy damage dealer in terms of that gold side. They could very well play the Roger in the gold lane, but then again, you need someone with a little bit more fast rotation. Geek Fam thrives on this tempo, and I think they really want to build that up. So last ban over the side of Homeboys. You got the gold lane open. You could ban out the carry. This would open up a lot of opportunities for setups for you. Valentina would be a very good ban as well.
It looks like they're targeting down on the mid lane this time around, and I think that it's a decent idea, but the fact that they're banning Valentina does kind of give us a sense of, hey, we want to go for the Minotaur. We want to have like these big ultimates to play with during our team fights.
Yeah. Or even the Faramis. We could... No, Faramis couldn't happen. Unless, Mal takes the Faramis into the roam. We've seen that a couple times before, but it was a very, very long time before. The Lloyd will get picked up. Oh, man, the Wombo combo. Unga Bunga. from Geek Fam. I'm loving this so much.
I mean,
yin reactions all the way.
Yeah, if you kind of think about it, there's so much of mobility for the side of Geek Fam. Okay, you have the Loyi, and then mobility in terms of able to just walk into someone's house. You have the Ruby, you can do that. You have the okay. You're gonna see even the Grok.
Yeah,
you're gonna see a lot of new heroes here.
Okay, so I think Grok EXP makes sense, and then Carmilla Roam, because then you have a lot more. No, but oh man, wait a second.
Yep.
Carmilla EXP or Grok EXP?
I'm feeling like it's going to be more of a Grok EXP. It could be a Carmilla EXP for all we know. It's tough to say, but let's let Geek Fam kind of predetermine their last pick. Because generally we know that Homebois, they're going to team fight, and if that Cursed Blood attaches at least, I would say, more than 2 people. It's got to get more value than 2. Anything above 2 is definitely profit, cash money. But Geek Fam, they're also careful about this, right? The time.
Yeah, the time. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, because then you just have to lay back and let your front line do everything. You just need to chunk down everything from the back. So that backline initiation would come in the form of Amal and maybe Mal going into a lot of these team fights. But Homebois, they're very smart. They know that they're fighting against a team fight team. They're always going to stick together as 5. That's where Carmilla being picked up was so smart. And that's the Malaysian flavor that I like. Just throwing some little spices here and there, getting a little bit more flavor, which is what we're lacking in Singapore. Looking really good.
Hey man, I don't know about you, but Geek Fam, they've got back shots of their own, right? Kadera is going to be sitting all the way in the back, hopefully to make things happen. But summarize the compositions as we're going to make our way into the land of Dawn, boys. Take it away.
Well, I really love Geek Fam, the fact that they have the Tigra, the fact that they have the Roger. It gives them a lot of opportunity to invade into the jungle of Homebois, and they did that really well in Game 1.
Yeah, diversion is going to be a huge factor for Geek Fam. They really like to play that macro game. It's really going to be interesting to see how that Loyi is going to be played around. A boy is going to be piloting that as well. So again, 3rd game in a row, the Alpha and the Roger starting off in the jungle. Roger, as we know, or Vincent with the Roger is going to be a little bit more faster in that rotation. Definitely going to be singling out the EXP side, but it's going to be a little bit harder because right now it's going to be okay, Grok, Roam, Carmilla, EXP. I don't know how that's going to play out because Carmilla in the Roam might make a little bit more sense because you are able to just stun up. You're getting a lot of that nice little factors. But then again, that crowd control immunity that Grok brings to the table might be vital for Homebois.
And you're also a little bit more tankier with the Grok, right? Especially at the early game. And that's what you want to have at the EXP. You want somebody who's able to sustain at that stage. But I guess the idea here is a little bit different. The fact that we saw Ye3 go straight onto the backline, clears off the minion wave quickly, just so that he does not need to deal with the 1v1 against Gobs.
Oh, Mal singling out Vincent. He's in a spot bottom. There's a 3-on-1. He's able to just jump out of there, but he's going to lose that lizard.
And Homebois, they are learning from Game 1, it seems. They're taking the fight to Vincent, not allowing him to farm. But then again, it is the Roger that we're talking about. He can farm really fast. He moves around the map fast as well. So he should be able to recover from that. And that recovery could start here. The fact that he's going to get the gold crab, the experience crab, and maybe Ye3. But no, he's not interested in Ye3 yet.
No. It's very difficult to take down a Carmilla. I know myself because like she's got a lot of sustain, especially with the first skills. You got that bats to just heal you back up, and every single time you hit a target, it spins faster and faster and faster. The only thing is that I'm really just thinking of is the slow lane clearing that Carmilla provides in the EXP side. But it's a 3 men trying to collapse down onto the EXP. They're trying to get a boy up to level 4 as fast as they can. Try to get the diversion play so that they can set up a nice play with the diversion. So this is going to be interesting.
But look at this. Okay, Baloski is not level 4 yet, so he does not have the implosion though. So he's more of like a tank at this moment. But nice one by Gobs from the backline. And boy secures the first split this time. Mal now has the wild charge in hand.
Oh, nice curse.
But here we go. Wild charge all the way to the backline. That is what Mal is looking for. That is the wild charge that he needs. And Gobs, nowhere to go. It is Udale using the Zaz and bringing it back to Geek Fam.
Oh man, what a play by Ye3. Fighting a 3-man blood pact. Getting it into the wall charge. Everyone's stunned up. Knocked up. There's nothing that Geek Fam can do. But hold on a second. It's not over.
Oh, here we go. Ye3 last hit. Not able to get away from Vincent. Vincent now scoring his first kill in this round. Not as clean as before. He has one death though, but it's still early.
Yeah, Camilla is going to be a huge winning factor for Homebois. Landing down Curse of Blood is going to be so pivotal. Coming into a lot of these team fights that are going to be happening down these neutral objectives. Now, the top lane been pushing down the EXP side. Gob's going to take control of that one. But bottom side, though, down that babysitting, it does look like Homebois a little bit more passive. They don't want to force the situation, waiting until all of them have their ultimates up, all of them have their crucial skills up, waiting for a nice little team fight. So a lot more team fights now than pickoffs.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to babysit Kadira all the way. I mean, he has better value going around the map, trying to get into the jungle on the side of Homebois and try to get an advantage.
Oh,
yeah,
Gobs.
but speaking about advantages, Gobs might be in trouble. I mean, we are talking about 3v1. Gobs, he is tanky enough though, but okay, that's it. Amal will get the kill.
Yeah, it's a very delayed death coming from that top side, but it creates a lot of opportunity for them to try to equalize at least the gold turret down that top side. Geek Fam, looks like the rotations are a little bit stale, a little bit slow coming in, but they're trying their best to defend. But it's a little bit difficult because Homebois, this is their first game in the entire series that they take control of the early game. And they do have that late game priority as well in the form of the Moskov and the Zask. So Geek Fam really has to try to find a way to control the mid side. Zaz has been free roaming as and when. We haven't seen a diversion play from a boy, so this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, but we might see a play here by Geek Fam though on top. But then again, it's not going to be that easy to take down Yetri, so he just needs to walk away. But that's not going to be an objective for Geek Fam for now because all they need to do is to try to zone out the members of Homebois since the turtle is going to come up.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4-on-4. You have Grok marching his way down on that turtle. Beloyski does have the flicker and the ultimate. Waiting for a right time opportunity.
Yep, turtle is pretty low right now. Cool will finally get it. It's going to be Vincent! Stealing the turtle away. And now Vincent needs to try to get away to safety. Last stick of help for Vincent. Udil will try to go in for it, but it's going to be Mao with the wild charge onto the back line to make sure they get the second kill.
Oh, Zask is so annoying. There's nothing that Vincent could do to run away. He goes in for the kill, gets blood packed down to Infinity and Yama. Hold on.
Oh, wait a second. Backup is here, but they're not going to pursue any further. Their skills are probably still on cooldown, that's why.
The Homeboys very disciplined in this game. Game number 3, and Homeboys really finding their rhythm going into this one. And they're not taking all these kills. They don't want to overextend because they learned from the early game down in game 1 and 2. But now it's a lot more of the aggressiveness coming in from Geek Fam. They need to try to push that situation.
Man, okay, here we go. Mal caught out, but then again, that's not the target that they want. Even though they can get the kill out, Mal is like, it's a low value target, so you don't want to go all in on the Mal.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to take any of them down. Oh, Beloyski trap over the wall.
Oh,
wall charge.
Onto Beloyski, but Beloyski again is not the target that they will want. But if they could get it right now with 4, 5 of them from Homebois to make it a quick kill, they'll take it.
A smart move by Udil, placing the Nightmaric spawn in between a boy Kadera and Beloyski, just keeping him at bay, getting the nice little pick off down the bottom side. So Homeboys really showing off this time around.
Yeah, Homeboys 8-2 right now. We're talking about almost a 3k goal lead. I mean, this is a very different Homeboys compared to game number 1. But then again, hold that thought for a second because at the bottom lane, Nets got away to safety. Kadera not so safe instead. Fortune will go down. Oh, Yetri in trouble. But then again, Yetri lost the health. Not able to escape. Aima will get a mega kill. Udil gets a kill on the Aboy as well.
Oh,
3
man.
from Geek Fam down.
The Zask is so annoying. 3 members down from Geek Fam, and it just keeps getting bigger. 3k gold lead for the side of Homeboys. The third turtle of the game is getting spawned up. Does look like Homeboys will be in a better position to contest for this one. You just need to wait for the ultimates to come up. Beloyski is already there along with Gobs.
Beloyski and Gobs. Are they able to steal it away? Okay, Implosion comes in onto the backline, but they manage to only catch one. They could be counting. Gotta be extra careful, but the rest of Geek Fam have a right though. And Beloyski will need to take out this damage for his team.
Oh,
he will be blocked by the barrier, not able to get away to safety, but then again, it's okay. His role is also to allow his teammates to run.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Is the question. that Homebois is constantly asking Baloyski. Not having a good time. 0-4-2 on this Tigreal. He's trying his best, his very best. I know that he wants to go for an implosion play, but the follow-up from Geek Fam is just too slow. And Homebois is slowly but surely just increasing the economy lead. Ah, man, 5k gold lead for Homebois. Udil is scaling up so much now that it's almost impossible for a boy and Kadera to come into the battle. The way that he uses his Nightmare Response to zone the rest of the members out before they go is just so crucial for Homeboys' success in team fights.
Yeah, and the earlier implosion only caught one, so not the best of implosions. Maybe the right timing, maybe not. Ah, man, it's kind of arguable there.
Oh,
but
this is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so Geek Fam, they know that, okay, let's not fight any of these team fights. Let's try to go for that split push, which is basically Homeboys just forgot about macro play. Geek Fam is trying to go for that macro.
And with Homeboys getting control of the jungle at the bottom, this feels like a deja vu of game number 1 where Geek Fam had the same sort of situation as before. So Homeboys having this kind of control, I mean, it does look good for them.
Yep. We've seen this time and time again. Geek Fam just constantly bashing down and chipping down on the side lanes. So Homeboys not really responding as of now. They want to try to force a lot of these team fights. Okay, going for the split macro. Kadera trying to use himself as bait. Okay. Baloyski goes in.
But not the target that they want though. A little bit of a... I'm sure Geek Fam must be kind of disappointed that it's Ma that showed up instead of anyone else.
Yeah, a little bit more impatient. I think if Baloyski was able to just wait just one more second for him to come back in, wasting his first skill and that standing by that wall, that passive, he was able to just push him in. But, man, just unfortunate because Geek Fam is everything down from that macro play to the T. And taking a little itemizations, that's War Axe and Thunderbolt yet again from Vincent. And now I do agree with his build because he's not ahead. He is suffering 1-3-1. He's not having a good time down these neutral objectives. It's very, very difficult for them to find a really nice setup coming in from onto Homeboys. And so he wants to go a little bit more defensive. But then again, how long can you wait? Because Homeboys are just slowly but surely scaling.
And they will secure the next lot for sure. Unchallenged, but maybe Geek Fam might want to try to get something out of this. But Loyski returns back to safety, but straight up onto the back line. It's going to be Vincent with the shutdown. And looks like Nets will get gobs. Vincent gets yet 3. Double kill for Vincent. And Vincent again and again and again. This guy, he's just carrying Geek Fam.
It's just a really front to back. It doesn't get any scrappier than this. Homeboys and Geek Fam just have building a wall in front of them and just fighting alongside that wall. It does look like Ye3 made a very, very nice blood pact onto 4 members, but the follow-up, the damage just wasn't there. I don't know why, but Geek Fam was just sustaining their way all through everything. Even though Udil was able to just do that damage, get out safe, it just wasn't enough. Let's take a look at the damage real quick. It does look like a boy is still top of the charts, and that's where the damage from Geek Fam is coming from. You're just riding on a boy's diversion reactions, or yin-yang reactions, so to speak.
Okay, it's not over yet for Geek Fam though, but here we go. Ma with the ball charge onto Baloyski, but that's not the target that they want, but still does. Wow, where did that come from? Nets still able to get the kill onto Baloyski, and now without Baloyski as their main forefront guy to make the initiation, no implosion. This is go time for Homeboys.
The SOD actually deals a lot of damage coming in from Nets, so slowly but surely the itemization's building up, and that's where I want to see. Radiant Armor already built up by Amal as we speak, but Kadera, that's a power spike, Holy Crystal. So in the midst of fights, Geek Fam will try to utilize Kadera a little bit more, and that's what I want to see in a lot of these scrappy little fights down these neutral objectives. Homeboys, they don't want to push the issue, they don't want to force it. All lanes are being paused up. Geek Fam needs to be able to walk themselves out of that base into an area that they're not comfortable with, but Homeboys, they like to see that.
Look at this. Baloyski trying to open up the space at the bottom just to gather information. If we look at the items though, at this point, Nets, he's pretty stacked up. He has his Trinity items as well, all done and complete. He's ready to engage anytime.
It's a very rich Udil though. He's got the Holy Crystal, Glowing Wand, and the Divine Rapier, just to get a little bit more damage down onto a lot of these team fights. He has shown that he's second on the damage leaderboards, but it's just not enough for a lot of these fights because it's still single target if we play it onto that one. Homebois needs to find a way to try to take out a boy. There's just basically that backline. Udil is going to be that main source of damage.
Looks like Geek Fam, they're trying to trap Homebois, but Homebois not biting it. I mean, the moment they saw that Geek Fam is nowhere on the map, even Homebois, they kind of stop. Until now, they see Baloyski. Okay, Baloyski.
Oh, that's a solo conceal. I think he just wants to repo himself to get ready for that Lord. Now, this is going to be a very, very interesting one because the version is up and available for a boy. I think they want to start this Lord and try to get that push and pull away from Homebois to find that opportunity to fight that back line. Because Nets, how he plays, his pattern is going on to that back. Diversion? Oh, doesn't want to commit.
Okay. No big moves yet with the diversion though. They're still waiting behind. Probably going to play front to back. So far, Gops is the one, and together with Baloyski to gather that information just to see the status of the Lord. But keep your eye onto Vincent though. He's pushing the minion waves on top, clearing it. And who knows, he might again try to take out the backline.
Yeah, but it's like a Hydra Nightmare spawn already destroyed, but he will just pop one right back up. Lord at half.
Okay, 50% of health left for the Lord. Anytime soon, Geek Fam might execute this, but Loisky, he does have the implosion, he does have the flicker though. So Homebois, they have to be extra careful. They cannot group up together. If not, it would be a big, big mistake. But without grouping up together, who will Baloyski target now? Imal? No.
Oh,
yeah,
they get the
no,
reset.
It's pretty big.
Oh, man. Oh, that was so good for Homebois because the lane was pushing down on that long side. So Geek Fam needed to send someone down there to rectify that situation. But Homebois was just standing there a little bit too low. Oh man, Lord gets a half health reset. That's a conceal play from Mao.
Okay, they will go in for it. Udil on the other side though, and looks like they can start off big guns. The barrier is just right behind him, and Aima will secure that Lord. Homebois gets it, unchallenged by Geek Fam. They managed to open up that space, and now it's time for them to back up. But Loisky, wait a second! Oh no, they saw the implosion, and this is time for Homebois to push it back! No implosion! No Baloyski! This is it! They could potentially end this round!
Kadera's the only one left alive. Can he defend? There was a huge, huge Yen 3 blood pact over the side of Geek Fam. Trapping 4 is just immediate decimation. Kadera, nothing can do!
Kadera? No! Godlike! Wipeout! And it is Homebois, ladies and gentlemen! The new rebranded lineup with 3 new players doing it against Geek Fam Indonesia.
Everyone counted them out, but they're like, no, I don't conform to whatever you're saying. I'm gonna write my own history. They take down Geek Fam 2-1. Man, that was a very, very big win for Homebois. The rest of the games they're gonna be playing today is gonna be an easy ride. Let's bring back Gideon onto the desk to see what his opinions are on this game.
Hey man, looks like the tides of destinies are changing in favor of Homebois this time. I mean, our one-trick opponent, Mr. Udil, decided, hey, this time I'm sick of the Zaz. I'll show you how it's really done.
Yeah, he really showed how to play Zaz. The way that he uses that Nightmaric spawn to the best of his abilities, just to zone the damage dealers out of the way to trap Baloyski, and they know that Baloyski is one of the links that they need to break before going into the fights.
Well, with that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to our winner's interview here with Rose. Rose, please take it away.
Congratulations. Ooh, honestly, watching that game 1, I was very nervous. I'm like, do they have this in the bag? But yes, they did. So first, how are you feeling securing your first win in Snapdragon Pro Series against Geek Fam ID?
Feeling good and grateful.
Okay, just now they were saying that they think they will win this. Geek Fam, Baloyski. So in the pre-show interview, they said that they felt like they would get this in the bag because they think that their new lineup is stronger than Homebois because you guys, got in 3 new players. Let's talk about the 3 new players. How did you guys manage to build the connection in such a short period of time?
Aku rasa sebab coach dan aku rasa yang paling besar adalah their hard work. Since they put dedication, put their masa di training, dorang sacrifice banyak hal. So shout out untuk para teammatesku, kalian
All right. Okay, so Udil said that he wants to give credits to their coach and as well as to their new team or to their new 3 players in the team because they put in a lot of time and they sacrificed a lot in order to make this work because when they got back from MSC, this is a completely new roster from their roster in MSC and I gotta give it to you guys. Okay, question. I know you're not the coach, but why Carmilla XP? That's very different. I was expecting a Grok XP because that's what we usually see in MPLMY. So why the Carmilla?
The idea comes from EA3. So shout out to him because itu pemikiran-pemikiran yang mestinya datang dari experience. Jadi ya kalau misalkan nak tanya lebih lanjut, tanya aja dengan EA3.
I see. Okay, so he said that this idea actually came from Ye3 himself. So was he like, Coach, give me Carmilla XP, I'm gonna make it work, that kind of thing?
If I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Wow, okay. I actually really like that. Now, speaking about your new coach, before we throw it over back to the casters, I just want to ask, how is it like with your new head coach? How is he drafting? Like, is it good? Are you comfortable with the heroes he's giving you?
Tengok muka saya, guys. Muka saya mengatakan segalanya. Yeah, I'm so happy and grateful.
He said that the answers lies within his face. He is happy. He is grateful that the coach is giving him a lot of his comfy picks. And with that, let's show it back to the casters to dissect what happened in this best of 3 series. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Rose. Thanks, Udil, our MVP of the match. Look at him, playing on the Zosk. 2 games playing against the Zosk on a Xavier, and he's like, nah, no more. None of this nonsense. I'll show you how to truly play Zosk.
Oh, yeah. Man. I mean, if you... okay, the last moment, I really want to point this out, right? Yeah, cool, Udil, throughout the entire game, we saw no deaths onto him, but that last moment, Baloyski actually fumbled it with the implosion. He caught no one there, and Homebois just took advantage of it, running down the entire Geek fam and just ending the game.
Yeah, it was just a very, very crucial blood pack. And the fact that Ye3 was actually the mastermind behind the Carmilla EXP was just... I'm just really, really grateful that they came up with this interesting new lineup because it effectively turns all these single target damage heroes like the Zosk that Udo is just playing and showing us how to play into a AoE heavy hitting damage hero. It's just really, really impressive.
Yeah, I think on a micro level as well, against someone like a Ruby, you know that the lane is pretty much going to get sandbagged. So
That's
it's like,
right.
I'll give you lane prio, I'll let my team do the rest, especially since Mal is on that Grok. He can fight for that vision, and more importantly, Ye3, if he comes in late, he's got Udil on Zosk to slow things down, and that's when he shows up and it's like, it's time. How many people can I catch in the net?
Dude, this is I believe that moment, right? Yes, this is that moment that we can see on screen. Baloyski just fumbled the red tree, and you see the reaction from the players. The moment they saw the implosion, that's it.
Yeah, it's just effectively turning an Alpha's passive, like adding true damage from one hero into every hero. And you have additional 50% damage, split damage amongst every single one. So Homebois, once they land, or they're banking a little bit too much on the blood pact, but you know, it worked out in their favor. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Homebois really showed us that they broke more than just a few eggs.
True,
they broke an ostrich egg.
Yeah, they're breaking the ostrich egg, man. And it's really difficult for Geek Fam to play. And I think, you know, this adjustment in the draft with Mao on that Grok, let's omit Carmilla for now. The fact that Mao playing this Grok, allowing to open up vision, but most importantly, doesn't allow himself to get punished by Baloyski. Anti-CC is such a powerful tool, especially when you're dealing with both Gobs on the Ruby, looking for that one sick I'm offended, and the same can be said about Baloyski with the implosion.
Right, you have 2 university teachers here, instructors here. Right? So I'm going to go the psychology of things, right? Looking at the stats here.
All right,
Look at this, right? Okay, Baloyski 063. And in the previous game when he played Edith, it wasn't the best of stats as well when it comes to KDA. So it could have affected him from that previous round, brought to this round, even though he got his comfort pick again, which is a Tigreal, but he never truly recovered from maybe the scars of the Edith game.
Ooh, I suppose maybe the scars of the Edith game was probably still lingering, but at the same time, it's not like he had an optimal pick on the Homeboy side. Like, who do you really catch other than Nets? And even Nets himself has like counterplay towards him.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of attempts crucial attempts down the goat side, but they just couldn't convert him into a kill. He just knows the game too much. He knows the how Geek Fam is going to be rotating about. Once you see Baloyski, best be sure he's going to be in your face. In the second, you're in the air. So that's how Nets was playing in the entirety of that game. Very, very passive. Just waiting for that late game or even the mid game power spike where Camilla really comes into the battle. It was a very, very risky move, I must say, because they opened up the long lane for a lot of these team fights, waiting for Vincent just chunk down on the T1s and T2s, but they weren't affected because they know it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, and I find Yetri on the XP lane, I knew we went like, what? Really? Couldn't admit the grab, but the theory for the XP lane is that you're able to sustain on your own and also you're able to pull ideally some heroes to you and yet you still survive. And when we look at the damage taken by Yetri in this round, he managed to do just that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're looking at the graph here. By third minute, that one interaction already set them skyrocketing in terms of EXP. And I think it's really difficult to actually pull back that lead, especially against an alpha nonetheless. They unlocked a lot of their heroes pretty early on, getting a decent amount of tier 1s off of that. And then by 10 minutes already, you can just see that, like, at this point in the game, it's pretty much done for unless Geek Fam finds a super play of their own to maybe bounce back from tempo.
I was trying to think, where does the dip come from? I think that was the that last fight where they lost 3 members and the Geek Fam actually overturned the situation, just dipped all the way back, but they were still way up top because as long as they come back, they fight a neutral objective, pull everyone in. Once you land one very, very crucial blood pact, is all over. It's all over.
It's all over every single time. I mean, these strong AoEs overall. I just like the pacing of their composition. You know, the composition has ways to kind of buy some extra time for the team. And honestly, Udil can, if he really wanted to buy time, could have walked up aggressively and then quickly hopped on in into the Dominator mode in the spawn. I think overall, the landscape is kind of changing at this point. I thought people might have cracked the meta already by MSC side, but we're still seeing some pretty cool and interesting picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Zaz, the Camilla, this is going to be definitely, if you open your ranking after this, you're going to see more Zaz gameplays. I mean, honestly, recently I've been playing my rankings and I've been seeing people picking Zaz, and with this sort of gameplay, we're going to see a lot more.
Look, I know you both are lecturers, but please, we don't need to indoctrinate the masses with the Zaz tech just yet. But keep in mind, Stream A schedule, that's only our very first best of 3, and Homebois take it away 2-1. Our upcoming game is going to be Fnatic Onic up against Rebellion Esports. Now, for Rebellion fans, they got a little bit of rebellion with Vincent in Geek Fam, but now they've kind of changed up that roster. But let's not forget about Stream B as well, because this does mean that later down the line, we will be expecting Rebellion to play again at the very last game of Stream B, and Geek Fam will have to go up against RSGPH. Not exactly a difficult, well, wouldn't be the easiest competitor.
Yeah, I'm really looking at Yudu Red Giants. That game in Stream B looks really, really good.
Hey man, we thought
now
we're Stream A. I gotta stay committed to Stream A.
Look at this.
Stream A.
Every other stream is a 2-0. We're a 2-1.
Yeah.
Hey, just saying. Right?
Yeah, which stream has the best set?
First, let's talk about Stream C, because again, they've got a lot of banger games on their side, right? They've got a lot of the heavy hitters, and some may say that they've got all the banger games of today, with the majority of them being the Group B powerhouses here. They've already concluded the very first one, but they still have 3 more before the end of the day. I mean, yes, our backdrop is the greatest of all time, naturally, but I was expecting to see today to be more of a, you know, a quick stop. Maybe that might be the case for the upcoming games, but the fact that this went 2-1 does kind of set the tone that everybody has something new in their back pocket.
Well, they may have banger games, but they don't have upsets.
True.
Just saying.
True.
I think we're just activating Caster Curse when we were like told for our predictions. Everyone was just choosing Geek Fam all the way, and Homebois really showed us that they unleashed the beast. It was right here.
Yeah,
it was.
86% voted for Geek Fam in that match. So I'm just throwing it out there. You guys play a part of this as much as we do here. Now, for our upcoming match, it's going to be Fnatic Onic up against Rebellion Esports. Keep that in mind, because boys, some thoughts on this, because as much as I want to say this is heavily in Fnatic Onic's, you know, ballpark, this should be an easy sweep for them. After seeing that previous series, like, I don't know. Hands up in the air. Please, officer.
Okay, I'll be the devil's advocate here, right? So, Fnatic Onic, they're invited here. but for Rebellion, they fought their way here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have slayed Goliaths to be here today. So I'm sure we're going to see something interesting.
I mean, if they're Goliaths or Evil's Holy... I'm not sure
It's like the
Goliaths.
age-old question to like, if you're at the top and whoever's at the bottom, who's hungrier?
Ooh.
For success more.
There you go, there you go.
But I have to say though, this is where Fnatic Onic is trying to prove themselves after MSC because they had a really disappointing run in MSC. We don't want to let that slide, but that is something that you don't want to miss.
Yeah, it's not something you want to miss. We'll talk about it a little bit more right after these messages. We're going to go on a short break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be back right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine? Make no action. Your vibes, lost satisfaction. The baseline, chemical reaction.
Time to wait around. Every time we come around, we don't break, no need a lounge. Get lost out in the world.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a vibe. We a vibe. We a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. 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 You and I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Dynamite, dynamite. And I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. Dynamite, you and I, we a vibe. Yeah, we get the double we got.
Challenge Finals continues today. Day number 1 with Group B's round 1. It's Fnatic Onic from Indonesia up against Rebellion Esports, also from Indonesia. Welcome everybody to the Snapdragon Pro Series, once again brought to you by ESL. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your desk host for today. Plenty of games to still progress throughout the day. This is only our second best of 3 with 2 more happening right after this. But with me today, it's going to be Sir Cloud and as well as Churros at the desk here. Now, after a surprising game number 1, any expectations here for game number 2?
Or anything can happen. Yep, for me, this is David versus Goliath.
I mean, David and Goliath, I want to put that story up, but after Fnoc's performance during MSC, where are we putting them for real, though?
Well, I didn't say who's David and who's Goliath. Just say it. Oh! Just say it, right? Just say it.
Yeah. I gotta say, though, I want to build on to that. Because after MSC, everyone was just, you know, counting Onic out. The prime time was over. Sky Kings, more like Sky Nothings. But, like, I don't know. Anything can happen. Fnatic Onic had a tough time in MSC. They were maybe a little bit too overconfident, maybe going into the group stages. They didn't play at their best. Maybe they had like some personal issues or something. We don't know. But not every day is a Sunday. But today is a Sunday.
True. I do think that it's one of those situations where it's like, you know, maybe it's just not their day during MSC. But for the most part of it, I'm curious to know. Hopefully, we get a little bit of information here. But with that being said, Zipper, let's throw it over to the interview video here. Let's have a talk with the teams.
Nama saya Kars, saya dari tim Rebellion Esports. Di Rebellion Esports ada Swallow, role-nya mid lane dan playmaking lah, dia mainnya playmaking. Terus ada Audi, dia yang biasanya call in-game lah. Terus ada Rio sama Ether, jungler dari Rebellion Esports. Assassin-nya bagus banget. Sama ada Matt, goaltender dari Rebellion Esports. Kita ada ngelawan EVOS ya 2 kali dan menang karena top perform kita juga lah. Kita dapat 1 poin dari Liquid Echo, bisa menang karena emang kita juga balik lagi, kita lagi di top perform kita dan emang kita lagi dapat momentum gamenya aja. Pengen ketemu tim-tim yang juara aja sih, soalnya mereka juga kuat kan dan emang pasti seru sih ketemu mereka. Menurut aku tim yang rankingnya lumayan tinggi di MPL kalah karena banyak ngikut turnamen sebelum SPS dan bisa kebaca gameplay mereka dan juga nggak banyak berubah lah gameplay mereka. Sedangkan di SPS banyak lawan tim luar, mereka mungkin belum tahu gameplay sama hero power musuh lah. EVOS waktu M1 aku nonton mereka keren banget lah, bisa juara. Terus juga aku jadi pengen lah jadi pro player juga, soalnya aku juga suka kan main Mobile Legends. Harapan aku buat SPS ini yang paling pertama lolos grup stage dulu, soalnya banyak tim-tim yang kuat juga kan, jadi kalau udah bisa lolos juga udah bagus banget lah. Buat Rebels, dukung kita di SPS ini, semoga hasilnya baik dan kita bisa juara di SPS kali ini.
Big words coming in from Kars himself from Rebellion Esports. And I have to admit, he's right. He is right on multiple different levels. The fact that they took a game off of a Liquid Echo at the time, the fact that they beat EVOS Holy, they were at their top performance. And the real question is whether or not they can maintain their top performance. Now that they had a little bit of shuffle up, they have 2 additional new players added to the roster. It's Matt and as well as Aether. I mean, we know Matt at the very least, but Aether coming in from their MDL squad.
Yeah, and I like the point where he mentioned about that, other teams play a lot of tournaments before the SPS, but they don't really. So the data points are less on their side.
Yeah, it is a little bit less. But hey, without any introduction here, let's have a quick word with Audi TZ with the help of Kolios. Please, take it away.
And now I'm on the Rebellion's battle station with the Rebels itself. Now, Audi to Z, can you tell me the stories? Because your team is changing 2 main roster, right? For the gold laner and jungler. What is the team condition right now?
Maybe I will say lebih baik.
Better.
Yes. Ketimbang tim sebelumnya.
Why? Can you explain to us why is it better?
God lane nggak cuma bisa Moskov soalnya.
Oh, the God lane can just use Moskov. But Audi, you're gonna face the winner from the last SPS, Fnatic Onic. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Kali ini bakal menang sih kita.
This time, they will win the game. Okay, last time Audi, do you have any message that you want to send to the Rebellions at home right now?
Tetap dukung kami dan ya doain aja lah kami menang.
Okay, best of luck for you guys, and we're gonna go back to the casters. Take it away.
Thanks, Kulios. Thank God he's not just chilling in the oasis. But for the most part of it, I think it's time we get the show on the road. It's going to be the rebelling underdogs versus the Sky Kings. And you heard it from the man himself, Audi TZ. He's not going to let him get away with another championship, another game over them. But with that being said, I know I singled you out the last time, Charles. We're not going to do that again. We're going to reveal our predictions. I want to know why you guys are feeling the way that you do. So let's talk about that. I'm thinking it's too... you mean our collective
prediction. I mean, the stats don't lie, right?
Yeah.
The stats don't lie. I mean, you're talking about MPL ID champion, and also you're going up against another team from Indonesia as well. You would kind of know how to play the Indonesian way.
But, you know, we put 2-1 over the previous game.
That's what
this time around. It might anything can change, but yeah, statistics don't lie. The first place in MPL ID season 13 versus the MPL ID season 13 7th place. By all metrics, Fnatic Onic shouldn't lose. But the question is, how much would they win? That's the question. Like, they really need to be able to hit a landslide victory in order to secure their place. This is their redemption arc. This is their villain arc, or this is their recalibration phase. How are they going to come back into it? So, no change of the roster from Fnatic Onic. Keyboy is still in play. Starting off with the bans.
Yeah, I mean, there were some rumors before this that Albert would have been playing.
We won't say it until it happens.
Okay. But anyway, it's interesting to see that they're going full strength lineup here for Fnatic Onic. They're not going to let anything go. Now, looking at some of the early bans here, we did talk about the inclusion of Zas now, maybe in the current meta from what we see in the previous game, but so far there's no ban on the Zas yet.
Yeah, no bans at all. I mean, the fact that they're banning out the Loi, they're getting rid of Terizlan as well as the Valentina. This feels like standard procedure for a majority of teams playing at the top level. From Rebellion side, we are seeing the Ling as well as the Chip, but I mean, there's one more pick that I'm thinking whether or not it should be banned out. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I feel like the Harith Roger is kind of like a give or take. If one is there, if they ban one, the other is going to get taken away almost instantaneously, right? I mean, it's CW.
You know, Juicen is open. We haven't seen any teams actually prio ban or prio pick that one up. The Arlot is getting banned out. We know Keyboard plays a lean mean Arlot. So first pick going into the hands of Fnatic Onic, they might be able to snap pick at the Roger up is still in play.
Dude, I'm looking at what's open here for CW, right? You got the Harith, you got the Beatrix, you got the Roger, and it's looking very, very dangerous right now for the fact that CW, they can potentially go in for the Roger pick because the Roger pick is still flexible. Even though they might think about getting it for CW first, it could still go for, it could still be moving into a jungle role.
Yeah, I think it'll be totally fine if they do so, but it looks like even Fnatic Onic going to be taking on that Zask juice, joining on to the fandom, of course. This will be interesting to see because as of right now, Zask has had a, well, I wouldn't say the most outstanding performances just yet. I'm not 100% convinced on this pick, but I could be wrong here. Maybe Fnatic Onic have something else to show. Ooh, Fanny and Roger. One fell swoop for Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I've saw like the news reel thing. Rio is now in play in the jungle instead of Aether, which we all thought he would be, up against Kyrie, which is an assassin main. So I want to see an assassin versus assassin. Fanny definitely picked up for Rebellion Esports since it's open, but it gives a lot of opportunity for Onic to counter, or Fnatic Onic to counteract that bit. Maybe even sort of like a lock-up hero, something that would be nice would be maybe, the Ruby was picked up. Fanny flies in, you get the lockup with the second skill, creates a lot of opportunity for Fnatic on it. But, you know, we'll see how Rio plays. Never really seen him perform in an international stage before.
Yeah, especially if he's playing Fanny against, you know, the god himself, Kyrie here.
Yeah.
Ooh, Julian pick. I like this. I like this a lot from the side of Fnatic Onic, especially if you're up against a Fanny. It's great having any means of escape mechanisms, hop over walls, to be able to not give her a clean line with the cables to get on top of you, and most importantly, iframes. Like, who doesn't love iframes?
Yeah. I'm going to be the devil's advocate here, right? So you mentioned about Kyrie and also the Fanny. Well, is this Fanny a force pick? Because if you kind of think about it, right, they picked the Roger first. So when they picked the Roger first, at least they could leave their opponents like wondering, okay, is this going to be a Roger jungle or Roger gold? But the moment they picked the Fanny, there's like, okay, we know who's going to which role. So is this a force pick?
I don't think it's necessarily a force pick. If not, Fnatic Onic probably would have picked it up within the first phase itself, right? So I think, you know, they wanted to keep Kyrie's options open. He doesn't necessarily have... He can play a lot of different assassins. It doesn't necessarily always have to be Fanny, right? So I think it's pretty risky on Rebellion's side to show the Fanny this early on, because down the line, like Juro's mentioned, single target lockdown is going to be very key, and more importantly, the fact that you have Zast, you have means of getting away from the cutthroat at the end of the day.
Well, moving on, we see the Juicin getting picked up by Rebellion. It's the first debut pick of Juicin within our stream, of course. Minotaur, Moskov, definitely Rebellion Esports respecting CW quite a little bit because they don't know what he's going to play. But then again, we don't know a lot of things about this meta. We claim we do, but we don't. The Zaz could very well go into the GOAT lane for all we know. It could be another interesting...
Okay.
I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves, right?
Yeah, I don't know what we're smoking here, but it's not the good stuff, I'll tell you that.
Okay, I'll put it out there. We have seen a Chang'e before.
We have seen a Chang'e, but that's on like some of the best, well, considered to be world champions now, so it's facts. Chang'e is gold lane. There's no arguing that law. But I do agree. I think that the Jushin is in a interesting position here, because again, it's not like we've seen a lot of play with it, and more importantly so, most people say it's pretty busted, but against the Zask matchup, now we have to start thinking whether that Magic Lantern is actually worthwhile. Yes, you can zone people out, but the same can be said about Zask. He may not be able to reposition the Nightmarish spawn as often as the Lantern, but at the very least, it gives you the space you need to farm.
Well, the only fallback for the Juicin is the lane clear. You don't get a lot of lane clear opportunities. You get the Lantern for vision, you get the Lantern for crowd control abilities, especially in team fights, but then Rebellion Zion really needs a frontline. The answer is in that Barats.
So yes, frontline and also somebody who is able to open up fights as well. Of course, with the Dakota's welcome, you can target onto maybe, hopefully even the backline, even carry if he's able to position himself well. If they can stop carry from coming up with a lot of damage from the back, I guess that would be the best case scenario.
I suppose. I guess they just need a tank buster at the end of the day, right? Because, I mean, nobody can really deal with like a hardcore tank, especially if they fully itemize against it. Like, I mean, you could consider Julian, but really, do you want Julian to hit a tank or take out like 2 people in the back line? And most of the time, you're always going to go for the 2. There we go, the Cho! On Key Boy nonetheless.
Yeah, his signature pick. When in doubt, just pick my Cho. Why not use him? There's a lot of things that are going through my head right now. One is the layering of the team fights. How this is going to break down. Like right now, you have Loopy on the Ruby, which I assume is going to be the EXP Ruby, coming into the fray. So you're going to be banking on a lot of early game pickoffs, especially in the mid side. Juicin, as annoying as she is with the lanterns, is going to be very difficult, or she is very, very squishy in the early game. The last pick will be the Vexana. The last pick, maybe... Man, what's open
it's either
right
gold.
now?
I mean, at this point, we're just looking for like a decent roamer, right?
Yeah.
Edith isn't too bad in these types of situations.
Unfortunately, Edith is bad.
Tigreal.
Yeah.
Guess what they need? They need beefy boys down that front line.
Beefy boys.
Yeah, beefy boys, but then again, you're also up against a carry, so that's kind of like, yeah, but you still need a beefy boy nevertheless, right? But maybe the idea is like, we need to find something to try to catch the carry. But carry is also well protected, thanks to Cho, thanks to the Ruby as well.
I mean, you can just play around the Nightmarish spawn if you want to. You get a guaranteed way to like kite backwards unless they're forced to use a battle spell. But with that being said, let's wrap this up here. Let's see the summary of both of these compositions as they start making their way into the land of Dawn.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the first match, best of 3 series between Fnatic, Onic and Rebellion Esports. So Rebellion Esports, they're playing with 3 new players in their lineup. Fnatic, Onic still staying true to their original lineup from the MSC. Let's see if this is truly the redemption arc.
We've seen the competition stare each other down. Don't worry, churros, I've got this one. As we're making our way in to the land of Dawn for the very first time, it's going to be Fnatic Onic up against Rebellion Esports. Fnatic Onic going to be on the blue side, up against Rebellion on the red. Let's see who gets first blood here. And I think that's going to be a very big driving momentum for these assassin-style junglers.
Yeah, so of course, a lot of expectation for Kyrie being one of the top assassin junglers around as well, but it also depends on what sort of a space can his teammates able to open up for him. And look at the moment for Keyboy. He went slightly deep in the middle, taking a lot of damage, down to 50% of health, and that's the idea of him trying to protect the space for Kyrie.
Yeah, I mean, more importantly, even if Keyboy at this point loses his flicker super early on, he's going to be able to like get it back later down the line. It's not like he's going to hit level 4 conveniently as well, right? Just look at Jushin. Look what he's doing. Are you having fun? Oh, early Purify coming out from Saz just because Jushin is Jushin.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really annoying, right? Can you imagine that if you try to chase down Sui Lao, and then it's just like, okay, I'll just lift you up and then I'll just throw you back wherever. So it's really, really annoying, especially when it comes to normal chases. But then again, you have like what? Keyboy who can dash, right? And also Kyrie as well, who can really try to chase him out. So might not have the best of time, but it'll depend on execution. But look at execution in the middle. Sans, well protected still by Keyboy.
Yeah, but I mean, luckily Sans doesn't give first blood away just yet. Rio tried his best, but he definitely, there's definitely a lot more people around Sans, so a very good read from the side of Fnatic Onic. With that being said, right, now that we are seeing, you know, Barat's being thrown more in these past 2 series, being thrown more into the EXP side, especially when you're up against these annoying sandbags, priority comes to mind. And I think, you know, Cars, at the very least, he will be able to keep up in terms of wave clear with Lupti, but now that you're getting the mages into the mix, I'm not sure whether it's going to be as easy.
Yeah, and let's see if it's going to be easy for Fnatic Onic to actually steal this first turtle. Of course, you're going up against a Fanny that can go in and out very, very quickly. So as long as Rio can time the steel cables in, and also the retribution, they could probably easily take this one away.
Well, speaking of which, Keyboy does inevitably walk up just to see where Rio is. They spots him out by that purple side, but doesn't use any of his battle spells. I mean, it's not like he had him, but more so his kick. But you can see both teams, they don't really want to start this turtle first.
Oh, man. And I wonder why, though. Okay, of course, one explanation is that they're all waiting for their junglers to be in the right position. And now they are. We can expect to see something happening soon.
I mean, Kyrie is already a level up on Rio, right? Like, he's got a decent EXP lead.
Oh, here we go. Got him on the cars, but then he's the beefy boy, and that's not the target that they want. Looks like Keyboy tries to go in for the backline, and now the Dakota's welcome will stop him from coming through. But Keyboy, 50% of health down, not going to be a big issue for him. Keyboy can still engage if he wants to. Lutpi, also 50% of health. He is at level 4 though, so there you go. That is the pickup that they're looking for. First one onto Alt Easy.
Yep, in the earlier stages of the game, as much as Suelo wants to make a play here, it's a little tough to do so. He doesn't have the raw damage just yet, but that poke is so good. He's running out of mana though, and I think that's something he's got to continuously juggle throughout this game. Really good play coming in from Fnatic Onic, right? Really taking their time, making sure that Cars gets punished accordingly, making sure that he's going to have to forcefully recall, lose his stacks, and now you've established lane dominance despite Lupti missing out on his flicker.
Yeah, and speaking about lane dominance, right? So having a carry on your side is to allow that space for carry to farm and play during the late game, because carry needs time to be up there, to scale up to a point that he's able to deal up the damage towards that point. And so far, Rebellion Esports, they are not really putting the pressure on the carry.
Yeah, I think that Matt definitely... I was thinking whether or not it would have been a better option to go for Warcry, just so you have a little bit more damage in your lane. Landing 3 shots isn't too difficult, whether it's a skill shot or even an auto attack here, especially when you're up against a carry. You need to win hard, and the fact that CW has already got a pretty decent freeze towards his side, he's going to crash this and then start making a move. It could be setting up for a potential dive with Kyrie, but for the most part, look at this.
And speaking about dive, okay, Keyboy calculating his moves. They really want to make sure that, okay, Ortiz is not there yet, so they're taking their time. They know they're not in a hurry, and the moment they saw Ortiz, is like, okay, we're going to let this one go.
Yeah, I think it's better to do so because Ortiz, he's great.
Oh, here we go, on the middle. Look who got caught. It's going to be Rio. Not able to fly away with the steel cables. Man, that is Keyboard that we're talking about. The moment it kicks you back, that's it.
Yep, and even the audience have to agree. 90% think that Fnatic Onic are going to be the ones to close out this game. And with the pressure as well as the wave clear management coming in from Fnatic Onic, look at the pressure that they're getting, right? They got half gold plating down onto Chewe, CW on the bottom side. They basically chomped down 65% of the HP of the top tier 1. So really, it's Rebellion Esports looking to catch up to the tempo of Fnatic.
I mean, it's going to be even harder for them to catch up. The fact that Fnatic Onic have control of the turtle, and they're definitely going to secure this. I doubt Karch is going to go in, so that is turtle to Fnatic Onic.
Yep. They've got Keyboy constantly just, well, I wouldn't even say body blocking, but man-to-man defense against Rio. Wherever Rio goes, you're expected to see Keyboy scout for him.
Well, the moment you mentioned about Keyboy, he went all in, found his target, and it's going to be CW to secure that kill. Whether you attack, it doesn't matter. Keyboy sees you, you go down.
He's good. He's just too good. And again, great targeting, right? Focusing down AudiTZ. If Fnatic Onic even gave AudiTZ a frame to flicker into them implosion, that could have been a disaster. But Fnatic Onic are feeling good today, right? Want to make up for all the lost time they had in Riyadh.
Oh man, yes, that's so far so good. So far so good. We're not going to jinx it yet. It's only 6 minutes into the game, so far so alright.
Yep.
But okay, Rebellion Esports, what will it take for them to try to make this balance for them?
Well, I think number one, they gotta start unlocking their members out of their lanes, right? Cars, he's a little late to the majority of these. Oh, hold on.
Okay, probably somebody got caught there. Okay, here we go. Coming in, AudiTZ will be the one to get the kill on the keyboard, but from the back, Matt will need to run away to safety. Sans will take out Rio instead. A little bit of a trade there to make sure that Matt stays alive, and that is something that they need to continue to do.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rebellion Esports, they're not exactly a composition. They're not exactly a composition that can easily take space away from their opponents, right? They can kind of like wrestle for that space, but unless they commit some really big spells, I think Rebellion Esports don't mind playing on the back foot. They're waiting for Suelo to get some utility items, and Ice Queen's Wand will be good at some point of time just to slow down the aggression from Fnatic Onic, assuming that Rio gets his purple.
Oh, but as usual, Keyboard will get his target. It doesn't matter whether you're a tank, Cars will be the next one to fall. Sans will be the one to secure that kill. And they're looking for one right now. Oh, Ortiz. Where is he going to go right here? Rio tries to get the skill cables in, but then again, not enough damage. He knows that he cannot tank it out as well. He has to let this one go. 2 from side of Rebellion Esports fell to the hands of Fnatic Onic.
Good stuff coming in from Lukti. Sees the angle. They're like, you think you're going to run away from this? Hell no. He doesn't flicker backwards, of course, but it does buy a lot of space for Fnatic Onic to start running over their opponents. And I think that as long as Fnatic Onic are continuously aggressive with their motions, as long as they are for majority of the time, I would say 8 out of 10 times, they're going to win the interaction as long as they make their first move on a priority target. And those targets are the big initiators, the big, thick boys. I mean, if you're lucky to get the backliner, sure, I'll take it as well.
Yeah, and they're going to take the Lord as well in their hands. And you got to think about it, right? For CW, he moved from the bottom lane to the top lane. He was hardly challenged by anyone. So the last time we saw the stats, his farm was at least 2k gold ahead of anyone else.
Yeah, including Matt as well. So not only did Matt not win out his lane, CW gets to walk all over him for the time being, right? Let's look at the items. Maybe we can get a bit bigger picture here. And yes, we do see that, wow, he is really 2,000 gold ahead. 2,000 gold ahead of Matt. And Matt is the highest earner currently on Rebellion Esports. Not a good look for now.
Well, might not be looking good right now for Rebellion Esports as they will lose their inner turret on the middle. And at the same time, the Lord is pushing at the top, so I mean, Rebellion Esports right now, it's going to be really hard for them to even come out.
Yeah, worse yet, the Lord is about to be knocking on the last T2 that Rebellion Esports have. Yeah, they're forced back into their base. They're stuck just being in this awkward position back inside their inhibitors. And the worst part about this is that Zask is really good at sieging.
Oh, Gars is in trouble. They will initiate on the Gars, and CW is going to be the one to get that one kill. Definitely the tank shredder. That is the one. That is that hero that is playing its role. And at the same time, they will get the turret. They will make a cleanup at the top.
Yep, and they just walk away. They're like, we don't need to fight anymore. You can have the Lord. It's done what we need. We're setting up for checkmate angle. 32k to 24. Currently, it is only 8,000 gold differential for Fnatic Onic. But if they get one more inhibitor here, that should push them close to the 10k mark.
Well, looks like they will get it. Rebellion Esports finding it hard to challenge. RDTZ, he does have the implosion though. Right now, he will try to go away, but Cast goes down the moment he uses it. Dakota welcome. Ludwig will be the next one to fall thanks to Suelo. One each for each side. But then again, for Rebellion Esports, they lost the inhibitor turret, so it's a bit of an advantage to Fnatic Onic.
No, but they're not done just yet. Rio can quickly use those steel cables to get in and out of fights, but it's scary when Keyboy still has the way of the dragon. He does not want to fall just yet. It may be an 8-3 score, but there is still pride left in the Rebellion Esports lineup. With no inhibitors left, this is a perfect checkmate angle set up by Fnatic Onic. It's going to be really difficult for Rebellion Esports to even walk out of their base, let alone contest for the Lord.
And you know it's scary when Keyboy starts recalling in front of you. That is emotional damage to Rebellion Esports. Try to bait them out, but of course they're not biting it yet still. I mean, I wonder how they're going to come back from this.
I don't know. It's starting to look like Rebellion just has to bend over and just let it happen, you know? Like Fnatic Onic at this point of time, they can do whatever they want. There is no counterplay when they are this far ahead. CW is not going to be unless CW really throws himself out of position, like absorbs like a full Lantern stacks coming in from Suelo and gets like chokeslam behind his team. It's make-believe situations, but like it's the only way to show you that that's the only way that Rebellion Esports can win.
Yeah, I saw what you did there, Gideon, but I'll let that one go for now.
Hey, don't worry, don't worry.
But anyway, speaking of letting go, Fnatic Onic is not going to let go of the Lord. Now, this has been gameplay by them unless they can get a good pick up here. But Keyboy, maybe not.
Okay, interesting motions coming in from Rebellion Esports. Didn't want to capitalize or force out any battle spells or maybe even the ult coming in from Keyboy. That being said, the Lord should be spawning soon. At the 14th second is when we should see it pop out. And Rebellion Esports, this is tough. 10k gold lead for the side of Fnatic Onic. Well, essentially a 10k gold lead. They need a play to happen, and I think AudiTZ needs to catch both Sans, Kyrie, and CW somehow.
That's a big ass.
It really is, because Sans has like he has his ultimate majority of the time. CW never sticks too close to Kyrie. He's closer to Lupti most of the time.
I know, it's so big of an ass, it's like asking Churros to dance. But right now, Lord is in. This is the moment their cars flickers away, but not able to get away to safety. Kyrie would want to take him down. And now it's going to be quite a mess here. Tries to go in for the backline, but Rebellion Esports not able to get anything out of this. And big dominance here for Fnatic Onic as they secure game number 1.
That just started to look like power overwhelming for Fnatic Onic, taking this game 1-0 against Rebellion Esports. The series is not done yet, but let's once again invite back Churros. What did you think about that game? How did it go for you?
Man, where do I start? It's a very dominating performance by Fnatic Onic. At the start of the game, I thought it was a battle of zone control. We have the Zaz versus the Jusin lineup, which was okay. Maybe Jusin was able to open up that map, try to pull someone out of position, but Cho was actually the one that initiated that entire intel or created that space for the entirety of Fnatic to get that farm and get that single out kill and opportunities. So that was just very, very crucial for the entirety of Fnatic. And yes, even though Sans was able to use the Nightmaric spawns to the entirety of the advantage, getting those kills, Keyboy was the main key player in setting up for those kills. They don't go for more. They take down one and they ditch.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I mean, he was the one to disposition the opponents, and it doesn't really matter whether you're a tank. Doesn't really matter whether you're a Tigre. Normally, like, okay, you would want to calculate like, okay, that's a Tigre. I'm not going to go in for the kick. No. But to Keyboy, it's like, nah, I just do it because he knows his teammates will be able to follow up.
I mean, there's a couple of things, right? Especially in the earlier stages of the game, the fact that he was kicking big tanks, despite CW not being at his like critical mass just yet. He didn't even finish the Trinity build majority of the time. He's solely depending on two other people, and that is Kyrie and as well as Sans to just shred down a single target, which is great because, again, most people don't itemize against magic damage in the earlier stages of the game.
Well, that's the beauty of the Zask, right? All you need is honestly the glowing wand, then your damage really just comes through because of the laser, the new update. I wouldn't say it's a buff or a adjustment. Okay, maybe it's more of an adjustment with the Zask, but it creates so much opportunity for that slows, for the heal denial that comes in from that Zask alone, and creating that second life. I see a couple of times where Rio was coming in, he focuses on Sans, pops that ultimate and keeps him safe. So that's sort of like a Walmart kind of Argus ultimate, so to speak. But what I want to point out, since we're on the itemizations page, is that CW threw everything on the Thunderbelt first.
Yes.
This is really high insurance coming out from CW because he knows that he wants to slow some one person down. They're playing that pickoff strategy where the Thunderbelt really comes in handy for the carry, and no matter when he gets his Holy Trinity, that's where the additional slows, the additional utility comes in from the marksman alone. So it turns carry into sort of like a really, really tough MM to break down.
That, as well as also it's a key component to actually have a winning matchup against the Roger, right?
Yeah.
From what used to be like, oh, it's heavily in Roger's favor, as soon as you get the Thunderbelt, then things start to shift in your favor and it becomes more of a skill matchup and who can trigger the Thunderbelt more often to chase down your opponents. But at the end of the day, right, it really just boils down to the fact that Fnatic Onic are just winning out in more situations than Rebellion Esports. And I think that Rio, unfortunately, could not find those like crucial kills.
And it's for good reason. For an assassin versus an assassin lineup, you don't really hyper-focus on the neutral objectives like the turtles or the lords. You focus more on your small-scale neutral objectives like your purple buffs, and it's very easy to read Rebellion. I don't know if it's a draft issue, but since you picked up that Fanny on the prior first pick, it's very easy to read, like, okay, purple buff spawned up, that is where Fanny will be. And Keyboy understands this so well that whenever Rio tries to attempt to go for the purple buff, that's where Keyboy is. And it's so difficult for Rio to actually get that scaling, get that purple buff, for him to actually capitalize on a lot of the damage that he's built over his itemizations.
Yeah, let's also not forget about the certain micros that are happening in the game, right? The fact that they delayed that initial first turtle, got cars moving first out of his lane, allowing Lukti to catch the second wave a lot faster and clearing it faster, so he shows up in the fight at 0 loss of gold and EXP. So stuff like that is what makes Fnatic really scary to deal with, right? That's how they start taking inches and turning it into miles.
You know, that's just one example. Another example would be Kyrie understands that, okay, Fanny is coming in, he needs to protect CW. He gets ready his enhanced chain so that when he sees the steel cables, he pops it right on that spot to just knock that Fanny up and lock him down. So, you know.
There was also that was the protection from Sans that happened like pre-4 minutes. Am I correct? Yes. Yeah. We don't see it here on the graph itself, but we can definitely see where the EXP lead starts to bump up. So that's the expectation. But then it just keeps on going up. It's a steady climb for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, and you did mention about Sans as well. You again using the Zas, being the man to be the MVP for this round. Congratulations to him, 506 KDA with 100% kill participation. I mean, he's everywhere across the map, and again, it's just showing like this could be the era of Zas.
One thing that I really appreciate about Sans is that he manages his mana very, very well. Every single time he goes for any other mages like the Yve, I always see that he goes for defensive boots like the tough boots or the warrior boots just to get a little bit of lane priority, especially when you're sitting on your lane. You need to be able to tank some damage or soak some damage up to be able to clear it, get that lane priority, and then start to rotate.
I mean, if he wants to continue to do moves like that, I think, you know, the picks that we're seeing here from the side of Fnatic Onic is all telegraphed because of, hey, Fanny showed up within first rotation on the first phase of the picks and bans. Maybe that's something that Rebellion Esports could adjust. I don't know. That's my opinion. What about you, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, I'm looking at the CW on this replay as well. This was towards the end where he's already stacked up in terms of items, and even when we saw like the final goal gap, he was like, what, at 12k? and his opponent or DZ, he was like about 8k, so it's about 4k difference, and we can see the amount of damage that he's able to deal towards the end. Plus, naturally, a carry is a tank shredder, so even the Para stood no chance.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's the beauty of their draft, right? Now that once the carry comes up online, then it's like, all right, you can kick literally anybody. If you kick an initiator, I'll melt them down anyways, and that's way more valuable than hitting a backliner because they don't have any peel no more.
I just want to point out that it was the entirety of Fnatic Onic that created that space for carry. No one was touching her the entirety of that game, and not even a Fanny could reach into carry. And once that defense starts building up, is where CW comes in and just clears out the rest. So it was very, very crucial for Fnatic Onic. On the side of Rebellion, though, I think it was a breakdown between ODTZ and the rest of the team. There were a couple of situations where he comes in a little bit too far off from the back line, tries to get a nice implosion. He did once or twice, but there was just no follow-up. Not only that, there was just no damage. Just a draft problem. You putting all your eggs into one Fanny, it just doesn't really happen. I'm talking a lot about eggs this time around, huh?
Yeah, it's coming to it. But I appreciate the analysis, Churros, as well as you, Sir Cloud. With that being said, there's still one more game to be had. It's match point currently for Fnatic Onic. Can they close this out, or is it going to go to an equalizer of 1-1 with the help of Rebellion Esports? We'll catch right back to that match right after these messages. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden. got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless.
Can Rebellion Esports do this? Currently match point for Fnatic Onic, 1-0 against Rebellion. There needs to be adjustments that need to be made in this game if they want to stand a chance, because right now, Fnatic looking like the more dominant force.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rebellion stood no chance in that previous round, and one of the factors is that from the start, you had Keyboard really pressing through, and even if you want to leave it to the late game, CW, he was not challenged at all, so his farm was like way ahead, and he could easily shred anyone from the side of Rebellion.
Yeah, if I was a coach from Rebellion Esports, I'm thinking like, what should I do? I need to identify the win condition, but it's so difficult because every single one of the players, they understand their job so well and they do it to the T. Do I target Keyboard, take him out of the draft, ban out all his hero pool, or do I ban out Sands? Because I know that he's going to be a strong playmaker, especially in the early game, causing Kyrie to scale up just exponentially. And we won't have to wait any longer. We're just going to be jumping onto the draft, starting off with a first ban onto Loi by Fnatic.
Yeah, I think that getting rid of the atypical is going to be good. Rebellion Esports getting rid of the chip. I think that Rebellion might even want to consider getting rid of that Zas, because there's a couple of issues that you have to deal with. Number one is that now you don't have a squishy mid laner that you can basically like forcefully eat up as an assassin, right? So I think that's something they want to consider if they are going to pick up, assuming that Rebellion Esports wants to pick up an assassin again.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? So statistic-wise today, we have seen 2 MVPs for a Zas user today. So I think it's about high time that they probably want to consider to ban that out. And now that Fnatic Onic, they have the first pick in this round, maybe they might want to do that. Pick up the Zas before it is actually taken away by Rebellion Esports.
It's very interesting because they are first pick yet again. That they shouldn't change a lot of their ingredients to their lineup. They could very well go for a very good zone potential down the mid side. And it's all down to zone potential right now, unless they want to try to change things or switch things up a little bit. Valentina gets banned out. I think Ling would be a very good ban coming in from Rebellion Esports. If memory serves me right, was the Arlot that was banned out in this phase. They might consider doing that again. But this time, don't prio the Fanny. I think it didn't work out in the first game, or don't prio a lot of the assassins. Try to figure out what your opponent wants to build, what your opponent wants to go for, and understanding Fnatic Onic, they want a mix of pick-off and team fight, and that's their strengths. They're versatile, they are very adaptable to a lot of situations.
Yeah, and I think that, especially when you're on the red side, you don't need to reveal the assassin that early on, right? You don't need to do these things. But we'll see first, because this could be the Arla ban, similar to game number 1, or they could just get rid of the Zask here and now and say, you know what, you can take the Arla. If not, we're going to take the Arla. Ah, there we go! Zask ban!
Huge respect over from the Zask, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that has to happen, right? I mean, at this point, the stats don't lie, right? Zask is, if you're not able to take it for yourself, you probably want to ban it out. But that also means that other heroes are up in the air as well. The Beatrix is up, the Harriet is up, the Roger is up. And
it's actually stolen from the previous draft. It's so cute
it's that
the little thing.
Yep. Just making it real. Oh, they've got the full model already.
Beautiful.
Nicely done by Prod here by ESL. Hey man, let's not get into that, because again, they've got that cosplay video. They got money shot in that one.
I like to see you cosplay though. But they go for the Fanny again.
Fanny again. Okay, sure.
I mean,
sure, whatever. Like they're confident that Rio this time is going to be able to find these kills, right? Because now at least you have a squishy mid laner that you can potentially punish later down the line, but it doesn't mean that there isn't counterplay. Let's see, the second pick they're going to follow it up with is the Ruby. Again,
so
great.
Roger over CW. Roger for Cherry.
Could be. I'm seeing the Edith already getting locked in for the side of Fnatic. Onic, it looks like this could be either going to Lupti or even Kiboy. The Julian once again. Julian, a pretty decent matchup against the Fanny. Has ways to knock her up, has ways to escape from her initial damage as well. I think that the lineup for Fnatic is looking okay, but we need to see the completion of this first phase by Rebellion.
Yeah, and the Ruby was a foreseeable pick as well because you don't want to leave it open. It's a direct counter to the Fanny, able to pull her back. But again, the ones that we talk about that is still open, the Harriet, the Beatrix, even the Cho is still open. I mean, there's still a lot of good picks here for Fnatic on it. If they can pick up the Cho, it could probably be the same case. You can still try to pick up the Fanny very, very early on just to try to annoy her. Even though you don't get the kill onto the Fanny, you're able to like slow down the farm of the Fanny. That's good enough.
I mean, sure, but then they've already got the Ruby, right? Which does well into both Fanny as well as anybody who wants to kind of get up close and personal. Melee heroes struggle to get around the Ruby a majority of the time. We do see a lock-in here for the Claude, which does give us an indicator of what could be banned down the line in the second phase.
Yeah, a lot of lockdowns though, but the Edith is sort of like the answer for targeting that Fanny, especially since you want to take down that jungle, try to force Rebellion into an uncomfortable position to just protect that purple buff away from the Fanny. So this case, I think Rebellion definitely needs to ban out the Roger, give Claude a very easy time down the gold side. I think that's pretty much a very comfortable thing that they can do, but also they need to be able to juggle the EXP side. Maybe picking up the Yuzhong for themselves. That could be very, very crucial for them. Jumping straight to the back line, we see that Paquito would be another option for themselves as well, but yeah, it's still a lot of questions right here around my head.
Yeah, I agree. I think that backline, jumping into the backline is one thing, but I think it needs to be more damage-oriented, right? That's why we are seeing that Rebellion Esports are like, okay, we're also worried about that because inevitably this Ruby has a completely separate job. It's not just for peel. We're also looking for picks to open up pathways for this Fanny to get on into these fights. And Claude is expected to be independent, right? So I'm thinking along the lines of Benedetta. I was going to say Paquito as well, but it's already banned out for the side of Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, I'm also thinking around the lines of maybe the Valentina for
Valentina's banned out.
Valentina is banned out as well. Yeah, so they had it figured out. Oh man.
For a long-range artillery mage or a zone control mage like a Juicin utility mage, you could very well go back to Novaria or the Farsa if you want additional damage. I think that was what Rebellion Esports was lacking. You try to chunk them down bit by bit and then let Rio swoop in and just clear everyone out. I think that would be a very good play for Rebellion right here. But the Arlot getting banned out last. The Masha though, I'm quite curious about the Masha. How would it work in this situation? Because like the main target would be, okay, maybe you take out the Claude, but I don't know what the follow-up is for Rebellion.
Well, I think that the follow-up, I think the follow-up for Rebellion at this point is that they just don't want Matt to have a rough time, right? If any one of these heroes showed up, Masha, the Paquito, just shows up in one of these bushes without him face-checking it with a BMI, he's basically dead at that point, right? So getting rid of them is totally fine. Against things like Benedetta, against things like Yuzhong, you have means of counterplay thanks to that BMI, but against these two particularly, there's just too much burst to deal with. So they get the Grok to open up that, interesting. So that means the Ruby is going to go into the EXP lane. They want the Grok to help with wave clear and to open up the map a little bit more.
Yeah, makes sense because they have a lot of backline access. They just need a frontline wall just to soak up a lot of the ultimates and the damage that comes through before Rio and Matt actually makes their move.
Yeah, and the idea as well is also to protect the jungle because the last time we saw it is a Keyboy who really tried to make that very, very early jungle invasion. So you want to try to stop that from happening, especially with the potential of the purple buff being stolen away, and that is of course very crucial for the Fanny.
Interesting. It looks like we're seeing a bit of a pivot coming in from Fnatic Onic, because now they're going to be pairing up this Minotaur as well. There's so much CC on the side of Fnatic Onic. The major damage is going to be coming out from Chewe, CW, as well as Sans plus Kyrie, the main damage dealers of this team. They can combo pretty fluidly in no particular order, which is kind of scary, because now it really begs the question whether Rebellion's disengage is strong enough.
They need mage right now with sufficient amount of damage, sufficient amount of rotations. I think Farsa would be the next best choice because the Lily was banned out. I think that would be the best play over here. But then again, pretty squishy in the early game if they don't play their cards right and they get caught in very uncomfortable situations. That's it. Rebellion Esports is going to be very hard for them to come back through it.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about like maybe if they want to go something crazy like
there's a Novaria.
Yep, Novaria. You still want to keep your distance among the players from Fnatic, and also you want to kind of like open up the map as well, just to give that vision so that Rio will be able to like go towards certain areas or even find the backline and try to take him out.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately for Fnatic Onic, they're not going to have as much control over the mid lane as they did in game number 1. This time, it's going to really change things up. But thanks again, Churros. We're going to be making our way into the land of Dawn. You and me, Sir Cloud, we're going to be handling the rest of this game.
Yeah, and they will be handling their own game as we check out who will take home this round. Could it be a 2-0? Could it be a 1-1? Could it be a comeback by Rebellion Esports? This is the David versus Goliath story here, ladies and gentlemen, considering what we saw in game number 1. So without further ado, let's head on to it. This is game number 2. Fnatic Onic versus Rebellion Esports.
Fnatic Onic once again going to be on the blue side. Rebellion Esports on the red. Let's see which buff starts both these junglers are going to go with. And immediately we are going straight to a pause. Well, with that being said, right, at least it gives us a little bit of time to talk about some interactions. I think this Grok pick in particular is so very good, right? What do you think about it, Churros? Because before it's like, oh, Jushin is great. It has CC, is able to kind of open up the map, and Grok is like, I don't care.
You gotta time it. You gotta time it right, because even though your passive gives you that iframes that is so crucial for opening up that maps, give intel to the rest of your team, Jushin built stacks. You need to be able to be very aware of how much stacks you're building up before you come in. And it's easy to see where the lanterns are because there's always going to be that butterfly icon down the floor. But, you know, man, I don't really know about the Grok as of now. It would be a good counter to the Edith if the Edith played in the roam position, because Edith is always looking for targets, always using onward to check the bushes in case there's anything missing, or even the Earth Shatter, right? But then again, difficult to execute with the Grok, but the idea is there. The concept is there.
But even though if like you're not able to execute the boost checks with the Grok, right, you still have the Novaria anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. I totally forgot about Novaria.
I mean, that's the beauty of the Novaria, right? She comes in, it's just like, just sphere. I'll just wait outside of the lane. I don't even have to be there.
The nerf that came from Novaria from 8 seconds vision when you use your ultimates to 5 seconds. The 5 seconds is actually super, super fast.
Yeah,
so it changes a lot of the dynamic around how you want to use the Novaria around. Knowing that now, again, you're going assassin versus assassin, the main target or the main issue is that you don't want to open up the jungles or open up vision during these big neutral objectives. But maybe even a small neutral objectives might be good for Rebellion Esports. Just play around the purple buff, play around Kyrie's orange buff. I think that could be one of the main factors as well.
Well, I mean, yes, that is a little bit of a nerf, but it doesn't mean that it's like an impossible nerf to play around. It just means that the order of which you pair up, the order of which you throw out your skills is slightly different, because people used to willy-nilly throw it out, and then after that Astral Shatter immediately after, and by the time it's like about to time out your vision, you already have another Astral Shatter ready to go, essentially. So I think that at the very least, it's a lot less punishing to be revealed for that long, and let's not forget about the slow effect as well. I think that in these cases here, right, if we are thinking about the way of like, oh, we control that mid lane, can we start bleeding these lanes into the other sides of the map? Yes, Edith is going to be a big portion of, hey, if you face check into me, I can immediately punish you, and then after that, Jushin repositions, continue the CC chain to somebody else in the back line. That's where the Grok really just says no to all of it, right? Even if you don't have the Novaria, the Grok alone is able to kind of just absorb it with the anti-CC and just say, hello, you can't be here anymore. Then that's when you call in the Novaria, you call in the big guns like the Fanny.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can talk about with the Roam to Roam matchup. The Minotaur is always being picked up and prioritized by very, very big teams. I've seen FCAP really prioritizing it. I've seen Liquid, Team Liquid Echo, right now Team Liquid PH, really prioritizing the Minotaur because it gives that sustain. And because the sustain and CC really comes into play when you fight for the neutral objectives. Julian takes down the neutral objectives a little bit easier than Fanny. Fanny just has to wait and then just swoop in with the steel cables. But Rebellion Esports, I feel like they need to be able to switch the win condition into a split push when they see, okay, Fnatic Onic is just sticking together. We need to find another way to access the towers from the side lanes.
And that is potentially the reason why they pick up the Fanny, right? It opens up that option for them. But let's see, as we get back onto our game here, whether that will happen or not. We will see, maybe the split push or maybe a straight up fight between the two teams.
Yeah, I think, you know, at the end of the day, micro leads to macro here. And I think that despite the fact that Kiboy is going to play on a pretty sustainable and honestly really tanky in the later stages of the game, Minotaur, it kind of depends on what his first item is going to be. Oh, Sans is so low. Suelo could potentially get a kill here.
Oh, DTZ wants to try to check on what's happening on the other side, but it's more of like gathering information though. But that's something that we would expect from a Grok. But whether he will continue to do that again, maybe not. It does look like he is more towards just trying to block that river from anyone from Fnatic Onic to access.
I mean, also the fact that they're walking up so aggressively like that just goes to show that they're compensating for the fact that Sans got absolutely chunked out at level 1. I mean, luckily for Sans, he's still able to catch that second wave because most people would have recalled at that point had it not been for Kiboy as well as Kyrie being that aggressive.
Oh, but speaking about aggressive, Rio comes in from the back to be a bit aggressive and Kiboy still survives. Oh my goodness, Kiboy and CW survives as well. Man, okay, Kyrie maybe not. He will definitely go up. But before that, whoa! Are you kidding me, Kyrie? What is that move? And with that, he gets the first blood, and he's not done yet.
Do it again.
Okay. Rio comes in. He will not be able to do that again. I mean, Matt is there to finish him off.
Yep. Nicely done from Fnatic Onic and a good response from Rebellion Esports. They trade 1 for 1 there, but a lot of big battle spells have been gone from both sides. Resources, in a matter of fact. I just like the fact that Kyrie was really thinking it through, right? Using his abilities, using the Enhanced Sword specifically to buy him some extra time. And let's not forget, when he uses 2 abilities, it starts empowering his auto attacks as well, giving him a little bit of a pull effect once you get that third stack, and also Hybrid Lifesteal.
Yeah, and what a good start here for, I must say, both sides though. You got to give it to Rebellion Esports for being able to trade out, but they took so long, so much resources just to get Kyrie itself. I mean, and that's just only the start when you don't even have all your skills at max.
Yep. It's some scary stuff here, but let's see. Cars is 4. Can they do this? Nah, they're not even going to try at this point. You notice that Rio is on the top side of the map, but Kyrie is still a full level ahead of him despite that.
Yeah, so letting that go, I think that's fine. Rebellion Esports, at this moment, they just need to play a little bit more discipline, open up the space for Rio to farm, and also Matt to farm as well. You get this 2 up, then you'll be cool. DTZ naturally will be tanky enough at some point. Hopefully, that is fingers crossed by himself.
Yep, and look at Lupti here, just denying Cars EXP. So well done here. This is what happens when you have pressure on your side of the map. They're just holding him hostage. So Rebellion respond.
Oh, well charge. Straight onto the back line, onto Kiboy. Kiboy will be the first one to fall. It doesn't matter whether he's a tank. They will still take him out.
Great play coming in for Rebellion Esports. A countermeasure on the opposite side, and they managed to profit off of it at the cost of Cars. A little bit of EXP and a little bit of gold. It's not done though.
Oh, nice one on DTZ, but then again, he should be able to survive this, or maybe not. Sans will make sure that he will not get away. So tank for tank.
Did he forget? What? Interesting. Interesting. I didn't expect AudiTZ to be that disrespectful despite using a majority of his resources on the top side of the map. So why, absorb the stacks for free against Stans is beyond me. But that being said, Kyrie now opting to change his build. Like, in the previous game, he did the exact same thing where he went straight into the Bloodwings. The first time we saw him bring out the Julian into the Fanny, he went straight for the Holy Crystal. I'm guessing that he's giving more respect to Rebellion Esports this time, assuming that even if he does make it away, that extra shield is going to be the difference maker between him getting executed by a cutthroat or maybe even a Star Shatter.
Yeah, but speak about respect, right? So up on top, at least, they're not giving CW that much respect. We can see a lot of attempts this time to try to take him out. But speaking about taking someone out, Cars might be the next target, but he flickers away to safety and he's absolutely fine.
Cars is like, I'm taken. I don't need any dates right now. I'd like to keep my space. Thank you very much. But there is Rio dying off again. Saad's really good play there as well. Able to pull him back. Without that energy, and especially losing on that purple buff, he is not going to be able to do anything about this turtle.
Yeah, got a little bit in too deep there, and the moment they saw that, okay, they caught Rio, he's out, okay, it's free turtle for Fnatic Onic. I mean, no one else is going to be able to challenge it, and Rio, he cannot afford to just die off just like that.
Yep, he can't, and especially since they don't have much of a snowball. Oh, once again, getting sucked backwards by Jushin, but at this point of time, Sans, he's starting to get to a point where he's really, really annoying to deal with, right? He's been scaling pretty consistently, and even AudiTZ has to show him respect.
Yeah, now AudiTZ, we can see he is pretty much pushed back towards his own side of the jungle, own side of the river. And if we look at what Fnatic Onic is doing right now, where is Lupi? Lupi is already on the other side, on Rebellion Esports side of the jungle. And if they're able to steal away this purple buff and able to take out Open, hang that thought for a second, because at the back line we can see initiation happening where Kyrie gets the first kill onto Cars and they're looking for a second one to AudiTZ, but AudiTZ is still A-OK underneath the turret. Disciplined gameplay by Fnatic Onic, but this is what they're trying to do. Take over the jungle. They open up the jungle by taking out the turret, and that's it.
Yeah, this is some really clean stuff coming in from Fnatic Onic, right? They're trying to minimize their mistakes as much as possible, and they're honestly not giving too many opportunities over to Rebellion Esports to counteract, right? That's T1 down on bot side, and I think now that we're spilling into the mid game, this is where Fnatic Onic get real strong. But as you mentioned before, Chewe has been taking like a lot of pressure from Rebellion Esports.
But still, they're not able to get the kill on Chewe. So mission done, if you ask me.
He's doing a phenomenal job, right? If we look at the gold, currently, where is he? He is currently at 9,000. 9,000. Oh, no, sorry. 4,000 gold. Matt is currently at 5,000. 200 gold difference.
So we can see that as much pressure as Rebellion Esports trying to put onto him, like, it's not doing that any good because they're spending so much time up there instead of farming for themselves.
Yep, he is cost efficient. He is an independent laner, as we like to call him, right?
Economist.
Economist. He doesn't need your parents' money. Keep it. At this point, he's making a business of his own. Oh, wait.
Oh, but we are making a business of his own. Cars. Yep, this is CW. Now he is online by getting that kill. And that is just the first kill for him. But we're not done yet, though. Suns, all alone against Rio. Rio, we got to be extra careful there.
Very, very close. Rio is just monitoring the amount of stacks he has. Doesn't want to get choke slammed backwards, but he does lose out on his purple buff.
Man, this is looking bad for Rebellion Esports because the mid turret and the bottom turret has already been taken out. So access to the jungle is now easy for Fnatic Onic. Yeah, even so if they can take out the top turret.
Yeah, and this is going to allow CW to actually get all the farm in the world, right? For all the punishment he has been, well, I would like to say punishment, but really he's just been holding on to his own for this long independently. It's nice to have a little bit of help. This tier 1 top side is going to collapse, and you can see that Rebellion Esports do not want to contest at all.
Just looking at the goal difference now. It's about 1,000 difference as compared to Matt. And in about 8 minutes, I would say that's pretty significant.
It's about to get even worse for them, right? Because despite the cross-map play...
Oh, check out the backline now. Sans, 50% of health left, but Sans needs to get away to safety. And they might get their next target, which is Matt. Matt, oh, there you go. All the way underneath the turret. It's not going to be a problem there for Fnatic Onic to secure that kill onto Matt. Onic got away with a little health.
Yeah, Chewe is just, he does too much damage at this point. I'm guessing he's done with the Trinity build. Let me double check. Yep, he's done with the Trinity build. He's online, and that's going to be an inhibitor if they don't do anything. They've already lost the magic shield on, the turret shield on top and as well as top and mid inhibitor at this point of time. So Rebellion Esports, they're so behind the curve 9 minutes into the game.
And Fnatic Onic, they're not letting the pace down just yet. Okay, they are pulling back a little bit, and that's because the lot is out. And the moment they got, after they got the lot, they will push back again to Rebellion Esports.
Yep, and the split push continues. I think that Rebellion Esports understands that, like, without Matt in a position where he has that Trinity build completed. Wait, actually, let me double check. Looks like he is just the item off from Golden Staff. Just a little bit of gold off. Oh, wait, he got hit by the Spirit of Destruction on the bot side. He got solo killed by Chewe!
Wait, what? Okay. Man, that just happened. And this is what we were talking about. Like, okay, Chewe, right now, he has scaled to the point that he can go for a solo kill against Matt. It is scary.
I don't know. I think this next Lord push, unless we see Rebellion Esports get a full team wipe on Fnatic Onic, or at least an equal trade, like 4 people go down on both sides, I think this game is pretty much done for.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about Chewe, the FMVP of MPID as well. And like what you say, it's probably just a matter of time. Right now, the Lord is almost on its way, and Fnatic Onic, they're managing the wave really well, playing the patience game.
Yeah, they're waiting for somebody to overextend here, but Sans is on the other side. I think they need Sans continuously on each side just to make sure that if they can punish anybody and zone them out, they don't have much to do because Suelo is their only high ground defense.
Here we go. He has arrived though. So first, the Thunder Infiniter will go down, but then again at the back line, looks like they have a trip between each other. Lumpy will go down together with Rio, but Sans will get a mega kill. Chewe coming in with a killing spree, and definitely this is game time, yeah, for Fnatic Onic. This game ends at 10 minutes and 50 seconds.
Oh, that's a fast one. I thought that initiation might have been a blunder as Lupti misses the onwards after landing an important Earth Shatter. Thank goodness the rest of Fnatic Onic was able to compensate for that. Great stuff coming in from Chewe. Churros, come back on the broadcast here. What do you think about this game?
That last team fight, just want to build on your point. There was a 4-man wild charge. Very good stuff. It was just purifies.
Yep.
Chewe got out of there, just hitting from that backside, hit the SOD, and then just went for it. That was just immaculate play or immaculate counterplay coming in from Fnatic Onic. And I was so interested to see how Fnatic Onic was able to utilize this juice in, because it was so interesting how they picked up that juice in and then Keyboy went with the Minotaur. If you notice in the early game, Minotaur was always babysitting Chewe. Or Keyboy was always babysitting Chewe. In the previous game, when he was using Cho, he was opening up the map. In this game, who do you think is opening up the map?
Oh, I'm guessing it's going to be Jushin?
It's Juicin. It's Juicin. Juicin is being played as a tank mage opener thing, because you got the Lancer, you got that range, you got the annoyance. It's a battle of who is more annoying. Yes, Novaria has like really underrated early game damage, but like once Sans hit his level 4, he's got the escape mechanism, he's got the Clock of Destiny, you've got so much defense that, man, it's just big brain plays coming in. I've never thought like how to play Juicin was being played as like sort of like a semi-tank.
Yeah, and I mean, this opens up the doors for our MVP from Fnatic Onic. It's going to be Chewe, CW. The man was absorbing a lot of pressure on the top side of the map. Luckily thwarted a couple of times, but it seemed other times he just backed away, played safe, and then has still a 70% kill participation despite everything that happened.
It was a beautiful build. He skipped his boots, just got the steel plate leggings. He's got the pre-item for the rose gold, just to get enough damage, just to get enough damage once he gets this Holy Trinity, as well as the defense just to survive from the Fanny, because he knows that every single step of the game he's still under threat from the Fanny. But Rio wasn't able to do anything because his purple buff was always under threat. This was the part where Kyrie was able to just come in and survive, hit that enhanced sword, and just heal himself back up, getting into the fight again. But ultimately he had to bite the bullet. So
yeah, here you go. The engagement Lupti, he misses cars by ever so slightly.
Five men wild charge, man.
Yeah. I mean, that was the pretty
Such
much
a
the
nerd.
final move, right? It's like, if you don't do it, you will lose. If you do it, maybe something might come up. So you just go in for it. And yeah, it was a good move, I must say. But then again, because of how big the gap is between the both of them in terms of itemization, I mean, there was not enough damage, obviously, for Rebellion Esports to counter back onto Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, unironically, Keyboy technically is the softest character that they have, right? Because in terms of items, it's not like he's at that super thick Minotaur moment. He right now, his sustain is going to be keeping him alive more than the raw stats.
Yeah, it's the green build. He goes for the photo. He goes for the Oracle. He's just very sustainable.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
I get it. I totally get it. Like, if I close my eyes, I'm looking at a Florin, you know?
You know what else is green? Monster Energy. I just want to throw a little bit of ad-libs
I like
in
that, I
there,
like
but
that,
yeah.
I like that.
Okay, take a look at itemizations right here. Take a look at Juicin alone was the Clock of Destiny into the Feather. So it's basically, you can't take her down. It's difficult to take her down.
Yeah.
Even like Fanny was having a tough time. You can swing by, but Sans is just going to prance out of there with ult.
I don't know. I think that Rio was taking the most amount of punishment, right? He never got any of his purple buffs after his second one. And then I'm looking at his items, right? He barely got anything built. He doesn't have a complete Hunter Strike or Blade of Heptases. He only just has the components. With a Fury Hammer, he does finish the Malefic Roar, but at the end of the day, it's not like you can really abuse the armor penetration, the percent armor penetration, because most people aren't even necessarily building it.
Yeah. And if we kind of look over at some of the stats, right? Okay. What I noticed is that damage taken, there wasn't really much for the side of Fnatic Onic. It just shows also that how much kiting that they have done throughout the game as well. Like, okay, they're able to poke and they're able to come back as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, overall, this has been quite the game coming in from Fnatic Onic. But let's have an interview with our winners. We're going to be throwing it over to Kolios. Kolios, what does Fnatic Onic have to say?
Thank you, Gideon. And now I'm with the Chewe here. First of all, congratulations for winning the series cleanly, 2-0. How troublesome Rebellions are in the scale 1 to 10, Chewe?
How trouble?
Troublesome, yeah. Like, how hard?
7.5.
Whoa, 7.5. But I'm gonna ask out of the game. Can you tell us behind the story why you shave your head?
It's because we are going back from Riyadh, right? That's the reason.
Oh, because you are going back from Riyadh. It's not because after what happened in last MSC?
Yeah, it's some of the factor also.
Okay, but can you tell us what is your girlfriend impression when she sees you for the first time after you shave your head?
I think she's pretty say that it's look cool.
Oh, because you are handsome.
I don't know.
But later on, you're gonna face See You Soon on the second match today. They are the one who beating you guys on the MSC. What kind of preparation that you prepare for them?
I think this time we are really ready for this SPS tournament to fight against all team. Yeah, just wait.
Okay, so best of luck for you. And I think the casters gonna wrap up the series and have a lot of time to talk. So casters, take it away.
Thanks, Kolios. Once again, welcome back here at the caster's desk. Now, I mean, after watching this game and after the fact that, you know, Jayway does admit a little bit, he doesn't really have to say too much. He's like shaving his head because he's a good religious boy. And the fact that, you know, maybe, hopefully, shaving off some of that bad juju after MSC,
Yeah, speaking of shaving, we've seen a lot of players actually shave their heads after they got off or lost. Sir Cloud,
no big deal.
Did you participate in MSC? You got out of the group stages too?
I did it way before. So these guys are following my trend, okay?
So you started it. I'm sure.
I started it.
They didn't want to admit it because they like, man, there was this guy, his name is Sir Cloud, he's like really cool. His head is like shaved, so I shaved my head as well.
Yeah, but they don't want to mention it. It's fine. I get it.
You know, it's natural. But coming back to it, overall, we are seeing quite a bit of a meta shift now. We're seeing a lot more Zast these days, and not to mention the fact that, you know, Jushin, as much much as we like to believe that she is like ultra OP, I think that she's still pretty OP so far. It's hard to trade against her, and I don't know how the other streams are doing or whether or not the stats are going to be skewed, but I am curious to see at the end of the day, what is the win rate for both Zask and as well as Jushin.
Yeah, for me personally, well, I played like a couple of ranked games against Zushin before, and I normally played high loss, by the way. And every time you try to like, you open up the glorious pathway, you try to run it down, it's like, no way, man, no way I'm going to be
blips out of there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, to safety. Their ultimate and her lantern is just so annoying, and I think this meta is the annoying meta. Which team can be more annoying? You got the Zask with the Nightmare spawn. If you put it there, you just gotta run away or take it down. But then again, it spawns up again. Or you get Junsi, you gotta deal with the lantern. If you stay there a little bit too long, if you're overconfident, you get pulled back.
There's no winning for the majority of these times, and again, mages are only going to get stronger. But that being said, we're looking at some of the results happening on some of the other streams. It looks like YRG taking down Omega 2-0 there. Keep in mind that everybody, we have 3 streams all going on at the same time. But good luck to our competitors here. They've already finished, well, technically, I think they're almost done with their matches. Homeboys are up against NIP Flash. Okay, so they're not in this one.
Yeah, Stream C.
Don't worry, nobody cares about Stream C. Don't worry about them. But AP Brand beat See You Soon 2-0. But that's it. That's the infomercial. But that being said, good luck to our competitors who played on Stream A. Fnatic Onic, next opponent is going to be See You Soon. So as much as we like to believe that it's like, hey, MSC is happening on the opposite side of the stream.
This stream, man, will they get their revenge? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I'm curious. We'll have to ask the other streams later. But let's not forget about Rebellion. Their next opponents are going to be Smart Omega. So Smart Omega have already taken a loss, and since Rebellion has taken a loss, I'm pretty sure both of these teams are going to be quite furious to get a win.
Yep. And next up on our stream, of course, we're going to see Bigatron Beta versus Team Liquid. I mean, Bigatron Beta, they do have a revamped lineup as well. So it'll be interesting to see. So far, we have seen revamped lineups that work and revamped lineups that didn't really work. So
I'm very interested about Bigatron Beta. Not only reminds me of the Alpha character, but like they're the only team that made it out of the Indonesian qualifiers for Snapdragon Pro Series. They went into the Open Finals. They went to the Challenge Finals. So they're the only team that made it all the way. And their team is made up of all MDL players. So Development League instead of like Pro League, where all the other teams.
That's the scary part. The scary part is the fact that like they've done so well to go through the most difficult parts of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and then they get to the Challenge Finals and they're like, okay, let's just take away some of our key players and start moving them over to the main lineup. And that's where I'm like,
This is the MDL Dream Team, which is what I'm so excited to see.
I still wish Zyve was there, I wish the OG lineup from like beginning all the way to the end, just let him close it out.
Or maybe he's going to the MPL lineup.
So another fun fact is that like they were in the same group in the Open Finals, but Bigatron Beta didn't get the chance to face against Team Liquid PH just because they already got a 2-0 win against CFU and one other team, which puts them at the top of the charts. So they dodged a bullet right there. So this is a real test for them coming into the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be excited to see this one. It's gonna be a long break that all affects Fnatic Onic, but keep in mind, it's going to be Bigatron Beta versus TLPH happening at 5:30. The timer is down here. Keep in mind that you are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. We'll catch you back after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The champ over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. people picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me down. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are halfway through day 1 of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5, and we have had a lot of action happening throughout the day. Already 2 matches concluded on all 3 streams, and that means we've brought all the streams back together once again to see what's happened. My name is Stafa, and on the other couch today we have Churros and Eris. How do you guys feel? And let's start with Churros, like your stream A, right? Like, how did your games go?
Man, honestly, first game was a pretty huge upset. There was I think 70+% people was voting for Geek Fam to win against Homebois because like there's a whole new lineup and stuff like that. But it was a 2-1 in favor of Homebois. Homebois took the game. They got a lot of new composition synergies and hero picks, unique hero picks. Like if you guys are watching stream A, the EXP Carmilla. Very interesting, very interesting. That's the Malaysian flavor that I long for and things like that. Let's look at the graphics on top of here. So we didn't see a lot of Harris in this game. Or actually in my stream, we didn't see a lot of Harris. They prioritized a lot on the Roger, the Tigreals. In this matchup, this was the first time where I saw a lot of teams actually prioritizing Zask as well. We'll see the hero later on, but like this was pretty much an upset because a lot of people were voting for Geek Fam. They had a very, very good first game, but game 2 and 3, Homebois just had a lot of advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a big surprise overall because Geek Fam was a team that I think a lot of people expected to do very well coming into this meta because you have players who like to be aggressive. You have Valoisky, the man himself who likes to play like assassin roamers and stuff like that, and Homebois just switched up most of their roster, right?
Yeah.
So everyone was expecting that Homebois would need some time to really like come back into form, and they just throw that out the window straight away.
I got a question for you, Sarafa. Okay, who do you vote for, Geek Fam or Homebois? As a Malaysian.
I mean, I was still voted for Homebois.
You actually voted for Homebois?
Really?
Actually, did I?
I don't know.
I'm
now you're making me doubt myself.
His loyalty is in question.
Your loyalty is in question.
Yeah. I mean, it's been in question for a long time, so you don't have to worry too much about that. How about you, Aries? You come here from Stream C. How did your games go today?
Well, I think it's no surprises. We got 2 news across the board. You know, Team Flash put on a tough fight against Team Liquid PH, but it was the latter that actually got the win. So I think it was really nice to see because they were potential teams that didn't really face up against one in MSC, so this is the first time that we see both teams actually go head to head. There was really, really close fights. I think what's more interesting was game 2. So a lot of people expected a very one-sided fight from AP brand to actually take down See You Soon. But See You Soon in game 2, despite, getting beaten 2-0, put up a very close fight. There was even moments in times that See You Soon was actually ahead in the game. So I think that was really interesting. And obviously both teams treated us to very interesting drafts. We saw Zaz coming out a lot of times. I would assume that both Stream A and Stream B had Zaz appearing all over as well.
It's either picked or banned. It's like you leave it open, that's first ban, first pick. We have the graphics on the screen as of now, Stormy, Aboy, and Feud. I think these were... 100% win rates all across the board, except for Aboy. Actually, Aboy in the Geek Fam, he picked it up for the first game.
Yep.
In the second game. First game, it was dominant. It was so dominant. I think one of the reasons was that the adjustment to Zask, especially the first skill. I know you play a lot of Zask as well in the ranked games, but we don't talk about.
We don't talk about it. It's not about me. It's about the players that you see.
It's about the players. This is about players.
But it's interesting. So you spoke about Aboy being very dominant on the Zask in the first game. What was it about him? Like, not only the passive, but was it a certain style that he was bringing on board?
The idea of using the Nightmaric spawn just to zone out your main damage dealer so that you can isolate the roamers. And I see that quite a bit in a lot of the other games, like when roamers technically like to be the reconnaissance of the team. Identify where the enemies are at different points of the map, identify where everyone is. But then Zask was able to just isolate the roamers and then wait for the rest of the team to come in, because there's still a little bit of damage coming through from the attack speed as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you brought up that point, because the way Few actually played the Zask, on the other hand, was completely different. We saw the Zask being in mid lane, but instead of the one dealing damage like what we see coming from Stormy here, because there was a Hilda roam and the game that Phil played the Zaz was actually freed up to push the lane down. So very contrasting, execution, but I think we get the gist here. It's a hero that has a ton of damage. It's very dangerous to go up 1v1, and I think more importantly, there is always that risk that even if he dies off, his spawn when he comes up when he dies because of his passive is still a threat that you can't ignore.
Yeah, I think we can tell from all of this that with the recent buffs that Zask received, it's really pushed him back into the spotlight, because he really does a lot of different things. He's able to zone, able to do damage, he has utility in terms of stuns and slows, he has a get out of jail free card. Stormy, he got ganked by 4 people in mid lane, just jumped into his ult, survived, stunned 4 people, set up for his team to come back, and you can even push towers if you build the correct items. So it's just really annoying to deal with him in general, and we can see why he's so popular. But on the other side of the coin, we have another newer hero that has just showed up, Zusin, and I'm curious about you guys' thoughts about her.
I'm going to refer to Churros on this one, because on the C stream, Juicing was just banned out. We completely had almost no appearance, if not no appearances. The only cameo that she made was in the drafting screen, and then
Wow, okay.
Well, to be honest though, Fnatic Onic is one of the best teams to play Juicin. So it's very interesting how Sans is able to manipulate Juicin, and not as a stay behind mage or artillery mage, but she's always in the front line. And you never think that would happen. In the first game of Fnatic Onic against Rebellion, Keyboy was the one using Cho opening up that map, and then Keyboy was always staying back, waiting for the right time to go in. But in the second game, once Jusin comes online in the hands of Sans, he's actually able to use Jusin to just scout for information around, using Lantern to open up the bushes, soak up that damage. If Jusin is maybe half health, a quarter of a health, pops the ultimate, gets out of there. It's pretty much the escape mechanism that Jusin provides that allows her to tank that damage enough for her to escape. And on top of that, you build the feather, you build the Clock of Destiny, and one of the mages that actually need the Clock of Destiny. And it's also a revamped Clock of Destiny that gives you defense whenever you just constantly deal damage on your opponents.
It's clearly meant that the revamped Clock of Destiny is designed for mages like Zusin, like Alice, like Esme, for example. Unfortunately though, like you mentioned, Sans did very well with the Zusin, but from what we can see of the players who have gotten the player so far,
one game.
Hey, where there's winners, there's losers.
There it is.
But he's literally the only player that has won with Zusin. So clearly, the players are still having some difficulty figuring out exactly how to really use her. I even discussed on Stream B earlier with Terrence and Abstract, where initially a lot of people were thinking that maybe Zusin was better as a roamer as compared to a mid laner, and I think Sans kind of played her similar to that way, right?
Actually, I want to bring this up. I was watching V-Wise's stream, and they said like, hey, maybe in the roam position, it's more interesting to bring a double mage kind of a lineup. So you have like the Zas Jusin combo that actually eventually just came up. Jusin doesn't need a lot of farm. All you need is a Clock of Destiny, maybe even the Glowing One, you're set. You're pretty much set for a lot of the different annoyances that you get. You get a lot of range, you get a lot of zone control, you get a lot of objective takes.
I see. That is actually really interesting. And I really like that we have a hero that's still so new, that hasn't seen that much professional play yet, that the players themselves are still trying to figure out exactly how she's going to tick. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see where she develops into the meta. Will she still be top pick or banned, considering her win rate right now? But yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. We still got even more matches coming up on all 3 streams, so hopefully you guys will make sure to tune in for the matches that you guys want to catch. Stream B is B for best, by the way.
The A, hey man, you're an Asian, not a Bijan.
It's hard to argue with that.
We'll give him a chance. We'll give him a chance. C.
What does C stand for?
Cool kids.
Ah!
It's the Cool Kids Club, man. It's the Cool Kids Club. You gotta hop into Stream C.
That's true. Well, it's up to you guys which club you want to join, which stream you want to check out. We will go on a short break once again, and when we come back, there'll be even more MLBB action. So we'll see you guys right after this.
Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You feeling fine? Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is action? Chemical reaction. You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. It's always a vibe when we come outside. When we come outside, we ride till the sun goes down, till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the weekend feel like forever. We could ride this way forever. Long as me and you together. Cherish the vibe like it's treasure. When I'm with you, it's whatever. Forever. You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a shit. We a VIP. That's why OUANDME. They all mad at us, so they HATE. We out here living life, we ain't laying down sleepy. Traveling around, ain't no time to wait around. Every time we come around, we don't break, don't need a lounge. Get lost out in the world, you can find your way around. You can go from town to town, if you're tired, lay it down. I found your presence is a blessing, not dismiss. It's me being with you, it's a gift on my wish list. Let's make the best of every opportunity, big trips. Since we a whole vibe, tell them all my new. You and I, we a vibe. 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 You and I, we a vibe.
Welcome back, everybody. The Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5 continues here at day number 1. This is round 2. We've already started here at Group A. It's Bigatron Beta from Indonesia up against Team Liquid Philippines from, obviously, the Philippines. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your desk host for today. This time around, we shuffled up our analysts as well as casters here at the desk for Stream A. We wanted to, switch out with the old and in with the new. Say hello to both Churros as well as Chantel. Great to have you. Did you just fly in today?
Yeah, straight from the Philippines, actually. I just got here in Malaysia around 11 a.m.
Yeah, kumusta ka?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Kamusta ka?
I don't know how to reply. I don't know how to reply. My Tagalog ends it like that.
That's the end of the message. Ask him about anything MLBB related, he's got you. Tagalog. We're going to have to take a step back on that one. But for now, we have a lot of things to discuss. In number 1, Bigatron Beta up against TLPH. This is going to be a pretty big match because technically Bigatron Beta skipped over TLPH during the challenge season, but now coming into the challenge finals, they have to face off this Goliath, as some may say.
I was about to say it's like a David and Goliath story, actually, and based on the performance earlier of Bigatron, it's not that as good as we've been expecting from them. So I think that they've already heated up. Probably they'll show a different performance against this Liquid Echo team.
Yeah, from the beginning, I think I said that Bigatron Beta, this is a huge test for them because this is, I think, their first time in an international environment. They got through the Indonesian qualifiers into the Open finals, into the challenge finals, and it's a challenge for sure because this is their first time going up against a huge team like Team Liquid PH, one of the best teams in the world. And I think this is their time to show, like, okay, where do they really stand in the rankings?
Of course. I mean, Bigatron Beta are coming into this as the underdog naturally, but I think the better question is whether TLPH is kind of adapted to this new landscape that we like to call here. I mean, after MSC, I think most people were a little like, oh, what happened to Carl Tizzy? Why isn't he going in hard with these assassins? Hopefully, some of these questions will be answers. We got an interview with the boys. Let's have a look at the teams.
So yung last experience po namin nung SPS, nung last sa Jakarta is parang nakita po namin talaga na parang kaya po talaga namin manalo, pero parang kinapos po kami ng konti and parang ngayon nililook forward po talaga namin maglaro ulit and nakita namin na parang sobrang excited po namin lahat para sa paparating na tournament. Yung last SPS po kasi namin parang naglaro po doon si Zaida pati si Outplayed, and yun parang yung first international tournament nila. So knowing na first international nila is parang hindi talaga maiwasan na maging medyo kabahan sila or parang hindi nila alam masyado gagawin minsan pag mga crucial. And ngayon parang andito na yung talagang main roster namin like si Benny Cute and si Carl Tidis. So yung impact na parang mabibigay nila sa amin is parang wala na kaming parang isipin na kailangan buuin na chemistry, parang andito na agad and maglalaro na lang talaga. Siguro yung makikita ko sa sarili ko na parang nagbago is siguro mas naging matured ako or parang mas naging open ako sa lahat ng parang kahit pag sinasabihan ako ng mga coaches, parang tinitake ko talaga sila as parang motivation kasi knowing na sila yung mga coaches namin, so parang gusto lang talaga nila kami mag-grow and siguro yun yung pinaka nakita ko sa sarili ko na parang maturity lang talaga and parang yung able to adapt in every meta. Yung mga lesson po siguro na parang madadala ko this year is parang yung mga reminders lang din po sa kampi ko na parang huwag madaliin yung laro and take it easy, parang slowly but surely na parang tatapusin yung game. And ayun, kahit parang palugi kami, parang kailangan na pa rin namin mag-isip ng paraan para manalo. Hanggat di lumalabas yung parang defeat or victory sa screen, hindi tatapos yung pagpindot dapat. Yung pinaka-memorable po siguro para sa akin is yung mga fans sa pumupunta, kahit parang knowing na Filipino team kami and sobrang daming sumusuporta sa amin. So parang yun yung feeling na di mo talaga parang may express sa maayos dahil sobrang saya nga talaga and speechless ako pag ganun talaga yung mga ginagawa. Yung gusto ko po siguro may experience mula last year is parang yung suporta naman ng mga Malaysian fans kasi last year sobrang suportado talaga kami ng mga Indo teams. Sana suportahan din kami ng mga Malaysian fans. Thank you pala guys sa mga sumuporta sa amin since no last SPS. Sana suportahan nyo kami ngayong paparating na SPS and tatry natin bumawi and di panalo to para sa inyo.
Whew, he's grown into a man. What used to be a world champion, a young boy, is now fine. And honestly, growing up in shoe sizes, continues to score higher and higher each and every time. But let's bring it back to it. Bigtron Beta here. What are they going to have to do to take down a Goliath like TLPH?
Well, there's not a lot of information on the Bigtron Beta team because they have an entirely new roster. The only mainstay is Washer Paul. The rest of the other players are really from the rest of the other MDL teams. So if I might say, maybe a dream team from the MDL. But then again, this is their first big international scene up against a very, very big Goliath team like TLPH. We'll be able to see some of the players that are in the screen right now. But yeah, I don't know.
It's hard.
We still need to see how they execute everything else.
Let me just phrase it this way, right? I mean, I'll pose this question to you, Chantel, because I feel like every team who didn't make it to Riyadh, to EWC's MSC, are extra hungry when they come down to these tournaments, whether it's from Philippines or even Indonesia.
Specifically when Malaysia actually won against a very giant team in MSC. So it's as if they have this fire that if I face a team that used to be or is known to be a great team, then I'll play my best game ever yet. Something like that. I feel like for Bigatron Beta, they have nothing to lose in this game. They just have to show their full potential with no pressure, because if there's no pressure in a team, then it brings results.
Well, I mean, let's see whether those results are going to be applied in-game of this best of 3. Get ready, as we're in the draft already, and we are seeing the Fanny ban, the Loyi ban, and as well as the Harith ban for Bigatron Beta playing on the blue side up against Team Liquid PH playing on the red side. We're seeing the atypical Ling and Chip bans.
And it's interesting to see that we see Coach JM instead of Coach TikTok for Team Liquid PH. So probably there will be changes in terms of the hero composition that they'll use as compared to the recently concluded MC.
Oh,
they
there
have
he is.
Coach TikTok on the other side. I'm sorry. That's the surprise.
That's the casual surprise factor here.
Yeah.
But we don't know whether we're going to get, the Liquid Express, or are they going to take things low and slow, especially with what's being offered in the new meta, things like first picking Zask. It's been a very hot commodity these days. Same thing goes for Jushin.
Yeah, I think it's sort of like you pick one, you pick the others. It's like the Harith and Roger situation that we had back in MSC, back in M5 kind of situation. The Zask is very, very good in terms of zoning, but it is not sort of like immortal. You do have a second life. Team Liquid PH just has to find a way to get into that. I think you could do a full-on teamfight composition, but you need an insurance in the split push, because that is the flaw if you're building around Zask. You need to play within a teamfight composition. So that's one of the reasons why they actually ban out the Fanny. Not that Carl TZ is, he picks Fanny a lot, but like they just want to deny it away from that.
You better watch your mouth when you're talking about the GOAT here. Okay? you better be careful, all right? I take my GOAT very seriously.
Now I remembered we have a Team Liquid fan here with us.
We don't need to bring that up here just yet.
We enjoyed the playoffs. Soon.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. But I'm keeping my biases to myself, because when I look at Bigatron Beta, right, I'm seeing highly mechanical heroes. I'm seeing the Julian on top of the Moskov. Considering that they're playing that into an Arlet and a Roger, is this a good idea?
Well, technically for this one, it's kind of hard for the Julian to actually burst, knowing that there's also Hayabusa for Team Liquid PH. So it's more of a possibly a hero that is focused on the possible squishy heroes, or like a mage for Team Liquid PH. So it's a nice counter pick as well for the Julian, because there's a lot of potential with the Roger and Julian as a part of a specific team.
Yeah. I do like the Arlot quite a bit, because like your Nightmare spawn is just there. It takes probably around like 8 to 9 seconds cooldown before you can plant another. And with your Dominion as well, basically your ultimate from a Zask, it takes a little bit of time for that, and you have that space potential. Team Liquid PH is basically denying that zonal control. So you plant the Nightmare spawn, there goes Arlet with the final slash trying to displace that. So that gives a lot of opportunity for play, especially in the hands of Sanford if you know, this Arlet goes into EXP.
I mean, speaking of which, we are seeing quite a number of EXP and hybrid bans here. The flex picks, right? The Rubian as well as Terizla being taken out. Zushin, pretty surprised that it wasn't picked up within the first phase, but it looks like, you know, TLPH, the way that they evolve when a new meta comes by is usually taking what they already know and then adding extra layers on top of it.
Yeah, and it's actually a faster action to them. So with this lineup, they're actually lacking on the burst damage because the lineup of Bigatron Beta is leaning towards on the magical damage. So it's something that is lacking on Team Liquid PH. But I'm thinking of, okay, so more on the tanky side. So it's going to be a Minotaur for the counter set. So Bigatron Beta, you need that heavy setup also. Could be, actually Tiger is a good idea here for Bigatron Beta.
I think it's a pretty good, decent idea as well. Unless they really want to target down and being like, hey man, that Hayabusa should never get in our comp. Go for the traditional Chos, the Frankos, the single target lockdowns. Or maybe even the Kaja, considering that they have so much magical damage.
Maybe, man, I don't know.
I'll go for the Cho.
You go for the Cho? Really?
Although it's hard
It's
if you're a Cho and you're up against like an Arlot and even Minotaur.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking mainly that.
Oh,
okay.
It goes against everything. Hylos is back.
What are the heroes we mentioned again? Cho,
Kaja, Franco.
But we see a Hylos here.
We see a Hylos.
I mean, it's single target lockdown, right? It's like, I don't need my ultimate. It's just point and click right from the get-go. And I like the fact that they're going for the Yuzong. That's going to be really interesting because we are going to see the Yuzong versus Arlet matchup once again. And TLPH go for comfort. It's going to be the Vixana if things go sour. Thoughts on the comps? Who are you thinking is going to take it away?
I like the lineup here of Team Liquid PH actually. It's a mixture of a burst and all, but I don't know. It's hard. I wanna see the Zask also.
Yeah, honestly, Team Liquid PH's composition easier to execute. The Minotaur, the Hayabusa, you know your job, you know what you want to do, you know who your win condition is, you know who your target is. But for the side of Bigatron Beta, it's a little bit different because now with the high loss in play, it really, you generally only pick up the high loss because of the passive. You want to reduce the attack speed of a lot of the marksmen in your opponent's team. That's where Roger and Hayabusa really stands out. Their burst damage isn't as strong in the early game, so high loss making full use of that and just into the face of the jungles of TLPH. I think that's what they're planning to go for.
Well, with that being said, right, it looks like a majority of us are going to be leaning into TLPH. Don't forget that you guys can cast your own votes as well. Wherever the stream platform that you're going on, quickly go on over because we're jumping right into this game. Casters, it's all up to you guys now.
So this is the game one of our best of three. Again, Liquid PH, known as a team that is really strong in terms of their achievements and also the experiences internationally. While for Bigatron, they have to show what they're capable of against a team that is Team Liquid PH.
Yeah, I just want to point out that like MWI just ended yesterday.
Yep.
And the girl teams, they don't really prioritize that Zask as much. The guys really love their Zask. It's the same meta. It's the same patch. But like the boys really love the spawn. It's like they're just putting it there and let it be super annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
So Team Liquid PH, I think their answer to that is just getting that distance, getting that additional like, okay, you want to play a summon? I'll play a summon myself.
And like the usual heroes that we have, let's just study first how Bigatron Beta uses this Zask, because sometimes there's a disadvantage if you're really trying to stick on the current meta, if you're trying to pull out something that is that is new. So for Team Liquid PH, let's go on the more usual side.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Benny Cutie's emblems, he's got a health emblem for T1, but hold on a second, Sanji taking a lot of damage, won't be able to connect as much. But yeah, to finish my point, he's got a tenacity as well, so he's playing towards that late game. I'm not surprised if he buys the Thunderbelt as well, because this is going to be really useful because you're facing up against a late game Zask.
Yeah, the what's that called again? The permanent addition to the defense.
The hybrid defense, yeah.
Yes, so that's a good thing already if that is to be built by Sanford. So this is a particularly slow game for both teams. I know that they know the potential of each other. So most of the time when we see Assassin versus Assassin, there will be team fights already. But for this one, it's more pokes, more like they're filling out the vibe of each other. But Medicute is starting strong at the gold lane, and we'll have the top lane. There's going to be a setup play. And first blood by 40 of Team Liquid PH.
Oh, Sanji taking a lot of damage, but here comes JP trying to push Zuri away. When we able to mount up to anything, but losing both of the EXP laners, they are just gonna try to get that turtle reset, which makes a lot of sense because now you don't have Sanji along with the Eternal Guard, so it's a free turtle over the side of Beta. Beta starting very, very strong on the early side.
And it's really interesting because I thought since it was Team Liquid PH that has the first blood against Bigoton Beta, they'll go more aggressive on taking that objective. But for Bigoton Beta, they know how to make things work. They know that they need to be as much as possible first on this objective, so which is very effective for them. And looking at the things right now, it's 3 minutes, and things are looking good for Team Liquid PH because they're on the lead in terms of gold, considering that it was Bigoton Beta that has the turtle objective. And I saw the item already for Sanford, the Thunderbelt.
Yeah, Thunderbelt is going to be really, really useful in the late game, especially if you're building it on a front-line hero. Sanford needs to be able to get out of there because it's sort of like a all-in kind of skill for Vengeance. If you dash in, you're basically in. You don't want to waste that skill, and you want to try to continue to use that Vengeance as well. But for Team Liquid PH, it looks like a very, very hard start for KarTZ. He really needs his item spikes. He really needs to get that damage down in order to get that kills. But it's very, very Filipino flavor, this entire game. Slow-paced, but it's very, very calculated. Every single move by Team Liquid PH is like, okay, I'm not going to take this fight if I know I can't get a trade. That is what Sanford did on the top side.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that Bigoton Beta is actually putting off to that kind of play from Liquid PH because they're not on an aggressive side. They're just waiting to go for a counter play against Bigoton Beta. But here's the thing. When we say about counter play, it's Team Liquid PH that has the kit. They have the Minotaur. Even the Roger has the Thunderbelt.
Yeah, Roger already has Thunderbelt.
Okay, so this teams or this players are really more on the mid to late game side that is a mixture of both defense and damage.
Yeah, because of that slow start, I don't think KarTZ might go for the Sky Piercer at all, even because like you need to be able to stack those passives for the Sky Piercer in order for it to be effective. This is the second turtle of the game. It does look like Bigoton Beta wants the turtle a little bit more. Team Liquid PH finding a right angle.
Okay, so we'll see who's gonna get this turtle objective. So we could see players from Bigoton Beta. We have Naxu on that zone against the players of Liquid PH. We have C, Carl, TC on the Retribution. The ultimate from Naxu is there. Sanford uses the flicker to back away against the players of Bigoton Beta. Same goes with Sanji, but the players of Bigoton Beta is already low on life. There's no casualty here for this game, but again, we can see other players here of Liquid PH forcing to get a kill against Morzi. That is Carl TC from Team Liquid PH.
Huge, huge wins. Small little wins by Team TLPH. They got the turtle. Carl just went in, got that turtle, got out. He knows how long he can stay. He knows what to wait for. Once the Zask out just ends, that's where TLPH just tries to convert those into kills. That is where the extra shield that comes in from that turtle really come into play. So I like the way that TLPH is so meticulous, so calculated with the way they want to start these fights and end this fight.
You know what, for Bigoton Beta, it's a good thing that they're trying to do a split push here against Team Liquid PH. But you're correct on that one. Team Liquid PH, they know how to start a team fight even after getting an objective, and it's a hard skill, you know, to perfect. For Team Liquid PH, they've been doing it for many times now, so I think they already know how to make Bigoton Beta like be confused. Are they gonna go for a team fight? Is this gonna be another play, or is this a bait play? Something like that.
Yeah, I think it's really smart of Bigoton Beta to just play against the side lanes and just sending Moskov on his own, because now Zask really has his like mid-game power spike. You have a lot of damage with that Zask, and knowing when Team TLPH really has their escape mechanisms, like it's outside, a solo kill by Carl.
That was a nice kill there by Carla TZ. So aside from farming on the jungle area, he's now ready to get kills on the other lanes. And that's going to be another play from Team Liquid PH. Here comes the Black Dragon form. Marzi against the 3 players of Team Liquid PH. Here comes the damage and even the highway from Naxu. Sanford is already low on life, uses the flicker and is still alive. I think here comes the backup. Here comes the backup from Benicute and the rest of the players of Team Liquid PH. Under the turret, there is going to be a Minova's Fury from JP. A kill against the high loss. Team Liquid PH on the lead on this game.
There's a Sky Piercer by Benny. It's getting aggressive. That's the Benny I know. Saruzi doesn't have his ultimate just as of yet. But we'll just have to wait,
Okay, a shadow kill here for Carl TZ under the turret. That is under the turret though.
Yeah, he's building up his Sky Piercer stacks. Team Liquid PH is ramping up the aggression, ramping up the tempo. They're shifting gears as of now because from better on the defense, Angie taking a lot of damage.
But Marzi with a counter kill at the middle lane. So here comes a juggle from Bigger Beta. They want to get those kills against Team Liquid PH. There's going to be a kill against Sanford. So it's a battle of attrition now for both the Bigatron Beta and Team Liquid PH. We could see the juggle now in terms of team fights. I thought that Bigatron Beta were just there to go for the positioning on the turtle objective, or actually the Lord now. But they went for the kills.
They just want to maintain the wave pressure down on the long lane and the bottom side. So they really need to start on this Lord. This will be crucial for Bigatron Beta. The Black Dragon Form tries to zone Ben QD away, but it's taking a lot of damage.
Okay, Marzi in the middle. And there's going to be a shutdown against Korl TC and a Bigatron Beta. They were able to secure the Lord, but we can see here that 2 players are down from Bigatron Beta. Who got the lead there? I'm confused. What's happening? Oh, wait.
Saruzi.
Benicute against Saruzi. And Saruzi's going to be down. It's going to be a killing spree for Benicute.
Oh, man. Just to say his name, the aggression is really starting to ramp up. That's the War Axe, War Cry emblem that he's on. So once he gets started, he won't stop till it's done. Let's take a look at the itemizations real quick. Sky Piercer for both Carl and Benny. They're trying to build that stacks up. Thunderbelt for both Sanford and Benny, but hold on a second.
Okay,
they're taking the Lord right here.
There's a nice defense from them.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Bigatron Beta wants to go for any of the hard defenses, but they're trying to push down that mid-tier 1. That's going to be big for them.
That's actually a nice play from Bigatron Beta. All along, I thought that Team Liquid PH will try to defend this middle lane because the purple buff is really crucial for Carl. You know, looking at the things right now, what do you think does Bigatron Beta needs to do to be able to be on the lead in terms of team fight?
From what I can see, for a lot of team fights that are happening, Bigatron Beta likes to start team fights, but Team Liquid PH, they like to wait for all the right ultimates to end, so Saruzi really needs to be patient, but hold on.
Ooh, that is a nice final slash, and the Eternal Guard for that. It's like an exclamation point. Final slash and then a period is the Eternal Guard.
So that's so worth it because it's spin.
Yeah.
It's the marksman, so this is the floodgates wide open. And Team Liquid PH, they really need to find a way to try to push in all the lanes. They need to be able to try to zone out, create space for the next Lord that's coming in 70 seconds.
They need to capitalize this one. Again, the marksman here of Bigatron Beta is not alive, and it's going to be 6-11. You know, it's going to be another long game, I guess, since Bigatron Beta has the kit, even to clear the minion wave, they have the Zask. And what's crucial here for Team Liquid PH is that when came the late game, if Bigatron Beta wins even a single team fight, the split or the pushing prowess is so high because of the Zask, even the Moskov. So Team Liquid PH, I think they need to finish off the game as early as possible.
I have a counter take to this, which is like Saruzi, his power spike is ending soon. And then everything is going into the hands of Pin. If Pin doesn't scale up well, Team Liquid PH, the longer this game goes, they're just going to be stronger and tankier and beefier. Especially Benny, especially Sanford, you're going to be creating a lot of plays. You're going to be creating a lot of opportunities for you to start the aggression instead of being the counter-rack to that.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. So you're saying that the Zask's damage will decline in a specific...
Yeah. Because
how many minutes do you think?
I think if the game goes up
Like
to like
15
18 minutes
18
or so,
minutes.
yeah, because that's where like the Thunderbelt really starts to stack
Oh,
up,
right.
But
That's
then
right.
again, that being said, Thunderbelt stacks only if like you get the poke or you get a
Yeah.
chip damage onto your enemy heroes. But I don't see anything happening. It's sort of like it's like a secondary school
Yeah.
or like a high school kind of a love story. Like I kind of like it, but I don't wanna.
But I don't want
wanna.
to.
Yeah.
I see you there, but
I
I,
see
don't want to
you,
look
but
at you.
I see you.
I see you looking at me, but you don't see me looking at you. Something like that.
That's what Naxu is doing with JP. He sees him right in the open.
I see you right there, buddy.
No
I
one's
s-
making a move.
I see you right there. I mean, even for Sanji and Medic Beauty, I think they know that there are players there. Even Aksu is actually there. So there's the spawn from Siruzi to like know where the players of Team Liquid PH are. So there's going to be a long lore dance. So
Yeah.
I think maybe a decent minute probably of juggling whether to finish off the Lord or reset from time to time.
Yeah, TLPH looks like they're gonna start things off. No, that's gonna be a reset.
Okay.
But they're actually 3K gold ahead. That's like a full core item for the entirety of Team Liquid PH collectively. Biggestron Beta, they are playing a little bit too passively, in my opinion. They could very well
That's
go
true.
for a nice split push down the bottom side
Yeah.
or so. Pin could really prioritize the win of nature or even the win of truncheon or win a crown just to negate the effects of Call TZ because he knows that he's just going to get picked off. Maintain the side lane pressure, try to push in the waves, and try to force Team Liquid PH to separate. And that's where Biggestron Beta really has this chance. Lord, getting started up.
We can see a setup play from Naxu, who's gonna get the Lord. It's gonna be Carl TZ still. Would have been also a counter play from Team Liquid PH. Double kill for Carl TZ. Sirius is already low knife. Sanchi will secure that kill against him. And a shutdown. Pin is on the top lane. Forced to back away is Link and even this Moskov. It's gonna be a kill spree for Carl TZ. That's it. We have 4 players down for Bigatron Beta. Team Liquid PH, they could get this mid lane turret or probably even the inhibitor turret as well.
It's going to be very, very tough, very, very tight. It's 8 seconds until Naxu spawns back up. The Lord marching down the mid side, but it will take a little bit more time for TLPH to really crack open that. Okay, it looks like they'll be able to do it just like that, and they back off. That's the discipline that I love with these PH teams that I think other regions can really learn from this, especially when it comes down to the macro game. Once you take down that Lord, just take down the objectives, try to convert all of them, and then it really starts to scale. You started with like 3K gold lead, right now it's 5K, and slowly but surely extending.
Probably because they also know that Medicutie during that time wasn't actually, or can't be part of the team fight. So probably for the next... do you think there's going to be another lore dance or Team Liquid PH, they just have to be aggressive and get a play? But the thing is that they don't really have that initiator type of...
Yeah, they got Sanford. Sanford is starting the initiation, just like you said. Okay, Naxu.
Just like we were asking, there's going to be a setup play here from Team Liquid PH. Shadow kill for Cartesi as well. So Naxu is down for Bigatron Beta. That is a nice execution there for Team Liquid PH. Even cutting the minion wave in between the inhibitor turret and the second tier turret.
I like their rotations as well. They're like tipping skills. Right now, they're just clearing off the wave as 5 because they want to fight every team fight as 5, as a unit. And Team Liquid PH are doing this so well. Down by 1, they want to start that T3 down that top side.
Did you see that damage from Cartesi against seriously, that's more than half of his life. So that's deadly for Bigger Beta. So if you're Siruzi, you have to be mindful where Cartesi is, where the GOAT is. I'm sure Gideon loves that.
Yeah, no,
GOAT.
honestly though, I think he really is the GOAT. He's the first person to win multiple championships in a row. Taking a look at the gold grab, Bigatron Beta just slowly declining, but this is still a very, very close game. This is still anyone's game, but hold on a second. Shadow kill on the backside.
Oh!
Actually!
That is a secure kill! I thought Cartesi is going to back away, but that's going to be a secure kill for them. There is a Despair Song from JP, and the turret at the top lane is going to be destroyed. We have Naxu already low on life. JP's Immortality has been procced.
Here comes
and
Benny!
at the middle lane, apart from Medicutie, there is also another damage here coming in from Team Liquid PH. And for our game number 1, I think it is what it is. It's safe to say Team Liquid PH takes game number 1.
Oh man, the tower juggling from TLPH. JP jumps in, gets out turret range. Sanford comes in and just layering of all the team fights. Look at how happy Sanford is.
Yeah, we can see that smile.
That's a very good fight, yeah.
Yeah, I got confused on that last team fight. Everyone was just like using their skills. I thought it was Carl TZ, but it was Betty Cutie that got the kill. So Team Liquid PH, they're ready. They're ready, you know?
Yeah, and not to discount Bigatron Beta though. They were super, super close. Let's just bring back Gideon to see what he thinks about all of this.
Pulled it back mid-game, like a good amount. Like Martisi was down 3 levels and pulled it back to just a 1 level difference between him and Sanford. And honestly, I think that this team does have a lot of potential. However, micro leads to macro.
That's right.
In this case, TLPH, macro leads to micro advantages, right? Every rotation we've seen from Sanji in particular generates pressure. He moves up to the top side. Oh, guess what? I'm a full level ahead of you. Sanford's just rubbing his hands like, oh, fight me one more time, Yuzong. Do it again, Marzi.
And yeah, for that game, I got a feeling for Bigatron better if they weren't just really reactive on that game. There were parts, right, that they were just reacting to what the Team Liquid PH has been doing. So if they did create their own play, it could have been a different story for them.
That's interesting, actually. I wanna ask you, Churros, is it because they're playing reactive, or is it the nature of their draft? Because again, Zask is still pretty new, and yes, I'd like to believe he's defensive, but he can technically drop the spawn, hop into the spawn, hop with the spawn, so that's like, what, 3 screens worth of distance?
It's just the nature of the draft. Remember, you have a high loss. You really need to go in your face, using that glorious pathway to engage into battles. Albeit it's a single target stun, it's gonna mount up to a lot of things. The early game went really, really well for Bigatron Beta. I won't count it out. They were a very, very strong team up against TLPH. This was a very, very hard start for TLPH, but once CarTZ gets online, that's it. That's it. There was no counter for CarTZ.
All right, but what do you think about the temporal rain on Jersey? On the Zask, is this the optimal way to go, or are you more of like a
quantum charge,
quantum charge,
kind of
or
guy?
even like an impure rage kind of guy?
I think quantum charge for a lot of the other mages that we've seen so far actually worked so much better, because like once you plant your ultimate, your first skill actually resets anyways. So like there's no point for you to build the temporal rain. For that matter.
Yeah, that's actually, I agree with what he said, because for the Sask, as much as possible, you need to invest on that ultimate instead of what's the term? For like poking using the other skills, right?
Yeah. Which is like chip damage over like all the other skills. But I do have to say though, like TLPH was very, very smart. How to counter Zask is let him just use his ultimate. After his ultimate ends, that's where like he's super, super vulnerable. And that's where like TLPH is just leaving everything behind. Let's just go for Zask. And once that's open, that's the floodgates for TLPH really, really comes through.
I mean, we say that, but we're looking at Carl TZ's damage, right? 57,000 on a high Busa. You don't get to see that very often in the meta currently, mainly because there's just many ways of like quote-unquote dodging it, but he was forcing Zersey to actually use his ult pretty early on. Like he nearly one-shot him in like what, the 11th minute on like top side inhibitor? That was pretty nuts.
It was like more than half of the life of Zersey during that time, and he didn't even use his ultimate. It was just like what you've said, that he was just forcing just the players of Bigatron Beta to use their skills. Even now, actually, Cartesi has been using his ultimate on him, so that he's forced to use the ultimate just to back away against the players of Team Liquid PH.
I think when it comes to the late game as well, like remember that one kill? He took down Marzi on Black Dragon from underneath the turret, trying to get away. That was the Sky Piercer doing his thing. And so it's so difficult once it comes down to late game Hayabusa in the hands of like CarTZ to go.
Good thing. I was making sure, giving you the eyes, just like, you better call him by his full name.
We mentioned him as the GOAT earlier.
Yes, good. I'm watching. I'm always watching.
Gideon approved.
Gideon approved. But if you look at the golden EXP graph, honestly, you would see...
I wasn't expecting that, though. Like, there's a spike.
See, that's the thing. There's a spike. For 10 minutes, I was seeing Bigatron Beta just getting clapped in a lot of these situations, but they still managed to pull back a lot of smart macro decisions and structural damage to bring the economy back to their side, and it just took one 1, well, I wouldn't even say a 50-50.
It's not even a 50-50.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
They're trading
TLP still
equally.
won that fight. But
Yeah.
I think they took down the bounty. That's where the gold deficit came from.
Yep, and that's why we see a big shoot back
Yeah.
after the 15 minute. And that 15 to 16. That would be 15 minutes 30, 15 minutes 40.
I think after the. Is this after the Lord?
Before the
Before the Lord?
Man, I can't remember, but MVP.
Probably we could watch that on the highlights.
Yeah.
We'll see it in the highlights for sure. But of course, once again, MVP, it's going to be Team Liquid PH's Carl Teasy on this Hayabusa. Oh, I didn't expect to be on the highlights.
Yeah,
for
where's
once.
the highlight?
Thank you, production. But no, I'm not going to lie. I think that it was kind of interesting as we see this game actually progress. These early rotations coming in from TLPH were looking very, very good. But then it's like these situations here. They get it together as 5. The objective gets stolen away regardless of what they do. It felt like nothing can go right for Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, and we can see actually even for Team Liquid PH that their style is whenever one player starts a specific target, everyone focus fires.
Yeah.
So they could secure a kill against Bigatron Beta. So for Bigatron Beta, they're a bit struggling in terms of how they will end a team fight. So their thoughts are like all over the place. They are aimed to this player and then the other one is on the other player, but they don't get a kill.
Yeah, I think that was like after that Lord fight. That was the Moskov just splitting the battle to that back line. But Senji was just wide open, just throwing all of his skills, and nobody's basically touching him. It's like everyone forgets about Senji, but he's like that backline production, just doing everything.
He's just ready in the backlines all the time, right? I mean, this is atypical play coming in from TLPH. We've seen them play a majority of these picks, except for the Hayabusa, for the large majority of the past season. But things are changing, and that means that TLPH is currently at match point against Bigatron Beta. As you mentioned, Chantel, maybe Bigatron Beta doesn't need to play so reactive. What do you think is going to be the adaptations coming into game number 2? We think it move to blue side? Is it a draft thing, or is it like, hey, we got nothing else to lose, let's just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks?
Probably they could go for a the heroes that I mentioned earlier, like a Cho, like a Kaja, so that whenever they want to set up a play, they could really pick up a person or focus on this specific player, and then he's out of the equation. So something like that, I think, for Bigatron Beta, because they know how to juggle between the objectives and during team fight. It just so happens that for the highlights, just opening up a path, and then after that, it's up to you guys on who to decide which is which. Who's your target?
Yeah.
You're walking into the market, it's just like, hey guys, you can pick
like
anything
this.
you want. Here's a cart, you can put anything you want in the basket. Well, we don't know if you can afford it or not, that's another question. But I do think that maybe changing the site might actually help this time round. Or more importantly so, do they want to actually invest more resources in like shutting down these assassin picks, more so getting a better matchup for the gold lane? Like, I mean, Benny QT has been known to play like one of 2 heroes. He gets Harith, Roger, and if he doesn't get either or, there's Natan.
I can't remember the last time I saw him on a Moskov. Maybe
it was during MSC.
MSC.
Yeah, it was during MSC was the last time we saw him play the Moskov. I mean, I'm not even going to start the argument about Claude because every Filipino team knows how to play Claude. I think that's a given to everybody out there.
But for Snapdragon, the win rate for Claude is very low.
Yeah, it's not looking good. But with that being said, this means that both teams are on the cusp of maybe equalizing, maybe getting a quick 2-0. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we might see the conclusion or even an equalization between the 2 teams. We'll see you after these messages. It's all good vibes here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Hopefully you guys are having a good time because currently the score for TLPH is 1-0 against Bigatron Beta, hopefully to close it out. But Bigatron Beta have been proving to be much more of an adversary than we first initially thought. A lot of resistance that this team is pushing back against TLPH. My name is Gideon Q. We've got Churros and as well as Chantel at the caster's desk. Boys and girls, we got to figure out how Bigatron Beta could maybe equalize the score against TLPH.
For that one, did it change the sides?
They could have. We'll see when the draft actually starts popping up.
Yeah.
Based on their phones, maybe?
Yeah, first pick TLPH.
Oh, okay. So you've mentioned earlier it's more on the switching side. So and now I'm looking forward to see what prioritization of heroes will Bigatron Beta focus on.
Yeah, it's honestly difficult because you have first pick advantage. You're able to dictate the draft, so to speak. In this case, Faramis and Arlot, I think Faramis wasn't banned out in the first game, and this time around, Team Liquid PH, they're cooking something. So just let them cook. As well, Ling and Chip, you don't want to leave it open, especially not in the hands of JP and or Carl Teasy, the GOAT for that matter.
Of course, yes. Thank you by calling him by his actual name. But I think that the Faramis ban here, it kind of feels like Sanchi wants to pick up the Zask.
Yeah.
I mean, I was theory crafting beforehand about, Zask coming into the meta, and if he did come into meta, what would be the natural counters against him? It's either people who can break down the Nightmarish spawn really, really quickly, or at the very least has a better, decent utility option, right? And that second life is really important. But the fact that they also banned out the Arlet means they're willing to give Lo Yi up for grabs. I could be wrong here. Yeah, there's Ruby as well, so it's up to Bigatron Beta. Does Lo Yi go through? Does Zask go through? What about Zhu Xin?
Even Harris actually could be open here for...
Yeah, Zhu Xin's banned out. So.
There's a change already with the banning pattern for our meta.
Sanji Zask, yeah. You called it, yeah.
The Zask!
Yeah, the Zask again. There's another way to counter the Zask, but I don't think it fits this meta. It's the Rafaela because you dismiss the slow coming in from the Zask as well. Because the slow from his Nightmare spawn is just so annoying. But they first picked the Angela, so that signals to me they kind of want to pick something that is a tank jungler.
Yeah. And it's the same idea with the movement speed and even healing from the Rafaela.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to dive on this Zask, if ever, so I kind of feel like for Bigatron Beta, they could actually secure maybe a Terizla in here. Although Terizla versus a Zask, I think it's difficult. So yeah, we're on the Moscow side. First game they also used Moskov, right? Yeah.
Yes, they did use the Moskov. You can look at him in his beautiful, subtly malnourished, but very, very low body fat body here. And then there's Carl Teasy showing up with the Roger. There you go. But once again, when we're looking at this draft...
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay, just when I thought the Roger was to be on... the jungle side.
The jungle side, yeah, it's actually the fact. I haven't seen this man play Fanny in a very long time.
Very long time.
This will be interesting, but once again, I think it's going to boil down to whether or not the gold laners can actually find the space that they need, because I feel like it's so much easier for Benny QT when there's so much damage on his team that executing people one by one is not a problem to do compared to Moscow, who has to continuously kite position perfectly every single time.
Yeah. So that's the Boxia. Definitely going into the jungle right here. Yeah. I was thinking the utility jungle because if you have the Angela kind of doesn't really work with any other assassins except for the Ling, because you can stay in the battle longer, or maybe even the Lancelot. But I never seen Lancelot for a long while because of the amount of CCs that they bring into the table.
Lancelot that we've known before.
Yeah.
He's changed a lot.
You've changed, Lancelot.
You've changed.
No
wonder Odette doesn't like you anymore.
This relationship ain't gonna work, Mr. Lancelot.
It's not you, it's me.
But I want to say though, I want to bring us back to the draft, right?
Okay.
Bigatron had the option to pick up the Roger. Why would you want to give the Roger over to Benny again?
I think it's one of those
comfort, or
I think it's one of those things when you look at the Zask and you're like, how do I get out of it, right? How do I deny the slow? I could push back the Nightmare spawn, but then he could reposition back into me, or I could hop away.
Or the kiting.
Yeah, or the kiting as well. And I think it's a little bit more reliable on Moskov than it is for Roger. That's what I personally feel. But now we're coming into the second part of the pick and bans. We're seeing that the Chi-Chi has been taken out. Edith as well It's going to be Trizla on top of the Barats. A lot of EXP-focused bans.
They want to give Sanford an easy lane. But that's just it. It's like, once Sanford gets an easy lane, he starts that rotation. It's going to be a scary, scary thing for Biggest From Beta to deal with. That could be in the hands of maybe even a Yu Zhong even. Now, Paquito.
Paquito, yeah.
Pac-Man.
It's a good pick if ever. And I really like the Grok, by the way, here for Bigger and Beta because fast clearing of Minion Wave, you have Angela as the mid laner. There's a high chance. Oh, okay. X-Work, just when we said it's gonna be a TLT jungle, why not fight it with true damage? Export.
Yeah, I think that overall, they want them... I mean, they know that they're going to play tanks anyway. They know that the Baxia, they need a way to kind of peel it off. They've got the Tigreal as well to create space. I think that my only issue right now is the fact that Angela going into the mid lane, 9 out of 10 times doesn't usually work. And that's personally for me, right? Statistics are also saying that it's at least, 48% win rate overall for the past, 6 months? But that data can be thrown out. It's easily skewed here.
Oh man, Team Liquid PH are looking so good.
Yeah.
Very, very beefy boys. You got Second Life on the Zask, and you got Carl's Easy to GOAT to deal with, enough said.
Even the X-Borg actually has the Firaga armor, you know? It's, it's like
life.
a pseudo second life.
Actually, he has 3 lives. Once
lives,
first or second item, immortality, that's it. Like, you gotta take him down 3 times.
He was a former gymnast.
Yeah. And then Paquito definitely gonna get picked up over here. You need to find a way to get through to that backline or at least clear the long lane. I think that's the macro game that Bigger From Beta are trying to play around. That's how you typically use the Paquito. Like, sort of like a bootleg Benedetta in a way. Just stay in the side lanes and just clear the way. Once that lane priority is pushed in your favor, then I'll join in the team fights. You can find that flank.
I don't know. Personally, for me, I'm thinking that Bigatron Beta's lineup as of right now, as much as it is macro-oriented, itemizing against it is going to be super easy. They don't have a lot of magic damage, plenty of regular physical, something that TLPH could maybe take abuse of. But with that being said, I'm going to give it over to our casters to take care of you guys. Enjoy the show. It's going to be Churro Chantel's cast, the CCC. Please take it over.
Thank you so much, Gideon. What do you think about this? I want to ask you, what do you think about this lineup of both teams?
Honestly, favoring TLPH a little bit more, not being biased or anything, but I'm just excited to see Carl TZ back in his assassin prime. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's been so long. MSC is always like either a Kai, Baxia. He's put in a very, very uncomfortable position, but right now, Snapdragon Pro is just where he's able to experiment with how far he can go with his assassins, and Fanny is his assassin of choice. So.
Snapdragon saw it first. You guys saw it first here at Snapdragon. So Cortez is back with his Fanny, and I kind of feel like there's a huge difference in terms of the jungle already for Team Liquid PH and Bigger and Beta. I'm not sure how the rotation will be for Lynch here on this game. Which one is going to be the faster in terms of jungling? Is it going to be the Fanny or Baxia?
I feel like it's still going to be the Baxia. A little bit faster. Until maybe the mid-game power spike. Once you hit like maybe level 5, you have a little bit more itemizations going in. But Fanny really needs to be able to find those easy pick-off targets. Take a look at the emblems. Nothing really interesting stands out to me, but just that Team Liquid PH, you see Ben Cutie. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. First cables and a first blood for Cortez.
Oh man, just as I was saying, Blinken, you missed it though. Yeah. Cortez.
And he's not even level 4 during that time. It was just like a Naxu doing some visioning, like giving a vision to his teammates, and then Cortez was there. Might as well get a kill.
Very, very punishing for TLPH. But if you look at the emblems just now, as I was saying, I want to bring back to that point, very, very aggressive battle spells for every single member. But hold on a second, Naxu in a spot of bother once again.
Ooh, that is going to be the second death for Naxu on this game. And that's going to be very detrimental for them, considering that he's going to be the first one supposedly to be at the position on this turtle objective. So 2-0 for TLPH on this game. Things are looking good from this Filipino team.
But same cannot be said for Biggest From Beta. First turtle spawned up. Does look like both teams doesn't really want to contest. Okay, JP already starting that pull with Naxu, but being a utility jungle, this is your forte. The dance, the turtle dance, the lord dance, and you're not going for it straight away. You're giving Carl TZ time to get in position to contest for this one. But then again, you're being a little bit passive. You don't want to give too many kills to them because they can just walk all over you and snowball their way through. But hold on.
That's true. That's going to be a setup play. Marzi is down. We can see the players of Team Liquid PH getting ready for this entry from Lynch. We can see the Lance entry, but in front of the players of Team Liquid PH, it's going to be Lynch on the Retribution on his turtle objective.
Okay, just winning against the GOAT is actually not an easy task, so props to Lynch. They're buying a little bit more time for them to really come on online. Everything is over the hands of Pin in the late game. They really need to be able to hit that maybe 14, maybe 16-minute mark for Pin to really come online. But hold on.
Okay.
Another fight. This is a very high octane match.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not really sure of who's going to win here at the bottom lane. Yeah, you know, the skill set of this heroes are like on par. Even the setup tanks, both JP and the Naxos hero. And what I really like for this one is Big Bear is just optimizing the potential of having a utility jungle. He knows that his retribution damage is higher as compared to Carl TZ. That's why they went in for the steal. So, so far, just the usual. So same as game number 1. Things are a bit on the slow pace of the game.
Yeah, that's the JP I know. Very aggressive. Just opening up that map, giving that intel to the rest of the team so that he is able to rotate optimally towards any single lane. Wherever there's a fight, there's JP. Whenever JP comes in, makes a nice set, Sanji follows up. So the rotations from TLPH is still on point as of this time, especially for big major objectives like the turtle coming up in 30 seconds.
You know what? What I really like also is Pin's positioning. Then he knows that there's a possibility or high chance that Carl TZ will go onto his lane. That's why he's not really forcing himself to like really clear the minion wave that deep. So it's more on the safe side, you know. But okay, one charge here for Natsu. Carl TZ is low on life. Nightmare Spawn has been used as well, so it might be a counter kill here for Team Liquid PH. But at the top lane, Sanford with the flicker out.
Oh no!
He's still gonna be alive, I guess. Okay, he's alive.
Yeah. Pin doesn't want to make any moves that he will regret the rest of his life. And even though he lands the SOD all the way from downtown, he just doesn't want to follow up. There's like one more hit. There's no one right there. The turtle will be the main objective for both teams. Team TLPH are already setting everything up. JP trying to push everyone away.
We could see a diversion play, or setup play rather, for JP, but there's not going to be an engage from both of our teams. They're more on the safe side. The objective has been taken. Let's focus on getting more objectives rather than forcing a team fight.
Yeah, getting those power spikes before putting everything into one basket and trying to go for all these kills. I don't need all these kills. I don't really have a Sky Piercer now. I have a lot of damage with Sanji in the fray. If they want to come in, let them come. The water's fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's
don't be shy.
Warm. Yeah.
We'll open. We'll address your concerns. As long as you want to. So 3-0 for this game, almost 6 minutes, and things are looking good, really good actually for your Team Liquid PH, and we're looking for that counter set from Bigatron Beta. I kind of feel like they're not really optimizing the potential of their Angela. I think that this is where what you've said earlier, that it's not really. We're not really used to seeing Angela with a utility tank. It was effective way back, but now I don't think so.
It is still yet to be questioned because there's a lot of experimentation still going on, and using that ultimate. Oh, hold on a second, mid side. Carl TZ almost taking out Saruzi, but will not amount up to anything.
Yeah, that was close. I saw Saruzi using that flicker on the minimap. So things are looking good still for your Team Liquid PH, even limiting the possible rotation areas for Bigger and Beta, and that's really crucial because most of the time, if you have a proc, you want it to be like really roaming in all the areas of your enemy team. But for Team Liquid PH, they're not giving the opportunity for Bigger and Beta.
Yeah, it's very interesting how to see like, oh, actually, Kartizi takes down another kill down the mid side. You see the hand cam, how fast his fingers are moving.
And kudos to the cameraman and production actually, because they knew that Kartizi
was actually going for the kill.
Yeah, even before getting that kill, but at the bottom lane, that is going to be a kill for Team Liquid PH, but a counter kill as well for Big and Beta. So we could see Lynch giving the intel for his teammates that we have players here. JP with a flicker out, uses that conceal, and Sanji is ready for the counter play for Team Liquid PH. Here comes a gorgeous barrier. Kartizi is here! Almost dead though, but still alive. The turtle is already low alive. Who's gonna get this retribution? You can see the implosion here. That is a nice setup play, but the 99 spawn is there. JP is gonna be down, but Lynch will secure that turtle for Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, Kartizi actually went back. He doesn't want to risk it, but nice implosion just to buy enough time for BenQT to try to attempt to take a turtle. But this is where the momentum really shifts towards the favor of Bigatron Beta, where they can actually find a little bit more aggression down on these lanes, especially once the purple buff respawns on the side of TLPH. That's where Kartizi will be. It's very, very reliant. You can read his minds, and that's, I think, what Bigatron Beta really needs to do.
And what's also good for Big and Better, one thing that I've noticed is that they're really like giving space to Pin.
Yeah.
So like just push on the other lanes. That's why for Team Liquid Team Liquid PH, it's as if they are a bit forcing on setting up a play, to which, by the way, they're doing here at the other side of the map. JP with an implosion, BenQT with a kill, and we could see the players of Big and Beta running for their life. So it's a nice initiation there, and it's not done yet because we could see and hear a conceal. Marzi is going to be the target, but he has the potential to get a kill. Counterplay here for Big and Beta. And we could see Sanford without the frog armor, Pin on the damage. He's back and he's alive, and he gets a kill against 40 of Team Liquid
here
PH.
comes Carl.
Okay.
He's right in the fray. They might go for re-engage. No. They back off. That's the discipline. As scrappy as that fight was, TLPH, even though they lost Sanford and JP, they took down the buffs. They took down the T1s down the mid side, cracking open a huge chunk of the jungle, giving them a lot of vision play, a lot of macro play to work with. Man, I was contemplating, hey, Sanford and JP, maybe you shouldn't just chase after this one.
Marzi earlier.
Yeah, Marzi earlier, but actually, it mounted up to a lot of very good things because the implosion from JP really set up the rest of the fight.
That's true, that's true. So for Big and Beta, knowing that their opponent has the potential to like go for an overextension during a team fight, they could go for a bait play, like come here, let's do the team fight here, and then surprise them with a kill, maybe a wall charge from Naxu from behind. But we'll see as Lord is being started here. I think it's more of a bait play, more like they want to focus more on getting other objectives, specifically as to what Kartizi is doing.
Yeah, definitely. This is a cross-map play, and Team Liquid PH is really winning that macro game. Now you're sending Marzi up that top side. Fanny can just very well swing her way down to the Lord Pit. Once they know that Paquito is up on top, they might be able to attempt to go for a fight. Now they know where Pin is. That's the win condition for Bigatron Beta. That's the only source of damage that will come through in this team fight. Lanes are pushing in the favor of TLPH, looking very, very, steady in this Lord dance. Sanford trying to pull that Lord out. He can heal everything back up because he has that War Axe anyways.
Yeah, and it's gonna be hard for Nax actually to have this battle of attrition against Sanford because this is a true damage versus a Grok. So this is gonna be a long one, considering that the Kartizi is just on the way. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be a long one because it was a reset for our teams. So they have to pin the location of Pin. So it's gonna be a pinned location. Got it? You got it?
Yeah, I got a pin location.
Yeah, they need a pinned location because Pin now is like the main damager of Bigatron Beta.
Yeah, they're doing it very well. They kind of know where Pin is at all times. They know that he's right there on that Lord Pin. This is a very, very crucial mistake because Bigatron Beta, they kind of know where BenQT is, but they don't know where the rest of the team is. But they're pretty much open for the rest of TLPH to make a move, and they're making a move.
Okay, we can see the wall charge from Naxu, but it's already low life. What a nice implosion play here from JP. So 2 players down for the side of Bigger Beta. They're not done yet. They're forcing a kill against Sanji. So a kill versus Sanji.
Crazy.
And we can see Pin pinning down JP. That is going to be a double kill for the marksman of Big Beta at the middle lane. A triple kill. Somebody has to stop Pin here.
Yeah, it was so tough because Sanji, he made the wrong move. Pin was just waiting on that back line until the ultimate, the Zask ultimate ended before he made his move. But Kartizi was to attempt to try to go for Pin. For the hard card just in the nick of time.
That was close. That was close for Kartizi because see now the potential, the full potential of the Moscow of Big Beta as to why they're getting this Lord without anyone from Team Liquid PH contesting this. So it's kind of hard now for Kartizi.
Yeah.
Way back, I remember it was a Moscow that is a natural counter against a Fanny.
Yeah, you just pin her to the wall because she likes those walls, the wall steel cables and that combo down there. In this case though, I think TLPH still has the upper hand even though they lost that Lord. 2k gold lead up ahead. They push down that top side, buying a lot of time for that Lord. Biggestron Beta, Pin is starting to grow, is starting to show. But this is a lot of fruits into one Pin. You know what I'm saying? It's if TLPH manages to take Pin down, that's it. They don't really have. Yeah, it's a Pin down.
Yeah. If they don't get the Pin, is Siruzi a good alternative for Team Liquid PH? Because earlier I think Pin was like saved because of the hard card, but he's always hiding.
Yeah, that's where the Fanny comes into play.
Ooh,
Kartizi really needs to make a right move, trying to identify the right targets down before any of these big, massive team fights would happen. Because Kartizi doesn't need to engage into these team fights. He's like a janitor. He's cleaning up all the aisles wherever there's a mess. And Biggestron and Beta, they're starting to push back.
Yeah, and I feel like for the next objective, like a Lord fight for both teams, they need to focus on taking down one player instead of forcing to secure an objective against the other. So it's going to be a long Lordus probably. But the good thing is that for Team Liquid PH, they still have this turret at the middle lane, which is very crucial. On this man, you can see the wall charge in the middle lane.
Sanford's fine. He's fine.
He's fine. 3 lives, right? For
3 lives. He got no. He's got no immortality. So like maybe a second lease of life. From that as well. But Kartizi actually doing a lot of work, man.
Oh, he's been down on the wall. Who's gonna be the target here? We can see Lynch. He doesn't have the buff though. And Kong, TZ is down. Here comes the side of Biggestron Beta. They're fighting against Medicutie. Medicutie is down. Implosion play, but there's no damage here for Team Liquid PH. There's no gonna be setup play for them. There's no counter engage for them. There's no damage for Team Liquid PH. As to why Biggestron Beta takes another kill against Team Liquid PH. Sanford is alone. Oh, he has JP, but Sanford is fighting for his life under the turret. Lynch and even Siruzi backs away. And Morsi will secure that kill against Sanford. 4 players down for Team Liquid PH.
Pin is just crazy right now. 1v3 into a 1v4. Into the implosion, timing his skills just right, getting out of there, taking a lot of gold. He's still sitting on top of this. It's a very close game at this point. This is the first lead that Biggestron Beta has over the entirety of this series, and they could very well come back. Team Liquid PH desperate in maintaining all these lane pressures as the Lord is spawning up. This is Kartizi's job, and he's constantly doing this, but Biggestron Beta is protecting Pin.
Yeah. And take note, by the way, that Kartizi wasn't able to secure his purple buff.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard for this next team fight for Kartizi. So last break of hope probably for Team Liquid PH is to have that Retribution Lord still against Biggestron Beta. I heard a conceal. Or I misheard that, but yeah, there's gonna be a setup play at the middle lane. Wall charge.
Missing the wall charge.
Missing that wall charge, but Medicutie takes a kill.
Marzi for the flank.
Kartizi, here comes Team Liquid PH. They need to pin down Pin, but Pin doing those 3 hits against Sanford. Sanford is down. Somebody has to stop Pin. Somebody has to stop this Moskov. 2 players down for Team Liquid PH, but they have the Lord on the top lane.
He's a monster.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's hard.
Can someone take him down? Kartizi tries.
He even uses Wind of Nature. Okay, that is against Medicutie.
That's a scary Moskov.
That is a scary Moskov. But we have Sanji and even Medicutie here. We have the Lord for Team Liquid PH at the top lane. So this game is extended for another maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I don't know, but it's going to be a long one.
For Cortese, he needs to maximize that TP he has.
Oh,
the TP out!
It misses!
It's out!
Oh man, this was this close!
That was close!
Woo! My heart!
Shout out to Paramore, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Paramore.
But yeah, Vegan and Beta, they were able to defend as a board. Nice defense for them. And I gotta say, since it's the late game, right?
Yeah, it's late game.
It's their
Sanji is
game.
actually not a lot of damage. You can see that he plants his ultimate, he plants his Nightmare spawn. Bigatron Beta just takes down the spawns. But now actually TLPH just pushing back, even though Bigatron has the wall charge.
Nice wall charge there. 3 is gonna be stunned, but Daxu's gonna be down. You can see the last insanity here by Stanford, but look at Pin, just pinning down the players of Team Liquid PH. Sanji is down as well, so Samson Duo's out, but Medicute is gonna be killed here. Double kill for Pin.
Oh, Marzi takes out one more. Are going in? Karo? Okay, at the very least, he took down Pin, buying a lot of time for TLPH to come back online. There's 20 seconds on the clock for Sanford.
No, wait, he's the only player to defend.
They don't have attack. They don't have damage.
Oh, they don't have the damage though. Cortese has to cut this minion wave, so Bigatron Beta should go for the tower lock, but look at Cortese struggling to defend, struggling to stop Bigatron
Oh no,
Beta.
he misses!
And it is
Sanford
what it
in
is.
3.
That is
That's it.
That's it. We're
going game 3.
heading to game 3.
What? Bigatron Beta. Everyone counted them out, but they took down the first place of MPL PH Season 13. The champions of MPL PH. What?
And it was Cortese on the Fanny.
An MDL team.
Yeah.
Taking down
an MPL Team Liquid team.
a brand new roster. The synergy was in question. Everything was in question.
And so, I don't know what to say.
Let's just bring in Gideon.
Let's bring in Gideon. He'll question us.
I can only imagine the speechlessness after that game. I thought it was looking kind of good. A couple of early kills for the GOAT Cortese himself, but afterwards he couldn't find any more. I mean, the Boxia just took everything, ate every single spell.
And even all the purple buff, after the decline from the jungle, it was really hard for this guy. It was hard for him for this game.
It was difficult. It was really, really difficult. Honestly, I wanted to get some opinions about this Angela in the mid lane, some of the conditions that need to be met. Obviously, you need a carrier, but at the same time, is it preferable? Was this the right call?
I think it kind of works out in Bigatron Beta's favor because you have a very, very beefy front line. All you need to do with Angela, because a lot of people think that, okay, you pick up the Angela, I'm going to go for an assassin like a Hayabusa, Ling, or Lance, or something like that. Just try to force that situation, force that team fights. But it actually works better with a utility jungle. Just because you have the extra front line, you're able to use the Heart Guard on the utility jungle in the early game. In the late game, once Pin or your marksman or your gold lane gets online, they really, really get online. That's like a second lease of life. She's popping that Heart Guard as and when. It's basically like a Dawning Light on steroids for that Heart Guard, man.
You know what? That made it more effective. The farming, the conversion of gold farm of Pin, it was really hard for the rest of the players of Team Liquid PH to find him, and Ceruzi's Heart Guard was always on point every single time that the life of Pin was almost this close, and then there's the Heart Guard with this close.
Yeah, just putting it back to like 50% if you had the HP for it, if you convert the shields to health. But no, you're absolutely right. I think, these clutch savers definitely baited TLPH into some like awkward fights. A couple of times they're just like, oh, we're definitely going to get this kill. Heart Guard saves the day every single time, right? But that begs the question, is it Bigatron Beta doing better, or is it TLPH not playing up to snuff?
Honestly, they had a very good early game.
Yeah.
I think, if memory serves me right, we'll take a look at itemizations later. I think if Cortese was able to just get a Sky Piercer, I didn't see any Sky Piercers coming in from Cortese. Because like it was just this close before a Heart Guard comes up.
Yeah.
And against the shields, honestly.
Almost close. If I were Cortese, although I don't use Fanny, I'll feel this.
Yeah, it's a pinch. You'll feel that pinch. And you'll see.
Some genuine frustration, of course, but let's actually look at the item build here. It looks like he opted for War Axe, and then afterwards get a Malefic Roar. He did get an Anti-Cuirass. He definitely needed to protect himself from Pin. He was kind of struggling, getting knocked off of those steel cables once in a while.
Yeah.
I think also that because of the going one of Siruzi, the combo with Pin was really effective. Even if Benicute, there was a time wherein it was Benicute versus Pin and Siruzi. So it's hard to be up against a combo that has anti-life steal and has a high damage per second.
Yeah, I think that the items really show that TLPH is really worried about the Angela. So 4 out of 5 players, they got the anti-heal.
Yeah.
And that's where TLPH's intimidation really comes from, especially from a team like Bigatron Beta, right? You just focus all your energy onto, okay, let's just make max cooldown reduction. I got the fleeting time. We're just gonna secure some kills. I'm gonna be spamming my heart guard, and that is the key to success for Bigatron Beta. Take a look at some of the statistics from the team fights. Saruzi is just in every single team fight because she's everywhere on the map.
Yeah, 89%, and she's everywhere in the map, but nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
Before the team fight.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt a little back and forth. I mean, the end score is 13-18, but when we're looking at the numbers, right? Damage dealt leading into TLPH, not BTRB. Damage taken leading into BTRB rather than TLPH. The only real categories that BTRB was actually winning in is tower damage and also total heal.
Yeah.
Besides that, I would say they were on the decline for the large majority of it. Maybe it could be synergy, but I do think it's interesting because previously I was mentioning, hey, they don't have a lot of magical damage, therefore it's easier to itemize because Marzi got away with so much on this Paquito. Like, a couple of times, Carl TZ could not get in that fight, getting put down to 10% of his HP before the neutral objective even spawned.
Yeah. I think in this case, it's down to, like, I just want to really question Zask. Its effectiveness in this series. In the first game, Bigatron Beta picked it up, they lost. In this case, Team Liquid PH, they brought out their own Zask. I thought like, oh wow, Sanji is going to be playing that Zask, a very meta hero at this time, but they lost.
Yeah.
It's really strong in the early to mid game, but once it hits the late game, there's virtually no damage at all.
Yeah, I think that is because for the lineup of Team Liquid PH, they're more like heavily relying on the skills of the heroes as compared to the lineup of Bigatron Beta. After they go for an initiation, they have those free hits. Even the Baksha could go continuously hit those skills as compared to Team Liquid PH. After the last Insanity, you have to be safe. Even after the Cutthroat, you have to be able to secure that kill against that specific player. Not only for Bigatron Beta, once the hard card is there, okay, let's continue the team fight. It's as if a second life for them, or a second chance to prolong the team fight.
I mean, based off of the graph alone, right, as we go into these highlights, definitely I think the conversion, right, after what you get after you initially start the team fight, whatever happens, even if you're trading 3 for 3, what are you able to achieve across the map? And I think for a large part of it, Bigatron Beta was able to get a little bit more. I would attest it to TLPH actually playing a game where it's like not so much hard to find that big split push motion, but it didn't feel like Carl TZ was going out of his way to create pressure on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Marzi was always there, and they're always sending Marzi. Marzi clears it up very fast. That's the beauty of Paquito, and he's right there back within all these big neutral objectives, which I think it's all, it takes a little bit of skill, but a lot of luck as well. And Lynch was the MVP because he was 2-0-11. Out of the entire game, he didn't die once, and it was a very long, drawn-out game.
Yeah, and he was very consistent actually in taking the objectives against Bigatron Beta. But yeah, during this time, it was actually Team Liquid PH. But what I want to say is that since Lynch was very consistent on being a front line here for Bigatron Beta, it gave up a lot of space, just like what you've mentioned, that since there is someone as a front runner for Bigatron Beta, it's really easy for Siruzi and Pin to have that combo and like finish off everyone and include Marzi that's just literally diving on those players that are already low on life. So for Team Liquid PH, if they don't pin down Pin, and then it means that they've already lost that team fight, because we saw that earlier, right, when Cartesi was shut down when he tried to single target Pin during
Yeah,
that time.
Cartesi is always going for Pin. I mean, he's got the right motion. The thing is, for the Zask in the late game, if you want to isolate one member, you throw it in a Nightmaric Spawn. If you have a team fight right there, you can't pick and choose who the Nightmaric Spawn attacks. If you want him to attack Pin, it's very difficult to control that. So the target prioritization with the Zask is in question to me honestly. Unless you use Zask for tower pushing, I don't think it's that effective in a lot of these big team fights, especially if you're a team fight team like TLPH.
Yeah, and then cut to Boxy, who's just like white stats.
Just right there.
White stats. I'll take it. I'll absorb all the damage. With this passive, honestly, it makes sense. But that being said, the equalization has occurred. It's 1-1 between both of these, honestly, really good teams. CLPH as well as BTRB. It's the match to watch here in Stream A. We'll see the conclusion of it right after these messages.
Giving up, but I will give my all when I get the call. Line them up, I knock them down. A tunnel vision's got me on a mission. All I do is ball. Ball hard and finesse has gotta be success. The other option is to fall. I'm about to ruin that, cause I don't plan on doing that. I take a stand, I'm standing tall. I was raised like that. We ain't the same like that. OGs gave me game. I gave the game right back. Had to show it to the youth. Told them go and live their truth. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah. Hit it and quit it, I'm on to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone breaker, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast, so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government, you ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and live it true. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah.
The time is here, the time is now. Bigatron Beta on the cusp of taking a 2-1 victory against TLPH, possibly. Here, current score is 1-1, and it really is going to just boil down to the draft. My name is Getting Q for the desk. Of course, I have to introduce our casters for today. It's going to be Chantel as well as Churros. Please, let's walk us through the potential adaptations we should be expecting for this game, because I feel like it's really going to boil down to draft between the two.
Yeah, I've heard you two talking earlier about the the changes probably in the prioritization of heroes in the mid lane. I've heard more on the Farsas, probably on the burst.
Yeah, burst damage, rotations, early game rotations, very, very important. You need AoE magic damage instead of like single targets like what Zosk is providing. And here comes the question to you guys, because like I'm always thinking like, is Zosk worth it for the priority? Because this time it's still pretty much early in the meta. You got the the Paramis being banned out along with the Moscow, so there's a respect ban over the side of Team Liquid PH. They're dictating draft once again with the first pick. No changes from Big Tron Beta will be the Ling and the Chip. Ah man, I think they should just ban out the Zosk. Just leave.
Zosk, or maybe give it to Big Tron Beta if you're Team Liquid PH, because for them when they chose the they banned out the Angela, by the way, so
they're intimidated.
Yeah, they're intimidated with a Siruzi hot guard earlier. Yeah, but for the Zosk, for if you're Team Liquid PH, let's just forget about the Zosk. We're focusing on the heroes that will support the Zosk. Every time we pick the Zosk, so no Zosk for this game.
I think that Zosk is a really good anchor in particular. It's definitely one of those compositions where it's like, if I take space, I can take the space and I can hold it rather than continuously pushing forward, which is something I felt like TLPH wanted to do in the previous game, but you're limited by how far Zosk can go. And that makes sure that Bigatron Beta is able to like kite on backwards and regroup a lot easier. I think considering what the bans are so far, it is respect coming out from TLPH. They definitely have their serious game faces on. It's not a feet on the chair situation. It's a lean forward, elbows on the table. We're ready to go.
Yeah, I think it's a statement that that they need to prove, right? Like a lot of people counting them out, bringing back the narrative of like what happened to MSC. They got out. 4th place is still quite a big thing. Right now, Zosk is not prioritized. This is the first game that we've seen in a long time that Roger is actually prioritized for Benny instead of that Zosk.
It's like the typical sequence of picking or actually draft for Team Liquid PH, wherein they prioritize on the Benny Cuties heroes, specifically this Roger. Okay, so I kind of feel like for the team Bigatron Beta, they could, we will see a Louis here. The Louis and Arlot. I see what I did there.
Exactly. The Luyan as well as the Arlot is going to be, it's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with because again, most of the times based on the games we've seen today, Loyi doesn't make it through the draft. But now it's going to force a playstyle that I feel that TLPH is more comfortable with handling over their opponents. We'll just have to wait and see because now it's up to TLPH to finish off the first half of the draft.
Will they go for an assassin hero here?
They go for the Zosk
Okay,
again.
they go for the Zosk. It's okay, it's okay.
A safe pick. Safe pick.
It's a safe pick.
You know what we saw before you came? It was a Carmilla EXP by Homebois. I think it worked out very well because like Zosk is a single target damage dealer. Carmilla turns him effectively into basically
the splash damage.
Yeah, the splash damage, and that was so pivotal in the success of this Zaz. But then again, Liquid PH just going through their own identity. Just with that pickoffs, they want to ensure that they pick off the early game, snowball through to that late game, and this is what they do best. I think they just really need to come online. Benny is feeling the stress right now on screen. Man.
Or maybe he's just tired. He's fully saturated with Roger games at this point.
This is what, second game of the day?
I feel like he's yes, this would be their second series of today because they played another game on a different stream. This is technically their second for sure on stream A. Has he played like 200 games of like Roger at this point, disincluding scrims?
Yeah, I believe, even before, during the MPL Season 13, he's been playing Roger a lot. Continued with the MSC.
MSC, unique hero picks.
Yeah.
2, maybe 3.
Maybe 3. Let's make it 3.
Well, speaking of some of the unique picks, we are seeing a Beatrix get picked up for the side of Bigatron Beta. I think it's rather interesting. I mean, yes, you don't have the Moscow, but I thought maybe the Claude would have been the go-to here. We are seeing the follow-ups of Hayabusa from Bigatron Beta, and as well as Kaja from Team Liquid PH.
Okay, with the Kaja, is it because they're there to pick a hero that is
high mobility assassin.
Oh, that is why Bigatron Beta banned out the Hayabusa.
Yeah. That's a very good reaction from Bigatron Beta. That's what I would think. But Call TZ could go back to his signature Lancelot. Maybe, I don't know.
Lancelot?
please.
When was the last time he
No,
used the
but to be
Lancelot,
honest-
by the way?
Oh, very, very long ago.
M2? Just kidding.
Stop!
Yeah, but to be honest, there's a lot of new adaptations that Lancelot can provide because of the Thunderbelt changes, the War X changes. This brings new playstyles towards that Lancelot. If he plays, trust him to play it well. He's the GOAT anyways.
I mean, sure, yes, but I don't think he can get away as much as he did in M2, right? Things like Arlott, for an example, really changed the game. It's like you have one ability that gives you iframes. Well, technically you have two, but one which you want to hold for a little bit later on. If you're just like trying to puncture around, you're going to get final slashed.
Unless he wants to go for a Julian.
I'm thinking Julian as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he technically could play another Fnatic game. I wouldn't blame him if he does. I
Yeah,
mean,
he's
the
banned
setup
out
is
already.
there.
I
the
think
band's banned out.
it's a Julian. Safest is a Julian. To easily burst down this Louis even prior to the diversion play or anyone that is inside the diversion play.
Oh, dude, I'm loving the Minotaur on Bigatron Beta because they know that Sanford could play the Edith in the EXP side.
Oh, right,
So
yeah.
they want to take it out of the hands of JP. This is one of his mainstay heroes. It's like, when in doubt, just pick up that Minotaur. So this Julian will be picked up alongside the Tigreal. I am feeling a lot of crowd control coming up from TLPH. There's a lot of CCs, lots of mini stunts coming in from the team, but damage is in question, especially in the mid to late game, because we talked a little bit about that Zazk not really proving itself worthy of
For
a
this
prio
match.
pick. Not for this, like for this entire series as a whole.
Yeah,
right?
So I got a feeling for Team Liquid PH as a farming here of Ben and QT has to be really effective and be translated as early as possible. Because if they will just rely on Julian's burst damage, it means that they're leaning towards the mid to late game, which is not effective if you have this Louis, Arlott, and even actually Beatrix.
Well, it kind of depends on whether you're able to kind of find the pick, right? Because at level 3, instantaneously you can do something. We see an Alpha lock
That's
in.
nice.
Interesting. All right.
That's the true damage counter to the Tigreal. And basically the tanky front line of TLPH. But what they do very, very well is that he can hold off on his Spear of Alphas and just set up with the Minotaur, set up with the Arlott, just hold off on that in case the Beatrix gets hurt. Remember, they are one of these teams that are known for like just backing off, just protecting that marksman. I think they want to do it again. So it will be down to TLPH to take down that back line.
This is going to be real interesting because I'm thinking like, it should have been like a utility jungle, something to pair up with the Beatrix, kind of like wombo combo into. But I think diversifying was a smarter option for Bigatron Beta. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think this is going to be quite a banger of a game. Good luck to y'all. Y'all the ones casting it. Break it down for us as we head into the land of Dawn.
And also good luck to everyone watching because we don't know what's going to happen for this match. I'm just excited to see Alpha versus Julian. But last time I think it was during MSC, that same matchup. Julian and Alpha, right?
Julian Alpha is it's sort of like a two peas in a pod. You pick one, I pick the other. It's kind of sort of like that thing.
So,
but then again, this has been a very, very huge test from for Bigatron Beta against the LPH. They've really shown that, man, they're worthy of a top spot. And anything can happen once again.
Yeah, and that's true. I think for Bigatron Beta, they need to again focus on giving Pin the space, which by the way, he played really well earlier with the combo of Siruzi. So Benikidi has to be really aggressive on this side just to limit the laning of Pin, you know.
Take a look at atomizations. It kind of looks like, okay, Benny's just going for a little bit more armor for the first tier, and then the second tier, you got the Master Assassin as well. So now he just really wants to win that lane, especially just control Pin, deny him from scaling up out of control, just like he did in game number 2, and then we'll be safe. We'll be fine. We just play our game, we just play the early game, and then we'll be fine.
Okay, so for this game, though, we could see the players of Bigatron Beta actually going on the jungle area of Team Liquid PH. So they're really limiting the potential here of Cartesi. But there's a counter or cross map rotation here by Cartesi. So that is a nice dodge, by the way, for Benikidi. He felt that as if there are 3 players here and I'm alone. I need to make myself safe.
Yeah, you know there's a mechanic for the Spirit of Alpha?
Yeah.
It's like when you toggle on the skill, the beta actually circles around. It starts moving, so like you kind of know like, okay, is ramping up the user's ultimate. But Marzi gets caught in the middle, slowed down as half of his health. It's going to be a very, very easy level 4 for Team Liquid, converting into a very, very fast turtle.
Okay, so that is a nice initiation there, by the way. For beginner of beta, we can see a flicker here for JP.
Oh,
but
Lynch
was there with the retribution. He felt that JP is going to be there with a flicker and then that impulsion play, supposedly, but he was prepared. But first blood will go to Team Liquid PH, but Turtle is on the side of beginner of beta.
Yeah, it's honestly a very, very good trade. You give away the turtle, you get the jungler in the process, but Lynch just buying a lot of time for that top side to really, really start to scale up, because it's going to be a very, very slow lane, because like Benny is not going to give Pin the opportunity to just farm up. You don't want to shove the wave a little bit too much because you don't want to force a lot of engages. But then again, this is just Lynch knowing how and when to time his retribution just right.
Yeah, in front of the players of Team Liquid PH.
Of course, 4 players of that.
Yeah, he calculated that well, that if I do this and with this area, this is gonna happen. So things are looking good here for beginner beta in terms of objective taking. But set a play at the middle lane from JP. Marzi nowhere else to go, because 3 players of Team Liquid PH was there, and there was a space even for Sanford to take down some of the gold plates at the XP lane, because it was Marzi at the middle lane.
Yeah, nice diversion play, but won't him up to anything. It was just Marzi just getting caught. There's nothing that he could do just to escape that. There's not a lot of escape mechanisms except for the double stuns. All these mini stuns actually add up.
Yeah. Wow. While that was happening, there is going to be a kill against Cortese. So I got a feeling for Cortese wasn't prepared that 3 players also of bigger and better was there. So yep, for this one, the usual. I think we've already seen the pattern of these teams wherein they will start slow, and then if they get this specific item, let's start the party.
I think now we're still on like gear 2. We're ramping up the speed a little bit, but like Bigatron Beta is shifting back to gear 1. I felt like Lynch could have went straight directly for the purple buff, try to force a retribution for Cortese, try to get it, but Implosion on the way.
Okay, Implosion, and a set of play here for Team Liquid PH, and it marks one as well. Sanji with a kill. Continuous play for them, double kill for Siruzi. Where was that from? So battle of attrition for both of our team. Double kill for Sanji as well. And we have Marcy at the middle lane. But Sanford will go for those free hits. But they'll back away, disengage for both teams. What happened there?
Oh, Siruzi actually just popped all these reactions when they're in the midst of battle. Implosion was popped up just nicely, taking down 2 members and then converting into 1 more. There was a 5v5, but they were layering in so well, converting this into a turtle slain over the side of TLPH. So they're doing very, very well in the early game, just as expected, whether or not they're able to maintain that lead.
You know what, for Team Liquid PH, they're known to be a team that is really good at the early game. But so far for beginner beta, okay.
Oh, diversion down the bot
when
side.
When we were talking, they left the map. I got surprised when I was explaining. But yeah, for beginner beta, they're known as a team that could actually extend a game and even win a game, even though the other team is on the lead. So we can see Sanford against 3 players of beginner beta here at the bottom lane. Here goes the free hit on the players of Team Liquid PH. Netmark spawn has been used. Sanford is down. Pin is down as well. And here comes Betty Cutie with a kill. Lynch with a double kill. Alpha is still alive! Triple kill for the Alpha. And it's shut down here for Carla TZ. Almost close.
Reaction. Oh no!
The juggle between Carla TZ and Benny Cutie. But Bigatron Beta, they have a counter objective at the middle lane.
They're going for the trades. They're going for the objectives. Cracking down that mid side is so disasterly for Team Liquid, because Julian kind of really needs his purple buff in order to stay afloat into a lot of these team fights. But Siruzi doing so much work in getting that reactions down, getting that damage down whenever there's a team fight. So Bigatron Beta actually really smart on that team fight. They weren't trying to force that situation too much, but then again, counteracted by Sanji's Zaz just zoning out Pin, denying him from any escape at all. but now it's still anyone's game. The lead is 2K for both sides, but Matt is super even.
Yeah, it could shift as quick as possible as long as there's a nice team fight for Bigatron Beta, because for their lineup actually they could pull off a let's say a wipeout actually against Team Liquid PH, because we saw Lynch earlier against 3 players of Team Liquid PH. It was just an ultimate, but there is a setup play for JP and a counter setup play as well for Lynch. JP is down. So that is a nice counter play for Bigatron Beta as the turtle is being started. Sanford in front of the players. There is the burst here for Bigatron Beta. Flicker out. Lynch with a retribution, and Turtle has been slayed. Cortez against 3 players on the side of Bigatron Beta. We have the Netmark spawn. A Team Liquid PH not forcing for another team fight. Even Bigatron Beta, they are disciplined as well. They don't want to force any more team fights after that.
Very good reaction from Bigatron Beta, just protecting Pin whatsoever, using the diversion, getting him down, trying to funnel as much experience, as much gold as they can onto Pin as fast as possible. And this is looking like a very fast-paced game coming into game number 3. Because Bigatron Beta, I remember it was like 12 minutes or 13 minutes. Then they start like hunkering down, babysitting Pin at all times. But now it's only 8-minute mark. The first Lord is going to be spawning up pretty soon. It's 80 seconds on the clock, but he really needs to watch his positioning.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of positioning, Marzi is going to be the target here for Team Liquid PH. That is the XP laner down. Again, XP laner down for Bigatron Beta and Team Liquid PH. They're a bit dictating as to how Bigatron Beta will go for the clearing of the minion wave.
Yeah.
Now we're heading into the mid game.
Yeah, I think the only downside of Bigatron Beta's draft is that they don't have anyone they can send into the bush to check for anyone at all. They don't have that vision play. You could put the yin-yang reactions, but then you're wasting a huge skill. In team fights, you could use your first skill, but if it doesn't hit, you don't have that HP bar that appears on the top of your screen that shows you any heroes whatsoever. So Bigatron Beta have a tough fight on top of them, but lead is still steady at 2K.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see that graph, just like it's steady all the way.
Yeah, because for those who are new to our stream, for the story of this match is it's literally both teams juggling. Whenever Team Liquid is on the lead, it's sometimes Bigatron Beta, and we don't even know who's gonna win. It's a game number 3.
That's right.
And it's just 9 minutes. Who knows if this is gonna extend for another 20 more minutes? I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. This could be the longest game that we have today. This is the last game for, not the last game, the second last game for the rest of today, seeping into the stream. But Bigatron Beta actually showing that they are really on par. Hold on.
Okay, that is a nice setup play with their spare stomp, but JP uses that conceal and even a flicker, but is...
JP still alive!
Still alive! Although Marty with the last slash against him, and we can see the players of Team Liquid PH zoning out the players of Bigatron Beta, and that's going to be a double kill for Betty Cutie, make it a possible triple kill. Although Sanju will secure that kill, and we could see Marty. And it is going to be a wipe-up here for Team Liquid PH.
This opens up so much. The top side's already cracked right open. You have that Lord in your possession as well. First Lord, albeit, but you're going to take down a huge chunk of that health. There's a wipe-out over on Bigatron Beta. Now you're on the back foot. They don't really have a lot of wave here on top of just that Beatrix. It was looking so bad because they just split everyone up. Marzi was a little bit too trigger happy. He just went to the backside. No one is following
oops, sorry. It's like an oops sorry moment here for Bigatron Beta. Probably next time they have to calculate first if it's gonna be effective for them. And look at that from how many again is the lead? How much?
It's 7,000. 7,000.
It's now 7,000 from 2,000.
From 2,000. This is the huge spike that we're waiting for if you're a TLPH fan, right?
And I got a feeling for Team Liquid PH, they just have to be mindful of the reversion play of Ceruzi for this game. And after that, if they're able to prepare themselves for that play, and then they could capitalize this Lord.
On the upside, though, Bigatron Beta kind of likes that high ground defense just because you have a lot of AoE damages, especially from that Loi and the Beatrix. So this will be looking like a very tough defense. As long as they keep all 3 tier 3 turrets on par, they might have a big chance because you don't want to give too much over to TLPH.
Okay, so right now we could see Team Liquid PH with the Lord at the top lane. Bigatron Beta has to defend this one. In return, the top lane is successfully going to be destroyed here by Team Liquid PH. Probably the middle lane also. But it's a nice defense, by the way, for Bigaton Beta. They're not forcing any team fight. Let's focus on the Lord. Let's focus on the counterplay that we can go. But here comes the counterplay that we are saying. That's going to be the stair stop. Sanford's going to be down and make it 2 players down for Team Liquid PH, having Sanford and JP after that engagement.
That's so worth it for TLPH. Just cracked open all T3s. They're just barren right now. The diversion play comes through. Oh, they stepped a little bit out of center. Cortese is left all alone.
Okay, they're forcing a kill against Cortese. It's going to be a shutdown here for Bigaton Beta. I think they said that we're here. Let's just get an objective. We traveled so far from the base here up until here the river side. Let's just secure a kill.
It's desperation. Bigatron Beta is trying to pick up the scraps from everything that's left behind from TLPH, and that was a very, very worth it trade though. You're opening up so much of the entirety of that map. You give that backline, so the diversion play is definitely going to help a lot in Bigatron Beta if you're able to single out any one target of TLPH and try to convert them into a sort of like a kill on top of a kill and cycle the rest of the team members.
And we can see right now that 30 seconds will have another Lord. So I'm looking for that potential diversion play again for Siruzi. If you are Team Liquid PH, it's really hard to predict as to where this diversion play will come from, and JP has to be prepared for that.
Yeah, the beauty of the Roger is that you are not a backline hero.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so like if you get a diversion play, you go into the backline, there's not really a lot of backline heroes. There's no one that is squishy enough to take down just with a snap of your fingers. You just really gotta stay in those team fights, which TLPH really, really likes. But this is where the Zask really shines. Yeah. Because the more you stay in that fight, the more damage you deal, the more anti-heal that you provide over on the side of your opponent. So Bigatron Beta really, really desperately trying to contest for this Lord.
Yeah, by the way, Benekit is at 702. So how beautiful is that for a marksman? And we could see Conceal play. We could see Naxu with a No One's Fury. A nice setup play with a Spear of Alpha coming in from Bigatron Beta. We could see the burst play as well for Team Liquid PH. Look at the free hits. Legendary for Benekit, but Pin sees him down with the rest of the players of Bigatron Beta. We have Sanji and JP left alone on this game.
Oh, what a play. What a set. But what a turnaround. TLPH before they go down. It's a Sanford special. He takes down that Lord, buying so much time. But the base is in shambles. Bigatron Beta just scrambling to save it. They're all just marching down. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, so for Sanji, he doesn't have the Nightmare spawn. So for Bigatron Beta, they just have to defend this one out. So another extended game for our viewers and for us casters here who loves MLBB. You know, Team Liquid PH versus Bigatron Beta. They're just giving us beautiful Mobile Legends, bang high level of play. From a 7K gold lead, 1.6. You see that?
Back down to 2. Back down to 2K.
Right?
Yeah. It's constant back and forth. It's a boxing match.
Who would have thought that
we got a gold graph right here.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. See the gold graph.
Actually, it's not as much as I would think. Like, I thought it would like spike up and go down. It's sort of like a sine curve. I'm sorry, I'm a professor.
Oh, really?
No,
cosine,
I'm just a teacher.
cosine,
yeah, sine, cosine. You got what do you call it? Sinusoidal
that's
kind
right.
of curve. Lots of big words.
Yeah.
The only big word you need to know is, where is the diversion?
There's gonna be the diversion here.
Yeah.
Imagine the storyline again for this one is it's as if it's a battle of David and Goliath, but the Bigatron Beta is like really playing really well for this game. I think Team Liquid PH is also overwhelmed with how Bigatron Beta juggles in a team fight, extended team fights to be exact. But it's really difficult for Bigatron Beta if they are to contest an objective, having these minions all over the place.
Yeah, let's take a look at the itemization since Bigatron Beta is just scrambling to just wipe out the minions off their base. So you get a Thunderbelt from Marzi as well as Sanford, so that is constantly building up. You got Julian actually he's already full build. The 2 marksmen already full build as well, looking to sell out their boots to try to get additional damage items down as well. The 2 tanks, it looks like Minotaur. Okay, out of all of this, Minotaur actually has more gold than the Tigreal.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
it means that for Bigatron Beta, specifically Naxu, he's much more part of the team fight.
Yeah.
as compared to JP here. Probably because for JP, there are instances sometimes that it's really hard to go up against Alpha, Arlot, and even Minotaur, right? The opening for an initiation is hard for JP. So that's his assignment since we now have the Lord in our screens.
Yeah. Okay. This Wind Talker for Benny. That's 6 items over on the Roger right now because on beta. Might need to watch their backs because look at where Benny is. He might be able to go for a backdoor attempt. We have seen this many a times in the Philippines, but no, the flank.
Yeah.
They're just waiting for a right diversion play, but I kind of know that Sharuzi wants to go to that back line, which means the orange buff area where the Lord is, but it's a third of his health. They want to force the situation.
Mino was Yuri, but Kagi is backing away. Pin with a Lord take against Team Liquid PH, and look at him with a flicker again for those 3 hits. It's gonna be a kill spree for them. And the players of Team Liquid PH are already low on life. Sanji at the back lane. Cortez is struggling. He bought that immortality proc, but that is against the players of Bigatron Beta with the Lord up their sleeves. I think, is this endable though for Bigatron Beta?
I don't think so. There's 30 seconds on the clock for the entire team of TLPH, but they did so well in trying to protect Pin.
Oh wait, look at Sanji though. Sanji at the top lane. Somebody has to stop Sanji. Just when we said that there is going to be a possible backdoor here for
TLPH special.
Oh my goodness. Another one for Team Liquid PH.
It used to be Sanford, now it's Sanji, and then Benny every single time. Every single one of them, they're not going down. Oh my gosh, Chantel!
We were mentioning earlier that it could be Benny QT and the JP at the top lane.
I thought like, okay, they're just like waiting for the way to push in because everything was pushing in. Everything was just actually pushing in. Okay, let's take a break. Let's bring back Gideon.
We need Gideon here.
How could he? I was watching the game. I saw the angle. It was like, wouldn't it be? I was looking at my.
I can't get over it though.
I can't get over it. I knew it was coming.
It was gonna happen.
I knew it was coming, Gideon. We knew it was coming.
Yeah,
we're saying that.
I was just looking at Sanji all the way up there, and he was like, "Okay, that's Mark's on. It's my time.
Yeah.
I'll go for the push."
Actually, yeah, Zest is known as one of the fastest turret takers anyway. So like, it makes perfect sense.
I mean, yes, it makes perfect sense, and you can definitely see the disappointment on Bigatron Beta. It's like they did everything right. They won a hard team fight. They won a hard team fight. They prolonged the game despite having no inhibitors. They're making the correct macro decisions, but just one thing slipped up. We won the fight, but we didn't clear our wave.
Yeah, that's the effectivity of taking all the inhibitor turrets during that second or first Lord push, I think.
That was the first Lord push.
Yeah.
That was the 10-minute Lord. TLPH takes down everything, and then the waves just start crashing in, wave after wave after wave. There was no macro control for the side of Big Storm Beta. It was just luck of the team fights that happened down the Lord pit every single time. It's just a TLPH special, man. Every single time you see this team plays, just like be prepared that there's a backdoor opportunity that's coming through.
It's part of their strategy.
I don't know. Bigatron Beta, they definitely had that game in the bag. It's just one slip up. After all of that. But you can see the sigh of relief coming in from TLPH. It's time. We're going to call on Mara Aquino to interview our winners of this game. Well done. Hard fought.
Here with Liquid Echo Sanford, congratulations. But you know, I have to go back to what you said in the beginning. You predicted that it was going to be a 2-0. You said you wanted to go home early. It's going to be a fast game. It didn't turn out to be that way. What exactly happened, especially in game 2?
Ano po siguro, yung mga last on pick po nila, like nung game 1 is Hylos Yuzong, nung game 2 naman is parang yung Moscow Angela. So parang may bound po talaga sila para sa amin. So yun po yung talaga yung parang dahilan kaya po kami nahirapan.
So he said it's because of their last one pick, which is their poison pick. Like, what are the heroes?
Hylos, Yuzong, and the Moscow Angela.
So they know that their opponent came in prepared specifically for you. In fact, in that game number 2, they were using the heroes that you guys used in MSC. That's what I noticed. Now, how did you regroup after game 2 to make sure that game 3 was yours and you guys were able to backdoor?
Ano lang po, kung ano po kung saan po kami nahirapan, so binan out na lang po namin.
So basically, they just made sure to ban out the heroes that gave them a difficult time. Now, I'm used to seeing you use more of damage heroes like Lapu Lapu, Yuzong, Paquito, but today we got to see you use Xborg and Edith. So how was it like adjusting to tankier XP heroes?
Parang di naman po ako masyadong nahihirapan eh. So, kasi dati po, si Carl po yung nagtatang sa amin. So, parang payback time lang po na parang sa kanya naman po kami mag-all-in. So, ready din po talaga ako mag-adapt sa mga hero.
So basically,
it take turns lang po. Like.
To take turns. So now you're adapting for Carl. And you didn't have a hard time at all adjusting because usually before, Carl was the one who used tankier heroes. So now everyone's ready to be able to adjust to help him use his assassin heroes. Now, what do you have to say to everybody watching right now? Because they're cheering for that. That was such a good series. That was very, very intense. And in the end, you got that. All your fans, what do you have to say?
Kinabahan kayo, no? Hindi, joke lang. Ayun, thank you po.
He's basically saying, didn't you guys all get scared? Just joking, but thank you to everybody. Good luck on your next match. Now you can relax, get some Malaysian food, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right, congratulations. Now we're gonna go back to our casters to break it down even more. Time to shine.
Thanks again, Mara Aquino. TLPH definitely gave us a heart attack at the very end there. Give it up for our MVP, backdoor man, Sanji on a Zask.
You know what? List it down. Zask is now part of Sanji's expertise.
Yeah.
In terms of his mage heroes, you know. With the KD of 4-1-10, it's as if he's part of the team fight, but at the same time, he's not noticeable. He's not doing anything fancy. But everything he does is very crucial for every team fight that they won.
Yeah, the thing is, it's very difficult to discern where Sanji is at all times because once he pops his ultimate, it's like, is he out of the ultimate or is he still inside the ultimate? Do we wait for him and soak up that damage, or do we find him? And then usually he's like at the back of the minds of everyone, but he seldom gets caught out. And that's the thing that I like about Sanji's positioning going into this game, and especially since the last backdoor happened.
I think this is where Sanji's plan of backdoor started.
Yeah. So he knows.
Look at him though.
So he was waiting on that backside. He's just waiting on that brush. No. This was the second Lord take. What happened on the last Lord?
Oh, okay.
So the Lord E actually used the diversion play to get back, and then this was the fight that this was the fight that happened.
I mean, this was a great angle coming in from TLPH. Don't get me wrong here. I mean, they were finding all the correct targets, but unfortunately, the biggest problem was the fact that, Pin, he was able to survive and kill. Yeah, with the Wind of Nature, survive Benny QT's initial dive. But here's the funny part. It felt like Sanji was not thinking about the back door until everything had happened, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's dead. They're running away. Sanji's like, wait, hold on a second.
Yeah.
And it's also, why is no one noticing me? Hey, I'm here.
Look. We have a zoom in. That's the speed up version, but he takes a long way.
He takes the long way around.
Oh, down the northwest side.
And I was like, no one's noticing me on the team fight. I'll end the game instead.
He had 2 waves to work with, too.
Unbelievable.
Look at those smiles, though.
I mean, that's definitely a sigh of relief, because had he not pulled that off, had Big Tron Beta been just a little bit more diligent with the wave management, that could have been a guaranteed victory for TLPH there. Sorry, for BTRB. But look at that score, 17-18, 18 minutes worth of gameplay, 2 kills every single minute, 1 from TLPH and 1 from BTRB. They're just going back and forth.
Hey, look, even though BTRB lost this game, they really won our hearts.
Yeah.
Don't count them out, man. The MDL super team playing against the big dogs, and they're showing off.
Yeah, and during that last team fight, they even won. Against Team Liquid PH. If Sanji wasn't alive during that time, that backdoor play won't happen. Right? So it's very promising for Bigatron Beta. I'm just looking forward to their next games after this. Or they have the they have a game after this. Just kidding.
Yep. I think for the most part, I think BTRB has a bright future ahead of them, considering what they've been able to achieve here. But it doesn't mean that their journey isn't over yet. They still have a long bout of rounds. We're only technically at our second round on our very first day here today. And honestly, it's hard to really tell who's going to be on top or who's making it to playoffs. But let's look at the numbers to see where where it starts to differ. Because, again, 18-minute game and we're already breaking into the 200,000s worth of damage.
You know what? For your Team Liquid PH, with the kill participation very close to each other, it's just as if they played fluidly. Well, they are Team Liquid, but yeah, they acted up according to their role, and they didn't do anything unnecessary during a team fight. Even Jape, actually.
Sanji, damage taken 12,000.
Yeah, because we can't see him.
Because the Nightmare Spawn doesn't count as damage.
Yeah. But like, it's virtually untouched in a lot of these team fights. Yeah. It's like, once you pop the Nightmare Spawn, okay, I'm out. I'll just stay around the area so that Nightmare spawns.
Are you inside your home, or are you home or not?
Are you back on your planet? Oh, no. He's in our back door. Okay. I think that at the end of the day, that BTRB has a couple of things. I mean, the inexperience is definitely there, right? There's a couple of situations where they may have read the situation a little wrong, but I think that they have a very good starting point, and their fundamentals are strong, which is going to take them further down the line. I don't know what's up with Bigatron, but they keep finding these like crazy MDL teams.
Yeah, I think it's down to like the thirst that they have. If they win this game, maybe like one day I'll go to MPL, one day I'll win the M5. But like when you're on top, do you think like that's it? Like what's else
next
to fight? You know what I mean?
What's next?
Yeah, I mean the air is different when you're up on top as well. It's,
oh, you can tell because like
it's a little thin. Smells like farts, I'm not gonna lie.
From what? Like a giraffe?
From everybody else.
Oh really?
Oh, because like hot air rises, cold air sinks, so like the fart goes up because it's like warm.
Here.
Okay, moving on. You have the sinusoidal curve. That's Mount Everest that we see on our screens.
It is gigantic, right? Which is rather crazy because this lead was held for a very, very long time. By the time we got to like the 10-minute mark, I think they were still pretty even until we saw the big surges in that game. And then by 15 minutes, that's when we see it all just go badly for TLPH.
You know what? The discovery here for our match, for like the entire series, so when it's already a 15-minute mark, there's a high chance that regardless of how high your lead is, may it be XP or even gold, there's a high chance for you to be on par on the other team. It just all depends on the initiation of teamfight and even taking the objective.
Yeah, I mean, it eventually equalizes, right? Because these gold leads are, I mean, personally for me, anything above the 42k is a little bit extra. But for most comps, and especially for this team, they fought their hardest. Once again, hats off, salutes to you, BTRB. You put your hearts and souls into that one, but it's not over for these guys just yet. And don't forget that even though the TLPH, they may have dropped 1 or 2 games here, it's still not done yet. Stream A still has plenty of action for you guys. Keep in mind, we have, once again, Fnatic Onic going to be playing up against CU soon in just a little bit. That's our next match that we're going to be watching. But there's also multiple streams as well with multiple games actually happening. We got to talk about some of them. Some like Stream B, for an example. I mean, personally, watching in the back, this next one, they're not done with their current Geek Fam versus RSGPH.
Yeah, it's the 2-1 all across the board.
It's still ongoing.
Look, our second round, first game of our technically it would be the third series of our day, has been 1-1 throughout. But afterwards, it's going to be Rebellion Esports up against Omega. And finally, with Stream C, we have, pull it up for me, Zipper. Thank you very much. Oh, they haven't finished yet. Homebois and NIP Flash currently 1-1. And by the way, might I mention, if any of the right-handed teams, well, technically this siding is reversed for y'all. The right-handed teams, if they win their match, will blow open. What's that?
I heard something.
Homebois just won.
Homebois just won. They got their revenge, but like, why am I happy? What am I happy?
Immediate update. Thank you so much, Zipper. Appreciate it. Immediately after that, it's gonna be Yudo Red Giant. So get excited for that. But what a this victory here. Apparently, they had a really long, like a 20-minute
really
match.
Long. Because ours is long already, but we finished first.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the fun part here. That's the fun part right here on Stream A. Honestly, I thought it was gonna be a quick day. It really wasn't.
It's a Sunday. Everyone's just cozied up in their beds, eating popcorn, and like just enjoying the show, man. Enjoying your face.
I mean, considering the amount of popcorn you would need to have, they probably had to go for seconds. They're like, this ain't enough. Let me go get another bag one more time. But yeah, it's been crazy. The upcoming game is going to be Fnatic Onic up against CU you soon. The round Bs have been concluded, and for the most part of it, you gotta give it to these teams. They've worked their hearts off, their heads off. They worked so hard. Like, I'm just surprised that all of this is happening on day one.
Yeah, it's too much information for me actually. Too much action for just day one.
And you just touched down like a couple hours ago too.
Yeah.
It was like
and I almost got lost at the airport, by the way. And now I'm here.
Yeah. It's really a long ways
It's
away.
huge. Look, it's a big airport. I totally understand, especially with public transport. There's a lot of things in Malaysia that could be a little bit better, but we love it anyways. With that being said, that is going to be the conclusion of this series. Our next one is going to be coming up real shortly, so please stick around after these messages, and we'll continue on with our final best of 3 of today.
Nickname saya Wosi Paul, saya dari Bigetron Beta, role saya jungler. Kami Bigetron Beta dari Indonesia, kami bermain di MDL Indonesia. Sebenarnya kita publik biasa, terus ikut trial, terus kita ikut trial, terus keterima, jadi kebentuk. Teman saya nickname-nya Marzi, dia role-nya XP lane. Gold laner saya, nickname-nya Pin. Mid laner saya, nicknya X-Ruzy. Lalu roamer saya, nickname-nya Naksu. Saingan saya di tim nickname-nya Lynch, role-nya jungler. Dia udah ikut Bigetron Beta dari MDL ID Season 9. Perbedaannya mungkin karena teman-teman saya ada yang beberapa pindah tim. Contohnya kayak CV sama Narasi naik MPL Brazil. Nah, saya sih bangga ya, soalnya juga tim-timnya tim jago semua, terus tim MPL semua. Terus juga kita cuma satu-satunya tim MDL yang lolos ke Challenge Finals kan, yang bisa ngelawan tim-tim MPL yang udah juara-juara. Mungkin kesulitannya waktu itu kita sempat puas lah dengan hasil yang ada. Padahal kita belum pasti lolos ke Challenge Final kan. Habis itu coach kita ngingetin buat jangan cepet puas. Ya kita rasa kita pengen dapat jam terbang, terus kita bisa show off biar bisa dilirik oleh tim-tim MPL. Makanya kita seterakhir itu dan kita semua alhamdulillah bisa lolos ke Challenge Final sih. Cara kita ngembangin strategi kita ya kita latihan terus, mau di rank, mau di scrim, coba aja terus sampai kita bisa berkembang terus sih. Kalau inspirasi, saya inspirasiin diri saya sendiri aja sih, soalnya balik lagi kalau dari diri sendiri nggak bisa, pasti kita kedepannya juga nggak bisa. Yang ngeri paling di grup sebelah sih, kayak ada Onic, ada Brand, ada Yudo Rejain juga kan. Buat orang tua, keluarga, dan juga teman-teman dan juga Bigetron Troopers, tetap dukung kita di SPS ini biar kita bisa mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik. Terima kasih juga udah bisa ngedukung kita dan bisa bantu doa buat kita.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the weekend feel like forever. We could ride this way forever. Long as me and you together. Cherish the vibe like it's treasure. When I'm with you, it's whatever. Forever.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP.
We have now already gone live. Check the Steamer Tati Sleep Talk. And it's safe to say Team Liquid PH takes game number 1.
Oh man, the turn and just layering of all the team fights. Look at the
Moscow Westler.
Yeah.
So it's more on the safe side, you know. But okay, one charge here for Natsu. Carlzy is going live, but Nightmare X1 has been used as well.
Ended before he made his move, but Carlzy wants to attempt to try to go for a pick, but the hard guard just in the minute. Well, Carlzy has been doing a lot of work, man.
Oh, he spit down on the wall. It was going to be the target here.
You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. down the ride, down the ride. You and I, we'll ride. You and I, we'll ride. You and I, we'll ride. Down the ride, you and I, we'll ride.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah.
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk.
And we're already back. This is the final best of 3 that we're having here today. Round 2, this time for Group B. It's going to be Fnatic Onic once again from Indonesia up against See You Soon from Cambodia. Cambodia. Welcome everybody. The Snapdragon Pro Series continues to battle it hard here at day number 1 with a lot of upsets, but more so, the games that we thought were going to be easy are way harder here at Stream A. My name is Getting Q. I'm going to be your desk host for today, but introducing our new sets, we wanted to change things up once again. In with the old, out with the new. We're bringing in both Sir Cloud as well as Chantel at the desk. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have you back, Sir Cloud. But what do you think about the previous game? And give us some opinions on the upcoming match while you're at it.
Oh man, there were two things that I missed out on that previous game. Number one, a high-loss game. Yeah, as a high-loss main, I'm always excited to cast a high-loss game. But the last game itself, that base rush, man, that was crazy.
That was crazy. I don't know if that woo coming in from Chantel was like, oh, you're a high-loss player, or high-loss players still exist?
I was a high-loss main before.
Oh,
hence
there you go.
That's why we're doing this. We have this connection even before the cast.
You know, high-loss has 4 legs. Yep, there you go. Just say.
Yeah, when we connect, we have 4 legs.
Hey, man,
we can do a high-loss.
Yeah.
Play.
Not what I was expecting for when it came down to 4 legs, but honestly, with this upcoming matchup, we did get to see a little bit of Fnatic Onic prior to this upcoming final best of 3. Cloud, you were there to actually cast it. Give us a bit of a recap here, some of the good points coming in from Fnatic Onic, and maybe something to see from See You Soon. What should we expect in this best of 3?
Yeah, so earlier on today, like Fnatic Onic, they were very, very dominant against Rebellion Esports. I mean, especially when it came to the first game, they were very, very good plays from, I would say, the entire team. Right. I mean, of course, there's one MVP, but for me, the standout player was Keyboy himself with the troll. And then when it came to the second game as well, it is a little bit more balance of a game, I must say, but still, it is Fnatic Onic that won it pretty clean.
Well, with that being said, we do have a little bit of an interview with See You Soon. We're going to be throwing it over to our correspondent, Kulios. Kulios, how's that team doing over there?
Thank you, Gideon. And now I'm with See You Soon, Felix here. How are you, Felix?
I'm fine.
So, Felix, I'm gonna ask some question. Who is your best friend among them?
ចឹងណាគេគឺជាមិត្តដែលល្អជាងគេនៅក្នុង4នាក់បង4នាក់វាថាយើងធ្លាប់លេងមួយគ្នារាប់ឆ្នាំហើយអត់តែ flick មួយដែលយើងទៅមកចូលរួមមួយ team មួយយើង Okay, Felix said that 4 of them are all their best friend because they have been played together for many years, but only Flick, who is the new member to the team, but also is he best friend as well.
Okay, can you tell us one funny stories about one of your friend? Maybe like someone is really take a bath or something?
អញ្ចឹងគាត់ថាអាចនិយាយពី best friend ដែលនេះ story របស់គាត់មួយអត់រឿងរបស់គាត់មួយអញ្ចឹងណារឿងអីដែលគាត់គេអត់ដឹងពួកហ្នឹងវា train អត់មុតទឹក For all of them, before they train, they didn't shower.
Okay, they didn't get shower first. But now I'm gonna go into the match because you're gonna facing against the Fnatic Onic when the M5 happens that they beat you guys 2-0. But on the last MSC, you guys beat them 2-0. And now on ESL, what's gonna happen?
អញ្ចឹងគាត់ថា yeah. Okay, he said that 50-50. Felix think it's 50-50 for this time with Onic.
Wow, so we're gonna see our Season can keep the winning or Fnatic Onic gonna win this match. So back to you, casters.
Thanks, Kulios. And that was Kulios with See You Soon. Chantel, do you agree with this? Because the last time these two met, like, See You Soon kind of knocked them out of one of the biggest prize pool tournaments we have seen in MLBB history. And he's saying now, yeah, it's about 50-50.
It's 50-50. I'm not sure if they're just humble, but I've got to agree with the 50-50 because we saw the difference of Team Liquid, the PH's performance earlier, and there's a huge change from MSC. So with a short period of time, I believe for the other teams from the MSC, there's a possibility for them to like change their strategy. So I kind of feel like for Fnatic Onic, they've learned a lot from MSC and they probably changed those mistakes or probably another strategy for them coming to SPS.
Okay, that's a very safe take here, but let's see whether the predictions says otherwise. Guys, if you are watching Snapdragon live on the streams, whatever platforms you you are on quickly. Snapdragon match predictions are happening right now, so vote for your favorite team, and then you'll see the graphic percentile in the game itself to see whether or not you are going to be correct and how many of you agree with them. Speaking of which, I am a little curious to know what everybody's predictions is for this game, because I know that I've gotten like 50% rate on getting it correct, and everybody's saying it's 2-0.
For my side, but
you were still on the plane, to be fair.
Yeah, she's politically correct.
She's truly the
politically
50-50.
Yeah, it's a civil war between you both.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, I mean, if between the two of us it's 2-0, 2-0, if you had to predict, Chantel, what would it be?
Okay, so he said it's a 50-50. Let's go 2-0 for see you soon.
Hey, whoa!
Oh, okay.
Whoa, he says a 50-50 and they get lucky twice? That's a bold claim there, Chantel. That's a very bold claim.
But you know what? The fact that you predict a 2-0, that's kind of interesting. And you know why? You mentioned that you come with a curse.
All right, yeah.
Should it be a 2-1 instead? Are you going to change your prediction?
It could be a 2-1 actually. Can we change it? Like
okay.
2-1?
Now she wants to change it. Now she wants to change it all of a sudden. Hey, but regardless, continuing how like the entirety of the
there you go.
So politically correct. So I'm getting bad vibes from this now. But I do think that generally, like every team that we've seen here, whether it's from Group B or Group A, has definitely shown us that the rest of the world is actually catching up to what we think is the standard, or at the very least, what the top 1% of MLBB players look like.
Yeah, and it's a good thing because the game is casually or continuously evolving. So with that changes, we could see that other teams will be on top. Maybe next time another team will be on top aside from the Malaysian team.
Well, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see, because I personally feel that we need to have a talk with potentially one of the best teams coming out from Cambodia's side. Let's have a quick look at See You Soon.
Hello guys, my name is Ryan. I'm from See You Soon. In my team, I'm the mid laner, and my XP is Felix Good Boy. He's stupid. My roamer is Boxy, Crazy. I got like new jungler Flix. He's kinda scary. And Tusu is our player. He also good, and Ron, he also stupid playing good lane. I met them when my coach pulling me from a coffee shop. Yeah, like 3 years already. Boxy and Felix, I'm playing with them since MPL Season 1. Only the jungle is new. All the team in here, invited team and qualifier. The qualifier team is kinda strong. They learn and they keep picking their mistake from their qualified, not like us invited. Their mentality is better than us right now. I think some of the team that fell qualify because like maybe they look down on a small team, they're not being serious on the team. They thought that they can win already, but the result is different. I think Kusu Hone and Kusu General, both of them inspired me to play this Mobile Legend. Because when I first started, I saw them live on YouTube. It looked good and it's fun, so yeah, it kept me up until now. Qualifying to playoff, I feel like I have like 70% chance. It's fine with me and my team in that group, because every international tournament we always face like that, so it's fine. Just keep doing better. For all the fans, thank you guys for supporting us. I love you all, love you so much. I hope you guys still supporting us. Thank you.
Wise words, wise words. It does feel like the rest of the world is catching up, but more so they're becoming more self-aware of themselves. The fact that like they're looking at these qualified teams, they have a better mentality than us after their performance at MSC. It's kind of hard to say that, hey, at least they know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, doing MSC, you definitely have learned a lot, right? And I guess from those learnings as well, that's what made them to make this roster change. But how long did they have to train with the new roster? That's going to be the biggest question.
Yeah, that's a really good point here. I mean, we're looking through the stream schedules while we're at it. And I mean, like, honestly, for some of these teams who have made changes to their teams, like let's take RSGPH for an example. They recently just lost their game against Geek after a long long tech pause, 2-1, and now it's going to be Rebellion once again, who again also had a big change of their roster. We are getting new, fresh energy here at the SPS. With that being said, it sounds like the draft is going to be starting a little sooner than expected, but it's always good to get into the action as quick as possible.
There you go. So again, for the story of today's matches is that teams are leaning towards the Zask pick. So I'm expecting to see another Zask for this matchup prioritization, probably for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, at this point, I expect to see Zaz in all my ranking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
At this
for
point,
sure.
I'm just looking over at all the other streams as well. Like there's
Zask,
so
Zask,
many.
Zask.
Zaz, and Zaz. It deserves a ban by now.
Honestly, it does deserve a ban, but what would you be taking out? Because I feel like even red side, there is still a large majority of teams who are like, we got to get rid of the Ling. Chip, absolutely not. And then maybe
Even
a Shushin.
Shushin and yeah. And what's really nice is that if you change the sequence of the ban, there's a high chance that it's a very predictable what your priority pick will be. But for a Team Liquid PH earlier, it's more on the Rogers, so probably same with Fnatic Onic, or maybe a hero for Kyrie. Here, we might see like a Fanny Hayabusa, something like that. Okay, they ban out so they're prioritizing on Kyrie heroes.
Yeah, they have been prioritizing. A lot of teams have been prioritizing on the Kyrie heroes, of course, but Sans got away with the Zushin and as well as Zask at a certain point, and I think that most teams probably shouldn't. Oh, interesting. Chip ban from on Yeb's side, on blue side of all places.
Right, but that still remains like, okay, there's still some hot picks here, right? Like Harif is still open, Beatrix is still open, but even though it was still open like from the previous series where we saw Fnatic Onic play, they didn't even pick that. And now, second time again, it is open. Rogers open as well. It's another hot pick. I think they're just trying, like, yeah, of course you got to pick that, but I got a feeling that at the end of the day, they are trying to play stuff that is unconventional. Like, you thought they would pick like, oh, you're going to pick the Harry, you're going to pick the Roger, but no, they're not going to do that.
I mean, that's the beauty of Snapdragon Pro Series, right?
Yeah.
Because it's an in-betweener tournament. It's not like it has a crazy prize pool like MSC, for an example. Honestly, nothing really compares to MSC. What am I talking about?
Of course.
Yeah, but we see a lot of teams who come here, they're like, we're here for fun, we're here to build that chemistry, and now we're seeing the Roger as well as the Ruby from CU soon.
You know what? With this Ruby pick is actually nice against the Zask, because if you're outside the Nightmare spawn, there's a high chance for you to literally find the Zask. And the continuous crowd control is going to be detrimental here for the Zask, but there's a nice answer for Fnatic Onic with this Edith. The crowd control, the high damage per second whenever is outside the ultimate. So yeah, for this one, I'm expecting to see this Edith actually to be either the tank or it could be an XP lane, but we could see Julian. So high burst for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, we see Kyrie pick up the Julian. He did pick that up earlier today as well. And obviously he came up with a win. So it is still a solid draft based on stats.
I mean, so far the fact that there is some clear synergy between the Zaskin as well as the Edith can buy a lot of time, and especially with the Nightmare spawn as well, as soon as she goes into that primordial form, it's kind of difficult to run away from it. It's almost impossible to miss the stun, even when you have the Nightmare spawn slow on top of it all. But CU Soon are taking the more aggressive route. They're like, okay, if you want to peel backwards, we're just going to dive even harder. We're going to displace you back into our team with an Arlen pick.
It's more on the layering of skills and crowd control actually here for the side of CU Soon. So they ban out the Moskov because they don't want another hero that could be on par of this Roger. So okay, Aurora has been banned out here by Fnatic Onic.
Yeah.
Which is I'm not sure if it's a good ban though, because it's kind of easy with the Julian, even the Zask after the passive of the Aurora, right? To counter the Aurora.
I mean, if you are caught out of position, it's similar to Nana, right? You lose your passive, you start running away, but then if there's
you're
nobody
a viable
else,
target.
yeah, you're still a viable target. But I think the important thing that Fnatic Onic is trying to keep in mind is that, hey, they want to come at us front to back, and who's great at slowing that down? Aurora.
Well, if Aurora is out, then heroes like, let's see here, Vexana is still open. Probably there can be another
Vexana is a
option
decent pick
to
here
replace.
for added layer of crowd control for See You Soon. But the difference for that is that they're focusing more on the skill-based type of heroes instead of the like a high burst compared to this Zask. So Nolan has been banned. You're still lacking with jungle, if I'm not mistaken, for season. Not unless they have this Roger on the jungle side and take another marksman hero. Could be maybe a Brody.
Could be. I think they still have plenty of options still left in the pool. Like, they can play Harith if they really, really wanted to. They've got hot picks. There's no reason for Fnatic Onic to pick it up just yet. They also have the Roger, so they're pretty flexible in this position. And I think that See You Soon is going to abuse the red side, lock in that Novaria, and say, hey, now Fnatic Onic, you got to show me your whole hand.
Right. I like this Novaria pick for See You Soon with the vision. It's literally See You Soon. Versus the Zask, right? Because the problem if you're up against a Zask is you don't know whether the Zask user is inside the spawn or not. So with the Novaria, it has a lot of vision, you have the slow, and even a poking potential early game and spike damage on the late game.
Alright, so this will be the question on the table, right? Roger, jungle, or go? What's your pick? Okay, based on track record, right? We look at MSC, but of course they played with a different jungler that time. They played Roger jungle. So that was the last time they had Roger. So likely they might stick with the same strat.
Well, it really depends on what this last pick is going to be, right? Because technically Roger does well into the carry. Now that you see the Tigreal, you're seeing like what the mid trio is going to be. It's like, I don't know about this because it feels like EXP side is going to struggle to find priority without the help of the Ruby to kind of save that lane. Same goes for even mid, for an example, right? So I think personally that See You Soon, if they want to get like hyper aggressive with their jungle, they can if they wanted to. But I think ideally that this Roger is probably going to go into the jungle pick, and then they can go look for a typical. Honestly, even a Beatrix isn't too bad.
Beatrix is decent. Even Brody is actually decent here for season, but the damage per second will be a bit low. But okay, damage per second. Why not the Nathan here for a season? This is a good pick for a See You Soon. Come the late game, more on the scaling side, but yeah. Double down on scaling heroes for See You Soon.
Yeah, I was thinking whether or not they wanted to avoid the scaling heroes, because I mean, Cambodia, they've come up with some of the more aggressive teams. So naturally, I'm more inclined to be like, okay, if it's early game oriented, it makes sense to me when I see KH next to a team name, right? But with that being said, Sir Cloud and as well as Chantel, I'm gonna leave it to you guys. Break down the compositions from both of these teams as we head into the Land of Dawn.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Fnatic Onic at See You Soon. In case you just joined us, this is game number 1 of our best of 3 series. So, what do you think about the drafts? Any preferred drafts out of the two?
You know what? In terms of the draft, when we say it's easier to do type of a lineup, it's leaning towards Fnatic Onic. It's like the basic. You need the crowd control, you need your jungle, and you need someone at the middle lane that clears fastly. So execution or easier execution, Fnatic Onic, but come the late game, damage per second, the power that they have, it's See You Soon. So to answer your question, early game, Fnatic Onic, that's their winning condition. They need to win the early game. For See You Soon, if they're able to extend the game, like a really late game, they may have a chance to replicate that performance from MSC.
Right, and if they want to win it early, well, they have to make quick moves here. And as we can see here, Keyboy, he is doing his job best of trying to secure the river and trying to gather information at the same time. And with that sort of information, maybe they can pull off something there. But of course, Keyboy being a Tigreal, he's not that type of like, okay, always going in, getting those pickoffs, doing something sexy. Yeah, he needs to reserve his implosion for something big enough.
Yeah, if you want to do something implosive or implosive, whatever that may be, he has to take note of the positioning, also even of the Boxy, because the threat here for Keyboy is that if ever there's a chance for him to initiate and Boxy is there, there's a chance for Boxy to go for that maybe flicker and don't run Wolf King type of play against them.
Oh, okay. Would you believe if we'll see a first blood down here? Yes, we will. And Kyrie came in the right timing. Nice rotation by Kyrie.
Yeah.
Potentially get both? Nah.
It's as if they really calculated that play at the bottom lane. They're just optimizing the potential of having an assassin as their jungle. So that is somehow the difference here for Fnatic, Onic, and See You Soon. In terms of spike damage, definitely it's going to be Kyrie's here or burst damage. But for Flick, it's more the damage per second type of jungle. You have to be effective in your farming. And we actually saw Flick.
Oh, Flick? Oh no. Oh no. He went in to steal the purple buff and he got caught alone in between Keyboy and Kyrie. I mean, if you have Keyboy, well, Keyboy didn't really need to use his implosion, but even if he needed, he would have gotten the kill. But anyway, speaking about implosion, the implosion caught 2 way behind. And not only 2, but also another one that makes 2 kills in front of the tunnel.
That is a very nice setup play there for Fnatic Onic right after taking down Flick, which is the jungler of See You Soon. So since they have this intel that the jungler is not around, why not go for that turtle take? And the good thing for Fnatic Onic is that there was a setup play from Kiboy, and they have that burst damage that we were telling earlier in terms of step 1, step 2, step 3 of your steps to win a game. So 4-0 here for Fnatic Onic. Everything is working their way, and they are on the lead on this game. Now for See You Soon, they need to give that space to run, for him to run freely.
Oh, but Felix has no space though.
Yeah.
There you go. Felix went down again. So that is a 3rd kill onto Felix already. Every time they make a rotation down, Felix will be out.
Yeah, that's very crucial here for See You Soon. Sorry, and Felix is supposedly the player that will out of us the initiator here for See You Soon, but things are different now. The situation is difficult for See You Soon, so things are looking good for Fnatic Onic, and Kiboy is just everywhere. Oh boy.
Yeah, if Felix cannot scale, then he cannot be the initiator. The next one to probably might be able to do is going to be Boxy, playing the Ruby, and that's about it. But even so, Boxy may not scale as fast. And look at the pace that Fnatic Onic is playing right now. I don't know if they will be able to reach that point quick enough before the game ends.
Yeah, you know what, for See You Soon, it's very different from how they played from MC, because during MC they were like really fast. It's just them diving against Fnatic Onic. They need to replicate the type of play, which they can actually, because they have this Arlot, they have the Ruby, but we'll see, because Fnatic Onic is it's as if they're really prepared of the possible potential and even threat from season. Now the turtle is being started by both teams.
Yep, turtle probably going to be taken out by Fnatic Onic, but they go all in as Kyrie will secure that turtle. Good luck, give it away to See You Soon. At the same time, they will get another kill onto Flick. It's going to be Flick's 2nd kill, but also Felix went down for the 4th time.
Okay, so things are really, you know what, first, sorry, and Felix, he's really in a bad shape right now. And even Chewe versus Saran at the top lane. So the question is...
Oh, come behind, where are you gonna go? You can be run, but you will not actually run.
Nowhere to run, says Ron, during that run of events at the top lane. So 8-0 guys for Fnatic Onic, showing their dominance in this game. And it's a 5k, almost 5k goal lead, by the way. And later on, when we see the items, it's probably on Chewa's side, actually, in terms of the lead, I believe. So for See You Soon, they need to do something like... How can you do something if Fnatic Onic is forcing a team fight? Probably do a 5-man defense on specific lanes, or do a bait play and have a run for that gold on the other lanes. But yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. Probably 12-15 minutes before we see that progress from them.
I guess this is the answer, right? You hold hands. You group up together, hoping that if anything happens, you have each other to help. But speaking about helping, implosion onto Felix. One implosion for one hero. They're willing to take that because they also get the turret at the same time. Felix, 0-5-0. You gotta feel for Felix now.
Yeah, I am now feeling sorry for I'm Felix. It's kind of hard since the crowd control here for Fnatic Onic, again, the layering of skills that they have is just really on point. So for See You Soon, they have to be as much as possible as defensive. Since it's 6 minutes, it's a turtle. The next objective will be the Lord They need to be defensive in a way and creating an objective for them. But you can see that the damage against Loot P, there's no damage actually. Bottom lane, bottom lane.
No, they're all coming there. At least 2 levels ahead. And with that, they were even going for the turret dive. But Sans, look at Foxy. Loot P goes down. It's okay because Chewe gets Felix again. But they're not done yet though. The turret is still up. Run. Better run away because the turret will fall.
Now,
we're behind Kyrie. Woohoo! That was a close one.
That was a close one. I thought that there's going to be another kill from Kyrie because he just went in and showing everyone is that he's another potential threat if ever Season will stay there. So we could see here that in terms of the levels, it's actually Kyrie on top of everyone else. So level 12 Julian is very, very dangerous for See You Soon. Imagine the burst damage that he can give. He is at 205. Everything is on point. Fnatic Onic is playing fluidly for this game. It's as if they know how to react on a specific time.
Oh, Boxy. You got keyboard, but it's okay. But like what you said, right? Because of the level difference,
yeah,
See You Soon finds it hard to even come up with the damage to take out one player out of Fnatic Onic.
You have to reiterate on that because since there's a level gap, it's not just because there's a difference on how players actually play their heroes, but when there's a level gap, the damage, the cooldown, everything just translates and affects the game. So for Fnatic Onic, that's the thing that they're capitalizing, and they could also capitalize when this Lord is or has spawned.
Oh yeah, that's why they're trying to secure like the parameter
area,
of the Lord, right? Especially if they can take down this turret, it's perfect for them. And it came at the perfect timing. The Lord is up, the entire jungle is secured. If CU City would just show themselves, they will be eliminated immediately. So they have to let this one go.
That's a thing that they know that thing. So what they did is that give space for Ron. Again, this hero, the Nathan hero, is a very good hero in terms of the late game, in terms of clear minion wave. Worst case scenario could be a 12-minute game wherein he's trying to clear the threat from the Fnatic Onic Lord push that will actually go at the bottom lane. So yeah, 9 minutes of this game, it's literally Fnatic Onic dictating the game. For See You Soon, their winning condition is to have run for his money.
You gotta run for his life now every time the members of Fnatic Onic shows up. But not only Fnatic Onic, but the Lord is coming down from the southern side. When it comes to itemization, well, I mean, the gap is just so big at this point. So it's uncontestable at this point. If we look at it, Ruby only has Athena shield, and that's about it.
It's just 3.5k. So as much as you want to like be on the defensive mode, both physical and magic damage, the kit isn't really available, but it's just a level 1 Lord. It's really fast. This is what we've been talking about. It's a Nathan. It's fast clearing type of hero. So we might see another Lord push, probably for Fnatic Onic. And if See You Soon keeps this up, there's a high chance for them to turn things around. Their lineup is equipped for the late game.
I like that thought. That is a possibility there. I think we've seen that before. Games that actually turn around as long as they can hold on as long as possible. And sometimes you might mentally drain your enemy down. They make mistakes, you capitalize on it.
Yeah, so for Fnatic Onic, you don't want to give opportunities to See You Soon. So the next Lord, secure it, and then win the game, take the objectives, and that's it. For See You Soon, all they have to do is to give space to run again. If possible, give all the jungle if there's a chance. And here's the thing, we've mentioned earlier for the lineup of See You Soon, they're more in the late game scaling. So aside from Ron, there's gonna be an immense damage from Ra. So it's something that Fnatic Onic has to look forward to because even the Astral Echo would be hard for them to counter.
Yeah, speaking about damage, I noticed a Malefic Raw onto Chewe. So if he's already buying a Malefic Raw, that means he's pretty stacked up in terms of itemization as well. Very likely Trinity items completed. So it's just a matter of him getting that right moment to take fights, and he'll be able to melt down anyone from See You Soon.
Okay, so now here's the problem for See You Soon. Since you mentioned that Chaiwe has the Malefic Roar, once they get Chaiwe or there's an opportunity to burst down Chaiwe, they have to. If not, Chaiwe will literally shred all the players of See You Soon. He's well equipped. He's turning level 15 anytime soon. And the players of See You Soon are what? Level 11, level 12, level 10s. So it's going to be intense here for See You Soon if they want to contest. But looking at the things, it's a free lord for Fnatic Onic. The play is go for the defense, have a run again, clear the minion wave, just like what we did on the first lord.
I mean, this is the longest time that we had with nothing happening because both teams are just, well, one is playing it very, very safe. The other one can't do much. And if you're playing safe and I can't do much, it becomes like, oh, nobody does anything.
It's like an imbalanced love triangle. I don't know where the
I don't know, I'm single, so...
Yeah. Anyway,
oh, here we go as Keyboy now takes a lot of damage. Keyboy will be able to back out just in time. Anyway, he has some immortality. So here we are absolutely fine, but for the Lord will go down. And like what you said, thanks to the Nathan,
yeah,
it clears off fast.
You know what, Sir Cloud, are you prepared for like a 20-minute game of having just this?
I was always prepared whenever I cast with you.
Yeah. Because I got a feeling that's going to be the story here for Fnatic Onic, not unless there's going to be a flicker and then the Earth Shatter play from Ludwig.
Oh, here we go. Goes in onto the back line, but at the same time, they have to take down the turret as well. Turret will go down. Sorry, I'm Felix. Will need to say sorry, I cannot go in. And of course, they try to chase back, but... yeah, no big moves, but okay, hang on a second. The flick goes in. Nah,
Okay.
just don't.
It's as if we're watching like a tug of war kind of thing.
The tug of war.
The tug of war for Fnatic Onic and See You Soon. What's really nice here for Fnatic Onic is that they were able to capitalize on taking down the turret at the middle lane and even at the bottom lane. Because if you're up against a team that is very clear on, or very fast on clearing the minion wave as much as possible, you want to limit those turrets. So that is what Fnatic Onic has been doing all throughout the game. But yeah, See You Soon, they know the potential, but it's about high time for Boxy to do that flicker setup play, possibly.
Oh, I'm looking at Keyboy now behind, and Keyboy, of course, will not let Boxy go. Boxy will go down, and Jiewe comes in, but run! We'll make sure they will not run. Look at the space that he has to come up with the damage, just raw! All the way from behind. Will get a kill for himself, and now Fnatic Onic will need to reset.
So this is where the juggle, the real juggle will happen for this one. Now, See You Soon, because he has glimpses of damage from Flick and even Flick, Run, and even Ra. Actually, this is a nice trio composition for damage. So you have the Novaria, the Vision, even the pokes on those Astral Echoes. So if you're Fnatic Onic, as much as possible, you have to pin down either Selena or... It's gonna be hard if you focus on the Nathan. So if Novaria rather, if Novaria is open, why not find Dra or even Flick prior a team fight?
Yeah, and unfortunately they couldn't though. Like I noticed what happened is that Keyboy circled around. The moment he saw that one target, he just ran in onto it, and
he's always really being boxed out also by Boxy.
Oh, true as well.
Oh, nice Astral Echo, by the way. 5 players has been hit there by See You Soon. So the area has been revealed.
Yeah, information gathered at least.
Yeah.
And because of that, Fnatic Onic, they're pushed back slightly, and See You Soon has a little bit more control. But Fnatic Onic, they're engaged right now. They do see Boxy, but they do not want to go all in on the Boxy just yet. They know that Boxy is pretty much the bait right now. That's why he's sitting in front.
Okay, so this is another long lower team fight, I guess, for both teams. So I imagine it's just... imagine it's already 16 minutes and we just have 16 total kills for this game. But there's going to be a final slash in the middle lane.
We might see another one though. Loopy is pretty low at this point. But Loopy has to echo all the way behind. My Keyboy could be the next one to fall. My Keyboy managed to flicker with safety. Loopy counters by on the Boxy to get him. Loopy, look at this out! One last thing about and he survived! The Astral Recall will not connect onto him. But the Lord will still be taken by See You Soon.
Okay, that is an opportunity for See You Soon to take up Lord, which they did. For Fnatic Onic, it's a good thing that they got Boxy out of the equation during that team fight, because if Boxy was there, there's a high chance that See You Soon could have went for a wipe out. So Sorry and Felix with his immortality. So all they need to do is just literally take everything that they could with the Sword marching at the bottom lane. So things are looking good for See You Soon, and we're reaching that point of equilibrium for this game. So look at the items. We have the Thunder Belt and even War Axe already for Flick. You have the immortality for Boxy. So all he needs to do is the setup play. Whatever it is, the other players should just back up his initiation.
And Jayway no longer has his shoes. He traded it for Rose Gold Meteor. So he's all in right now for damage. So let's see if we can make it happen, because as of now, well, you would expect like a carry to come up with a lot of kills, but he only has 3 kills, which is fine as long as objective is secured. But speaking about objective, the objective for See You Soon right now is to try to take down the bottom, and Fnatic on it will let it go.
Okay, so that is a nice defense on See You Soon's side on trying to prolong the potential of the Lord, but Fnatic Onic was ready for that possible push from See You Soon. So now it's almost 18 minutes. This is the point we're in. The problem is going to be more on the initiation of setup plays. So immortalities will be very crucial. Yeah, we have Box and even Keyboy on that immortality. I don't know. I can't say who's on the lead for this game. But definitely in terms of gold and everything, it's a Fnatic Onic. But there's a high chance for See You Soon for a wipeout if ever there's a nice setup play.
Yeah, it suddenly becomes like very hard to tell. Like if you asked me like 10 minutes ago, I would say, yeah, Fnatic Onic.
Yeah.
But now it's like, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's the 50-50, like what they talked about.
Yeah, so it was on point earlier. So we'll see, guys, of what's going to happen. Again, this was a rematch. Different story though for See You Soon, different jungler that we're seeing as compared to the MSC 2024. Boxy was... I was so sure that Boxy was ready for a setup play at that time.
Well, they definitely set up to take down the turret. So, another turret loss. They're getting closer and closer though, but I guess like what you say, right? Because both sides, they're like playing this tug of war.
Yeah.
So, we may expect this to be like a 25-minute above game.
And remember, I asked you earlier, so
Yeah.
are you ready for a 20-minute game? Now we're almost close to 20 minutes. And we have 12 seconds prior this Lord. So look at the gold graph. It's definitely leaning towards See You Soon. When we started, well, it's still a juggle, but we can see the progress here for See You Soon. It's just 3K, 4K gold lead for Fnatic Onic. But since this is the 19-minute game time, we are at the equilibrium part of a game. Oh, Baxi though. It's just smoke.
Okay, it's still okay. But Boxy, very, very brave of Boxy to go in all alone just like that. He has to make sure that he has backup. Okay, Immortality will be used by Boxy, but Boxy will still go down to the hands of Jayway with a mega kill on his hands. They're looking for the next target right now. Man, Boxy, a little bit of an overextension, I would say.
Yeah, overextension. At the same time, I think there was a miscommunication with him and Sorry and Felix, because I saw Sorry and Felix use that final slash. Although, wait up, Lord.
Okay. The Lord did kind of help, but Kyrie secures the Lord. That is what's most important. Now they're trying to secure more kills. I am Felix might go down. Flick as well. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Jayway is on live. 5:06 with the Lord marching down the mid. Lakat matatang, they say. They will end this round.
That's it. That's it for Fnatic Onic. No players from See You Soon.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. After that long back and forth, it is finally over. And Fnatic Onic will win game number 1 against our opponent, See You Soon.
What an interesting game for both of these teams. I thought it was See You Soon, but I think there was an error on that last moment. It cost them a game for See You Soon. That Boxy death, and at the same time the Sorry and Felix final slash for that hitting other players. But yeah, it was a very interesting game, a very long one, 21 minutes.
Yep, it is.
21, 22, I'm not sure, but yeah, I think Gideon has something to say to us.
Do I now? I mean, everything that you guys were talking about, the compositions, honestly, it just came true. It came through all the way. Early game dominated by Fnatic Onic, and then See You Soon was able to scale back afterwards, but inevitably it boils down to who can play the best at the very end, and unfortunately, that's going to be Fnatic Onic taking this game. That's 1-0 for them. They can close this out in the next upcoming game, or maybe See You Soon might just pivot to a more early game composition. Because so far, I mean, you have to admit that the members who were supposed to kind of slow down the early game just became fodder for the early game. Because, man, being EXP kind of sucks in this game.
Maybe I think that's why there is sorry, I'm Felix on the IGN, because he looked forward that he'll be the punching bag on the early game, because if you're at the XP lane, it's supposed to be a dead lane, right? Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was going to be a little bit more interactive, but he by 6 minutes he's like 0-5. Ooh, boy, that's like an early surrender if this was a ranked game. I'm telling you that. But I do think that they came back really, really nicely. They scaled, like you mentioned, exactly how they were supposed to. And they even found really good opportunities to win fights. So how did it, like the mid-game especially for you, Sir Cloud, where do you think it could have been done just a little bit better?
Yeah, I think the mid-game could have been done a little bit better if they were able to secure a few kills. Because there was that moment, the fight in the middle, like almost everyone from the side of Fnatic Onic, they were very, very low, but See You Soon was not able to get any kills out of it. Or maybe they only got one kill. But yeah, they made them low, they sent them back to the base to heal, to reset, and they went to take the Lord. And yeah, that was the best situation that they can do at that moment. But if only they got those kills, then it could have gone maybe See You Soon's way. Yeah, they could have ended the game that time.
I mean, you say a couple of kills. I'm looking at the structural damage, and honestly, the fact that they're 2 towers off, despite it being an 18-3 game, kind of shocking. Overall, 20 minutes in total for that game to actually finish off. It doesn't feel like it, I know, because there's just so much action happening. But it just goes to show that the meta has definitely shifted here, right? And I don't know, do you guys think that it's shifted in a good way or a bad way?
In terms of the shift, it kind of shifted in a good way, because now we could see the players reacting depending on their lineup, depending on their hero composition. As to why for See You Soon, they also didn't want any team fights in the early game. For Fnatic Onic, since their lineup is more on the aggressive side, we go for the early game. It just so happened for See You Soon, their lineup is mid to late game centric, that they weren't really prepared on the aggression of Fnatic Onic. So with the shift of a meta, it's a battle between, are you gonna go for composition that is good for early game up until the late game, or we focus on the early game and end the game early, or whatever you want to be.
Yeah. What about you? What about you, Sir Cloud? Do you think this is a good change to the meta? Because previously it's like, oh, it's all about that lore dancing. It's like building compositions to do that one thing really, really well. I feel like now it's kind of diversified.
Yeah, I think the diversity is great, but I don't like one chip of the meta. The Zas meta is starting to get into play. I know as a high loss main, just put it out there, as a high loss main, I don't like going up against Zas.
I don't know, you're
starting to multiple lives,
you're starting to sound like a xenophobe here. I mean, he might be from out of this world, but hey, he's just like everybody else. He has the same human rights.
I mean, sorry, man. I want to get to Mythic,
it's his only time.
Just saying.
I think this is his only time to be on the spotlight, though.
That's true. I mean, for a lot of these heroes as well, Tigreal, for an example, used to be like man, this hero is just trash. Like, why would you ever bring it into competitive setups? One simple change is all he needed to get into a competitive league. And now, even for Zosk, I think he is that one change for being too powerful, even.
Yeah, that's true. So it's a good thing that for Fnatic Onic, they're juggling between the heroes that are sometimes not being used, or that they're making their way out of it, or they're creating their own identity. Specifically for Kiboy, we saw him with heroes before like Kadita. Now we see him with the Tigreal. So there is a lot of variety for Fnatic Onic. But yeah, looking at the statistics actually for this players, or for this gold and experience graph. So for the side of Fnatic Onic, it's literally them until the 20-minute mark. So actually there is a gold deep around 15 minutes, but it's too much lead for Fnatic Onic. So came the 20-minute game time. It's where Nathan's spike damage is already there. Even Ross damage was already there, and it just so happened that the season fell short, and it was too late. It's 20 minutes.
Yeah, that was the only fight or only engagement from See You Soon. But we gotta give it to Keyboy, who's our MVP here with the Tigreal. And you did mention about Tigreal being up in the mirror, up in the game. It has been for quite a while now, and yeah, I mean, again, it's shown that why it's so good.
One simple change is all it takes, and honestly, boy, that was one of the most disgusting early games I've ever seen. Cancels key recalls, dives people pre-4. He doesn't care at all. It's just like, if I'm gonna make an impact, I'm gonna make it right here, right now, and he does it so consistently. That is why he is the boy. But speaking of which, right, throughout this game that we do see the natural progression of things, right? As much of a snowball lead that we did see from Fnatic Onic's side, what really dragged this game longer than it should have been?
Oh, actually, it's because of the clearing of making away from See You Soon again with Nathan. May it be a late game or early game, the potential or the prowess of clearing making away is really there for the Nathan. And at the same time, for See You Soon, they did give that much opportunity for Fnatic Onic on taking other objectives aside from the inhibitor turrets around 14 minutes. So for See You Soon, they grouped up around this time that, hey, we have a run on the specific items that we need. We have the kit for the crowd control. Why not go for it? So for See You Soon, again, it's them knowing the potential of their lineup. It's as if they have this plan in mind and they know what to do, and they were able to do it. It's just that Fnatic Onic was just so good in terms of early game.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I'm sorry I have to steal that from you, Sir Cloud. But I do think that there are, like, yes, this is a great victory coming in for Fnatic Onic, but do you think that they're giving extra respect to See You Soon this time round? Because they definitely had a couple of moments that I definitely think that they could have set up a checkmate angle. 10k gold lead, 2 missing inhibitors, 1 single Lord push should have been it to crash open that base.
I mean, if they do that while there were no minions and it was cleared out by Nathan, then it will be extra disrespect instead. so you gotta respect the opponent. I mean, they beat them at MSC, so you know, you gotta give them some level of respect.
Well, fun fact, considering all the revenge matches that were supposed to happen, all the drama that was stirred up during MSC, all of it ended up being a 2-0. It's the games outside of MSC, the games that were revenge matches that went the distance 2-1.
That's interesting.
It's one of those things you gotta think about here, especially with 3 streams going on at the same time. With that being said, though, I am interested to see whether or not we're going to see the aggressive See You Soon, the See You Soon that, you know, most people are interested in knowing, because we see them during MSC and other times that they're hyper aggressive and like to get up in your face. But that's just the stream A sort of thing here. It's currently 1-0 with Fnatic Onic if you are just tuning in. But don't worry, there are other games happening on both stream B and as well as stream C as well. If you pull up them on the schedule, you'll notice that on stream C, their final game is YRG up against FCAP. So talk about quote-unquote revenge matches. We don't know if this is going to be a complete sweep or it's going to go all the distance. But since we have time, what do you guys think?
Well, I mean that's a hard one, right?
I wish it's FCAP to 1. I wish.
Bang!
I wish.
I'll take it.
I mean, as a Malaysian, gotta be you the Red Giant. So.
Hey, well, all right. Everybody's got their own opinions here. We'd like to hear your guys' opinions in the chat while we head on over to a break. And when we come back, it's going to be the next match, the second one here between Fnatic Onic and See You Soon. We'll see you then.
It's always a vibe when we come outside. We ride till the sun goes down, till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's
around. Ain't no time to wait around. Every time we come around, we don't break, don't need a lounge. Get lost out in the world, you can find your way around. You can go from town to town. If you're tired, lay it down. I found your presence is a blessing, not dismissed. Cause me being with you is a gift on my wish list. Let's make the best of every opportunity. Big trips, cause we a whole vibe. Tell them all my new and now we a vibe. You 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 and now we a vibe. We a vibe. We a vibe. We a vibe. You and now we a vibe. We a vibe. We a vibe. We a vibe. You and now we a vibe. And I we a vibe. You and I we a vibe. You and I we a vibe. Down the ride, down the ride. You and I we a vibe. You and I we a vibe. You and I we a vibe. Down the ride, you and I we a vibe.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. About to eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got. Cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck.
It's been quite a long day here. Hopefully this might just be the conclusion of the series, because if Fnatic Onic take this next game against CU soon, they're going to be securing themselves a lot of points here in day number 1. Remember, there are 2 big groups happening, Group A and as well as Group B. This Group B has not been giving us easy matches throughout the entirety of today. CU soon still has an opportunity though. If they win this, they tie it up 1-1 and they bring it to the full best of 3. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series here. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your desk host for today. We've also got Sir Cloud as well as Chantel on the caster's desk. Guys, I mean, we've been talking about the meta. We've been talking about how slow this particular game is going. You think Fnatic Onic is going to slow things down even more, or see you soon like, nah, no more 20-minute games, no more. Let's be aggressive.
Yeah, I want to see that, right? Because they had a very aggressive start to the mid. Like, they had everything. But, of course, can't really fault them because he had a Nathan on the other side. Clears out the minion wave quickly and there was nothing much they can do about it. But assuming that there's no Nathan next round, then we might see a hard and fast one.
You know, for Fnatic Onic, I have to agree with that. And at the same time, for Fnatic Onic, it's hard. It should have been a hard realization for them that, hey guys, we were literally on the lead for this game. Why can't we end the game as early as possible? So Keyboy was really aggressive on the early parts of the game, but then when came the 8-minute mark, 10-minute mark, it's as if he's the one slowing himself.
It kind of felt like he was toning down the dial.
He was toning down the
dial, yeah,
the Keyboy.
The Keyboy action.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's come into the draft here. CU soon have decided to stick to actually jump on over to blue side, pick up the Zaska for themselves. I mean, the Zaska is the hottest commodity here at the SPS. Even for Fnatic Onic, they're going, let's see how they respond to this, because last time it was a Jushin, but now it could be anything, right? Let's look at the bans and see, maybe that might give us an idea.
All right, so here will be the question, right? Since Zaz is so popular right now, like what will be the best hero against Zaz at the mid lane?
At the middle lane? Oh, that's hard.
Yeah.
Farmis! That's my call.
Farmis, because even a splash of the Ghost Bursters.
That's right.
Ooh.
I think that's one way of doing it. Another thing is maybe consider some other battle spells. Like even Sprint is pretty decent. Some might even take. I mean, I get Flicker, but even Sprint has its uses to kind of power through the slow.
Now that you've said the Sprint, is Lilia? Do you think Lilia is a good choice?
Ooh.
During it's gonna be tricky though. During the ultimate, you have to literally burst the Zask prior using the black shoes and then going back with the sprint and bursting again. That's hard.
It's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of theory crafting to do because, again, Zask is something that a lot of teams have been experimenting with throughout the tournament so far. But considering that Fnatic Onic have decided to respond with, I want a Moskov, I want a Ruby, let's make something happen here. Hopefully, it gets a little bit more aggressive, but we do... Wow! An early alpha from CU soon.
Okay, and looks like they're going to let go of the Roger. not taken this time.
Oh, okay.
Instead, okay. I like this one. I like the carry pick though.
Yeah,
but
carry's nice, but I think it's too early though.
Is it too early? I think they're trying to make a hard read on Fnatic Onic personally. I mean, they could still, at the end of the day, it could just be like an Arlet pick here for the side of Fnatic Onic and just be like, call it a day. Let's see what the full draft of See You Soon is in the second phase.
I feel like for See You Soon, they're focusing or they're overwhelmed with the idea that Fnatic Onic could go for a lineup that is more on the sustain side, so they went in for the carry. So they're overthinking things here. But if they're more familiar with the carry, why not? There are teams that literally have that. But because of the carry pick on the second phase, there's a Julian pick here for See You Soon. So it's the highest or the hero that would be the viable target for this Julian. It's going to be carry on the early game. So if you're See You Soon, you need another hero that will balance out this Julian burst hero for the early game also. But they already have the Zask. So what if a Cho?
I think at this point of time, getting rid of just starting to get rid of like team fight mechanic heroes definitely is a good idea for the side of Fnatic Onic, right? Because again, they want to come from many different angles here. They want to be able to kind of pull people away from the zone of control that Zask has when he drops that nightmare spawn. They are thinking ahead of time. But maybe with this carry pick, right? Personally, I think See You Soon. Run, he's kind of sick of it because he was losing lane pretty hard against CW on a scaling hero. So he's like, you know what? I will play the carry. At the very least, if you're playing a scaling hero, I have an opportunity against the Moskov. Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. At least I can trade back.
And Felix must be pretty sick of dying so many times in the XP lane as well. So I think at this point, he might want a beefier sort of hero. Arlet, yeah, he's kind of beefy, but he's not the beefiest and not the best of escape mechanism. So at least you have something really, really tanky. Then maybe. I don't know. I'm just
What if a
thinking out loud.
Phobius on the XP lane?
Yeah, I was thinking of Phobius.
You have the Ruby, you have the Moscow, but it's kind of hard though to pull off.
I mean, there are technically, the three heroes that Fnatic Onic has shown does have dashes, so I can see maybe there could be like a hard read concept going on there. Do they want to? No, he still would technically get dove underneath his tower.
Yeah, that's true.
He might have some outplay with the demonic force, but even so, unless we see a fourth dashing hero, then I'll keep that idea in mind.
What if Uranus? I'm just saying.
Don't you dare bring up that name. Don't you? Don't.
Uranus in a 25-minute game?
Yeah, don't you dare.
We're just
Stop.
using the first, second, and third skill for 25 minutes.
For See You Soon, right? I mean, they already got the carry, Uranus
Well,
can be the one to take out the split push.
what if a glue? Glue.
Like glue?
I'm hearing things I don't like. Go back to playing damage-dealing EXP laners. Make it interesting. We need things instead of sandbags, right? But let's look at where the bads are going. So far, Coach Yeb has decided to make sure that at least Tigreal and as well as the Minotaur are completely out of the question. The Farson as well as the Grok from the side of See You Soon is rather interesting. Is this a bit of a tell? Because the Edith has already been locked in for Fnatic Onic.
Yes, more. This is more. Oh, I'm not actually sure if Ruby's gonna be on the XP.
Oh well.
Cho and Benedetta as swiftly as possible.
As Gideon wished.
Yep.
More damage, more savagery.
Yeah, I mentioned the Cho, by the way, earlier.
Yep, you did. You called it right on the dot. You called it right on the dot. I mean, it's a pick-off composition that's heavily snowball-oriented. This is the See You Soon that I was waiting for. This is the one. This is the true identity, but it does come at high risk, high reward. If any one of these lanes start failing, that's when you see Fnatic Onic really invest all their resources to make sure you don't come back.
Now this is where Felix will have a nightmares from the previous round that he needs to shake off.
Oh.
He needs to shake off those nightmares. He needs to come back to being the Felix that he is and able to somehow survive the laning phase and not die like 5 times in 6 minutes.
All right, that's enough of me, boys and girls. It's up to you guys, our casters, Sir Cloud as well as Chantel. Break down the compositions and take us away into the land of dawn.
Okay, so for the lineup first of Fnatic on, or for See You Soon specifically, they doubled down a bit on the physical damage. So it's something that Fnatic Onic has to look forward to, maybe more on the Tikara side before Brute Force Breastplate. But yeah, execution-wise, it's gonna be easy for See You Soon as compared to the other game But we'll see as to how Fnatic Onic will counter out this play. Oh, first blood!
Wait, what?
First blood!
Oh! And Felix got the first blood!
Just...
And that is a record. The fastest first blood.
You know what, Sir Cloud? He heard you mentioning that 6 deaths in 6 minutes. He made it personal. That's why I'm gonna be the first blood for this game.
Oh yeah, he's like, okay, I will not allow the casters to talk about that anymore.
You know what? He'll make it 6 kills in 6 minutes.
Yeah, that's your redemption.
Yeah, that's the redemption that he needs. And yeah, for see you soon. Clearing a minion wave. Again, they have this Benedetta. It's expected to be part of the lineup or part of the team fight as early as possible. But the edge here for see you soon, for Fnatic Onic rather, is the crowd control. So they have Keyboy, they have Loot Piece Hero, even an Eternal Guard here for Sans. So it's more of damage versus crowd control.
Oh, a little bit of an aggressive move there. But now, into Keyboy. 1v2. I'm not sure about Boxy doing that though. A bit risky as Kyrie can still somewhat chase him, but yeah. I mean, it's level 4 versus level 2.
Yeah, I really like it that you're questioning the idea of Boxy going in there because they were able to get a kill prior him being being in that area or in that perimeter. So for Fnatic, Onic could have been a kill for them. It could have been Boxy using that flicker during that time. So yeah, for see you soon, things are looking good, better than game number 1, but for Fnatic Onic, they have the Julia. They could burst anytime in this turtle take.
Oh, and see you soon, Blink. He actually got the turtle. Woo, okay, here we are. We are talking now. And look at this. See you soon actually has a slight goal advantage against Fnatic Onic.
And even for Ron, actually, he was the first to be at level 4 versus Chewe. That's why Keyboy is trying to mix up things at the bottom lane. And Boxy just all over the place. I remember it correctly. It was M3, if I'm not mistaken, that Boxy is one of those notable Cho users. So it's more of a comfort here for Boxy as to why he's all over the place.
Right, so his job right now is to open up the map, gather information, and also poke the members of Fnatic Onic just to annoy them.
Yeah, as long as they see Boxy, okay, there's a potential threat. Boxy's here. Again, Boxy's here. You have to be mindful of where you step. So things are looking good for both teams and more on the safer route, if I can say, for both Season and Fnatic Onic. They know the potential of their lineup, even for Kyrie and Keyboy. Very different from game number 1, right?
Yeah, we can see the pace as well for both sides. But speaking about pacing, looks like Felix might be caught here. Gotta be extra careful. Lupi arrived, but Felix managed to get away to safety. But also thanks to Boxy and Ra, who happened to be there to protect him.
You know what? With how the things are looking now for Season and Fnatic Onic, I feel like the first decent team fight that we will have is after the 3rd turtle of the game. Oh, wait. So we could see Ron very aggressive against Chewe. This is interesting. For see you soon, they have to convert the kill against Chewe as early as possible.
Okay, and looks like they will want to do that underneath the turret. This is where they will sit down and say hello to Chewe. Chewe definitely will go down, not able to get out in time. It's just a matter of whether is there any trade. But the answer is no trades at all. So a clean one on the Chewe.
Yeah, I think the only trade that Fnatic Onic can have is this turtle by Kyrie. But there's another trade for Soria and Felix because he's there at the purple buff. So is he going to be successful? Take note that Kyrie doesn't have the retribution. So Soria and Felix, the redemption for Felix on this game number 2.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, not only that he got the first blood, but he's also not rooted to his lane. Right now, he's like going around the map, disrupting the areas, and even stole the purple buff. So who knows what else he can come up with.
Yeah, probably later on, he could go for a dive, like to final blow, and then do the petrify against the players of Fnatic Onic. The best option for Felix with that is going to be Sans. Oh wait, Box is at the middle lane.
Oh no, I saw what Keyboy did. I saw he flickered, but look at this. This will be the counter on the Keyboy because they know Keyboy does not have the flicker, but Keyboy counter back on the Boxy. Boxy went down. now. Keyboy goes down as well after being the tank in the middle. A 1-for-1 trade between See You Soon and Fnatic Onic.
And now See You Soon is at the lead. 1K gold lead for this one. And everything is just really good for them. It's impressive that they're able to get a play at the middle lane. And Boxy with those flicker. And then Way of the Dragon setups at the middle lane. Oh yeah, the last one that was at the middle lane. It was very effective for them. And they just have to continue what they're doing, setting up the tempo here against Fnatic Onic.
Super duper close between the two teams.
Yeah.
I kind of think about it. Like, it started off with the first split, and then it kind of went back and forth. And I noticed that Keyboard just before we went for the technical pause, right? Like he flickered in.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and then he missed his skills. So I have at the back of my mind wondering, is that like a deliberate miss or not? But I feel that it was.
There might have been a problem. Yeah. I don't know, but maybe Gideon has an intel on that.
Intel on this. It would have been funny if it was Keyboy who was just like, he misses it and then calls for the tech pause. He's like, what's the problem? I didn't hit my abilities. Usually I do hit them. I have 100% hit rate. I don't understand what's going on. But don't worry, Zipper will be on it. And don't worry, our marshals are immediately on site. We'll handle the issue as soon as possible. Of course, here at the SPS, we make sure that competitive integrity is at an all-time high.
Right.
Yeah, so far, what do you think about the game overall? It feels for me personally a very 50-50. It's still kind of hard to tell, but
Yeah.
do you think that like it swings like a 51% somewhere?
It's a 49.
Okay.
51.
49. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Who gets the 49?
I got you right there.
Okay.
I'm like, wait a minute, 49, 51. There's a majority going there. I mean, I will say that if you're leaning more towards See You Soon, I get it, because Felix is definitely showing us that, like,
Yeah.
maybe you know, some of these picks are not exactly his favorite.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So, yeah, I kind of feel like... Okay, I thought we are still at the technical pause. There's a huge technical. So we're back at the game, by the way.
Oh, the moment we came back.
Just
well,
like you said.
I'm sorry.
Blame
I'll
I
put my
rest my
headset.
case, people. I rest my case.
I'll put my headset down. I'm so sorry,
Cambodian
Felix.
fans, blame Gideon.
Yep. Cambodian fans, See You Soon fans, on your behalf, get out of here.
Okay, so just when we're back from this one to the game, it's Sorry and Felix down. So 1K goldie for See You Soon. Still a pretty decent lead, right? So for Fnatic Onic, they just have to focus on a specific lane, may it be Sorry and Felix or maybe Ron's hero. They just need to put a chaos in that order that See You Soon has been doing against them.
Yeah, and in order for them to gain success out of this round, hopefully they don't create the same mistakes as before, like Boxy going in, getting caught out and all that. But speaking about getting caught, we might see one person getting caught right now, and happen to be Boxy again, and it's going to be Luffy who takes him out. But look at his keyboard, all the way from the back.
Oh.
It is Felix to get the kill, so trade between the two, but the turtle is still up for grabs and say that way. Gets a Felix. And also, look who got the turtle. It is Kyrie.
Good setup play there for Fnatic Onic. And we really have to commend the Suns' usage of that Eternal Guard right in front of the players of See You Soon. I kind of feel like for See You Soon, they wanted to make things fast to the point that Sorry and Felix didn't have the connection with his teammates prior the Electo final blow. So you see for See You Soon, the critical thing for them is that they need to have that synchronization of skills. If Flick uses a Spear of Alpha, if Boxy uses the Way of the Dragon, they have to make sure that there's a follow-up setup or maybe follow-up damage for them to win a team fight.
Yeah, they need to be there, right? Positioning-wise as well, it's going to be really crucial when those sort of moves happen. For Felix, I noticed he brought the Sky Piercer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's pretty deadly at this moment. He just needs a good kick from Boxy and he'll definitely secure the kill.
Definitely, if they want to go and find Sans prior team fight, if you are Sorry Felix, hence the Sky Piercer thing or equipment also. So 8 minutes for our game. Box is still all over the place. But the thing is that for Fnatic Onic, they've given a lot of space for Chewe. The Megan Wave at the bottom lane is just literally flowing because of Chewe's split pushing. And the lead is now on the side of Fnatic Onic after all those series of events during the turtle team fight.
But you know what else is flowing?
What is?
The respect for these two teams. Yeah, they go back and forth.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they're not really like, okay, let's go on in. You know, I see someone, I want to go and get the pick out now. And I can partly understand because it's almost time for the
and
next
you
one.
also know what's flowing?
What's that?
The love of these players from MLBB.
Oh!
Yeah, because they've been playing, these players are like really veterans in the league. Even Ron. It's like I'm singing Lady Gaga, so Ron.
Oh. Ra. But let's see who gets a raw away. It's gonna be Felix getting the Lord. Whoa, man. Oh, man.
What an anticlimactic way after taking the Lord.
Just right after getting the Lord, we had to take a breather. I mean, I was ready for action.
Yeah, me too. Actually, you guys weren't able to see, but me and Sir Cloud were literally standing during that Lording. But after the Lording, we're just sitting now. So yeah, we're just waiting for the players and the teams to be prepared again. But things happen, and what happened is, sorry and Felix, Lord still happened.
Yeah, and Lord happened. Okay, it does look kind of like CU Soon is getting their momentum again. But maybe, Gideon, what do you think? Do you think CU Soon is getting this momentum? Can they close the game off?
I think closing the game is going to be a little bit different. Sorry, not different, but a little bit difficult, especially when I'm messing around with the internet that much. But I'm not saying that the tech pause is my fault. I'm just saying I might have a hand in it. I do think that Sorry I'm Felix definitely looks like he has something to prove because he's making like really bold moves across the map. The fact that he's surviving, the fact that he is like creating space with the amount of, I don't want to say damage amp, but definitely his kill pressure alone is making Fnatic Onic question a couple of their moves. I don't feel like Fnatic Onic is as decisive as they were if they do notice that Sorry I'm Felix is hovering around the map or with outside of vision.
I think it's going to be hard for Fnatic Onic with this. Okay, it's the replay.
Yeah.
It's the raw run heist for this Lord. There was a conceal from Key Boy. I want to know where. Oh, okay.
There was a misretry there.
Yeah. And then we pull it back just a little bit more because here you can see that Kyrie is walking up towards the Lord as quickly as possible. But by the time he dashes it, it's already gone. And Sorry I'm Felix was already buffering his next ability.
So the early retribution was from Flick. It just so happened that Sorry I'm Felix was around the perimeter of the Lord, and then Kyrie was not really part of the Lord take. Okay. So it's a nice juggle there for CU Soon.
I mean, kind of like mopped up the mess, right?
Yeah.
From your own team. It's like, aha, okay, I'm there, I gotcha.
I mean, I think that's what the meta is asking of us right now, because now that we don't have the Lord dance as we usually know it, and the Lord does way too much damage, so really it's just the conversion of gold. How much can you get off of this? Yes, you get the Lord, but if I take away 4 of your members, I don't think that's worthy of a trade.
Yeah, that's true. So, things are looking good now for CU Soon, and I think for Fnatic Onic, they need to find a way to stop Sorry Felix.
I don't think they can. I don't think it's stop an electo final blow. I think they definitely need to readjust in terms of like the spacing that they usually give, because again, Benedetta covers a lot of distance very quickly as well. So I definitely think that Fnatic Onic, number one, they're still stuck down to their fundamentals of, hey, we got to watch out for our waves. We don't want to get accidentally backdoored like we saw TLPH do to BTRB. But at the same time, there needs to be some kind of risk and reward to get CU Soon to commit to a fight.
Yeah, and also the fact that the Benedetta also has the Sky Piercer. So it's pretty dangerous. Yeah, it's not only about you keeping your distance, it's also about you needing to be careful, be aware of where the Benedetta is before you get backstabbed.
It's as if the Benedetta is stitching the floor. Stitching
the floor.
Not teaching.
That floor better learn its lesson.
Yeah, that floor better learn. Yeah, anyway, I don't know what I expect from CU Soon after this, because it's going to be hard for them to set up a play even though they have the Lord.
Well, okay. A number of things that are making it difficult for the play to be set up is the fact that the follow-up isn't very burst-oriented, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's imagine the previous situation where Boxy was making like an incredible kick. He does the kick of a lifetime, and the only real follow-up he had was Zask, who can't burst the target down, so they had to get Sorry I'm Phoenix from the top side of the map to rotate down and even commit a Petrify to guarantee at least a one-for-one trade.
And at the same time, for Fnatic Onic, knowing that the lineup of Season doubled down on the physical damage, they could just go for those physical defenses. So there's this specific time wherein Season's lineup will be as effective as they are now. But on the latter part of the game, I don't think it's going to be the same story for them.
Oh, but of course, because they also, like, not only is it physical, they've got true damage from Alpha, they've got true damage from Carry as well. So itemizing, even if you itemize, like, full physical, full armor, it might work against you. That's why when I'm looking at the item list from Fnatic Onic, I'm seeing a lot of Blood Wings, anything to give you like extra health, anything that gives you an extra shield to kind of win you in these moment-to-moment games, right? These moment-to-moment fights. If you survive with just a sliver of health, that just might be good enough.
And speaking of surviving, Homebois was able to survive, but Flick doesn't.
Yeah, we are back onto the game, ladies and gentlemen. But the fight's not over yet, though. Straight on to Kyrie. Run got it, but where gets Boxy instead. So a bit of a trade there, but Sans gets run. So looks like this fight is favoring on the side of Fnatic Onic. And plus, they're able to take down the Lord immediately.
Yeah, this is what Gideon has been saying earlier. Is it better for Season that they were able to take down the Lord? But in exchange is that 2-3 players of our team will be down. So for Fnatic Onic, they got the better side of the deal after the Lord take. So 8-5 is our score, almost 10 minutes. So it's pretty fast for Fnatic Onic versus how they played from game number 1. Because for this one, it's literally see you soon being boxed out. Or yeah, being boxed out in this area for Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, and it's also the first Lord, right? So it doesn't give you that much of a value, and the fact that you lost 2-3 players in the process is definitely not going to be worth it. But also checking out some of the items, okay. Of course, for carry, just finished the Demon Hunter Sword, so the Trinity items are complete. That's where we will be able to see carry coming up with a lot more damage, perhaps in this mid lane fight here, as Fnatic Onic wants to take down the turret.
And the only decent item that Boxy has actually for the defensive item is the Athena's shield. So it means that they don't really have that counter yet versus the lifesteal, or they don't have the anti-lifesteal yet versus Lootpi, versus Chewa's hero. So they just need to pump up those equipments just to be prepared against Fnatic Onic. But yeah, Fnatic Onic, they have their own ways to limit the resources of See You Soon, and that is seen on this game. That's why they are on the lead 2.1k against See You Soon.
Well, now we are back to the, okay, we chill, we wait for the next Lord. Now, even though if Sans is just right in front of the members of See You Soon, but nobody really commits to him, but I can understand why as well, because you don't want to go in there just for Keyboy from behind to counter back onto you. So there's still a decent amount of respect from See You Soon to Fnatic Onic.
Now here's the thing also for Fnatic Onic, now that we've been mentioning about the respect and discipline of these teams. I like the discipline here of Fnatic Onic, that yes, they are on the lead, but they also respect the idea of the clearing of the minion wave. So they always make sure that their lanes are flowing, both top lane, even bottom lane, prior this Lord take, so that they will be on the upper hand versus See You Soon while trying to take this Lord.
Okay, we're going to start off the Lord now, but See You Soon is waiting at the side, so they could come in any time. So Fnatic Onic will definitely not commit all in onto the Lord just yet. They will definitely wait for See You Soon to make their first move, or maybe they might make the first move. See You Soon going back onto the back line, onto Boxy. But Boxy, well,
it's gonna be a reset.
Yeah.
We've seen this. We've been seeing this like
a million times.
A million times today. But then we can see a split push at the middle lane for Sorry and Felix.
Felix! He actually engaged his solo onto the mid and he went down, and because of that, that opened up the space, but still Lord is taken by Flick. But like what we're talking about earlier on, like what Gideon said earlier on, is now you lose 2, 3 members. It does not matter whether you get the Lord.
I mean, we can see right now for Fnatic Onic that they're just on the lead in terms of dealing damage against See You Soon. The Lord will not spawn anytime now. Maybe 10 seconds, 5 seconds. But yeah, for Fnatic Onic, they're able to take down this right down the middle lane. Probably another one. And for See You Soon, they have to defend. But the Lord will be at the top lane. I'm pretty sure that Fnatic Onic will cut that Lord and make sure that they win the next team fight.
Oh, Boxy! Caught out and such! Beautifully take him out. And now with a Boxy, this is their chance for Fnatic Onic to take down the Lord, but still a decent amount of respect for them not to push straight in. Boxy got caught out with his pants down.
Yeah, that's really... Oh!
Oh, wait, it's not over yet. Run. He has to run away. He's very low right now. Kyrie goes in as well. Jewel flick together with Felix. And that is nothing much they could do. Unfortunately, they have to lose their inhibitor turret.
Okay, that's just too much damage here for Chewe on this game. So at level 15, Ron is still at level 14. So we could see damage leaderboard. It's literally Chewe. Next is Zask of Season. So again, Season has this high potential of winning a team fight as long as let's put it in a better way. The winning condition of Season is they need to place that Nightmaric spawn in front of everyone with the Electro Final Blow and Petrify simultaneously. So it's more on the layer of skills, but it's gonna be hard though for those two players. But as long as there is the layer, there's a high chance for Siusu to actually win a team fight against Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, especially it's tough, especially the fact that you have Loopy who can disposition them. That's one, and you got Keyboy who can also like soak in all those skills as well. So you gotta really target, you gotta really time it well. But if Fnatic Onic is able to get a pickup from anyone, whether it's Boxy, whether it's Flick, then that's pretty much it. They can push in, potentially push in, that is.
Yeah, and speaking of pushing, I really like how Lootby is actually pushing back the players of Sisun.
Oh no, they got Boxy! Boxy! Oh man, he thought he was still in the position that, okay, I could still kind of poke you a little bit. I could still kind of open the map, but not at this stage because Fnatic Onic, they are well stacked up now. They are about 5k gold ahead of See You Soon.
Yeah, and it's actually because of Lootby's setup plays. Actually, he's been pretty solid for this game. And gold leaderboard is Chewe on top and even Kyrie. So it's going to be a fast load here for Fnatic Onic without a contest from See Soon. Again, things are looking good for Fnatic Onic. They just have to capitalize on this Lord. But you can see, Felix doing some efforts for a split push with the curve minion wave at the top lane. Luti with the Winter Crown, by the way.
So at this moment, it's waiting game.
Yeah, it's
just
a waiting game.
Wait for the Lord come, and then they will try to push in all 3 lanes inside of the base. And if they can get a pickup or 2 out of the members of See You Soon, then they can basically close the game. So See You Soon must defend this.
Yep, and there's an intel from Sorry and Felix that 3 players, actually 4 players of Fnatic Onic are here. So it's going to be a Lord at the top lane, Force team fight at the bottom lane to be able to destroy this inhibited turret. And for See You Soon, it's going to be hard for them to defend their base, but they have to if they want to extend this series into game number 3.
Okay, the Lord has arrived on the doorstep, waiting for the minions on the mid lane, and this is where Fnatic Onic will take down the inhibitor turret. That's going to be inhibitor turret number 1, waiting for the minions to arrive onto inhibitor turret number 2 on the bottom lane. That is it. Everything is out open right now. They will go all in. And here we go. Guardian called upon to help them out, and Ludwig gets a double kill in the process. Looking for another kill, but Boxy will be the next one. Although he tried from behind, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Fnatic Onic wrapping things up.
Wow, that is yet another setup play from Loot P. Hands down to the guy. He did it earlier, he did it again on that last team fight. Very consistent on setting up plays for Fnatic Onic with that Don't Run Wolf King. everything was just almost perfect for Fnatic Onic, right? Get it?
I think it was a great showing from Fnatic Onic, honestly. I mean, yes, it is a very technical and very fundamental game coming out of them, but man, Lupti, people need to start to make the argument and stop doubting this man. They're like, hey, what about Captain Boots? And I'm like, I'm a big supporter of Captain Boots, but man, Lupti is making one hell of an argument to show that he deserves that spot.
Yeah, we've seen that during that Lord team fight. We might see that during the highlights. It was a very, very crucial setup play from Lutpi. Even on the last team fight, even before when Fnatic Onic was trying to end the game, and Lutpi's just making his name as one of the best XP laters in the league.
Yeah. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I mean, Luti's the man.
He is.
Yeah.
I thought you're gonna say something else.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Luti, you're the man, okay? I've been your fan since 1982.
Oh!
Just saying.
He wasn't even
I don't know what these guys are talking about.
He wasn't even born.
You were born 1982?
Not even. So I was supporting him even before I was born.
I can't. With that being said, it looks like we have a live interview happening with the winners of this game. Koleos, please take it away.
Thank you, casters. And now I'm with Sans and Lutpi. Congratulations for your winning on this match, and it's a clean 2-0. What happened, Sans? Do you like because on the MSC before they beat you as 2-0, and now you beat them again? What's the difference?
Ya mungkin kita main seperti biasa aja kayak di scrim. Mungkin kalau yang di MSC itu belum rezeki, dan kita buktiin lagi di ESL ini ya kita kasih yang terbaik aja setiap pertandingan.
Okay, so they play like always they gonna play, and on the last MSC is like it's not their fortunate to win that match, but today they're gonna focus to winning this match. And Lutpi, I heard that you have new roster, Marcia, right? Do he will come here on SPS to play as the roamer?
Gak tau itu apa.
Marcia kan bakal ini kan kalian punya new roster nih, Marcia nih. Nah dia bakal datang nggak ke SPS untuk main jadi roamer?
Ditunggu aja nanti.
So just wait because Marcia maybe we'll give you guys surprise later. But Sans, do you think that your chemistry and Marcia gonna be good?
Kita masih coba-coba di screen.
So they just tried on the screen. But thank you so much, Sans and Lutfi, for talking with me, and good luck for their future. And I will get back to the casters. Take it away.
Thanks, Koleos. Once again, we're getting a little bit of information here. I mean, I don't think that we're going to see the newcomer just yet. Maybe for like an easier matchup down the road, because these are hard-fought victories coming in from Fnatic Onic, and I think, you know, they're totally right here. MSC might have not been their fortune, but considering that Snapdragon, the entire hashtag is Tides of Destiny, I feel like Destiny might just be pushing them towards the right direction. Ever so slowly, just gently.
And I'm to believe that follow your destiny. There's a saying like that, right?
Yeah.
Follow your destiny.
Follow your I think it's supposed to be follow your heart, but follow your destiny works as well. Give it up for our MVP of the game, Fnatic Onic's one and only Kyrie with an 88% kill participation of 4-1 and 10 KDA. Once you make that hook, line, and sink, Kyrie is the one who's going to make you profit some real gold.
Yeah.
This guy looks as good as his MVP title. Just saying, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Now that
see?
you've mentioned,
Acknowledgement.
yeah, that's true. I think I have a choice but to agree, but yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It is true. But throughout this game, we got to see a lot more of See You Soon this time around, and Fnatic Onic finally found a way to shut them down. It didn't take as long as it did previously, 20 minutes game in game number 1, but coming into game number 2, do you think that the attitude definitely changed between the two teams?
Yeah, I think there was a change, especially when it came to the early game, right? Like when Felix played a little bit more aggressive with the Benedetta gameplay, it kind of caught Fnatic Onic off guys like, whoa, we just awakened the monster there. I know we took him down like what 5-6 times in about 5 minutes, but hey, you this is a different Felix that we're talking about. So there was a level of respect by Fnatic on it. But at some point, Felix started to lose momentum. He started to lose, getting around the map, finding those kills by himself. And when he started to do that, that's where Fnatic on it took advantage of it to counter back onto See You Soon just by bringing the momentum back onto them.
And actually, that guy that stopped Sorry Felix momentum is actually Lutpi. When Lutpi was all over the place. It was hard for Sorry and Felix to find an entry point wherein he can go in for a potential kill for their team.
No, I totally agree. I was going to bring up the exact same thing. Like, Lupti, he's walking away with perfect KDA. 3-0-7. A 5-16 kill score differential. 17 minutes and 21 seconds into this game. They found the end game, of course, but I think the one who took the most amount of punishment was Boxy. He was just eating it. He's 0-6-4, and I really think that Keyboy had his number.
Yeah, and actually for Boxy's hero, it's really difficult if you're up against a Ruby. Yeah, so aside from Sorry and Felix having a hard time with Lutpi's hero, even Boxy, actually even all the other heroes of Fnatic Onic is way hard for Boxy to set up a play. Even this Vexana, even Edith. So how can you possibly find Shewe if you have these heroes in front of you and you're a choke?
Well, personally, I think that they're not looking for Chewe, right? I mean, I'm looking at the gold being generated by each of the members. The only people who touch 11k is going to be Run and as well as Sorry, I'm Felix. Even Flick couldn't make it to his entirety of his full build in comparison to these two main hitters. Even Ra, he didn't have the Holy Crystal yet. 17 minutes into this game.
17 minutes and he did not have Holy Crystal? Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's brutal. It was a brutal beating here, but it doesn't mean that See Soon was completely out of it here, right? We look at the numbers, the damage dealt, obviously in favor of Fnatic. Same goes for damage taken, but then tower damage and then total heal as well. It felt like Fnatic was outclassing them in many different areas, and yet See You Soon pulled it quite roughly a couple of moments pretty close.
Yeah, it just so happened that they didn't know how to continue what they're doing. I mean, the good things happening to them, they don't know how to do it from time to time. It's just moments of brilliance for See You Soon. It's not them opening up an opportunity for them to win a team fight, but rather finding the errors of Fnatic Onic, to which at the latter part of the game, Fnatic Onic was just, nope, no more errors. It's just us setting up a play against you and then winning the game.
Yep. I mean, I think that for me, See You Soon, they're the ones who are willing to gamble. They're the ones who are willing to say high risk, high reward plays. And it shows in this graph, right? Whenever it works out, the EXP leads in their favor. But soon, when these plays start to get, when these heroes start to get not only outscaled, but don't work and they don't find those profits, then by the 10th minute, they're already on a downward spiral and they were never able to really recover from that.
You know what that graph reminds me of?
What?
My ex.
Oh,
Why?
boy.
She brings me up high, she pulls me back down.
Man, you gotta have a better love life, man. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe consider couples therapy or something. Yeah. Like early on into the relationship. no, I'm pulling your strings. I'm pulling your strings here. But with that being said, that concludes all of the games that are going to be happening here on Stream 8. In case you were wondering and want to start pulling back to check out some of these games, might I recommend you the TLPH versus Bigatron Beta. Very heartbreaking game that was. 1-2. Even the Geek Fam versus Homebois has a bit of a twist. So that's another game you might want to check out, because Fnatic absolutely destroyed Rebellion as well as See You Soon. But that's only just Stream A. There's also exciting news coming in from Stream B and as well as Stream C. Based on what I've heard so far, Stream B has been going pretty well with only a single series going the full distance. But RSG against Bigatron Beta, that's where we saw the other game where Bigatron Beta didn't exactly finish. Oh, wait a minute. I just got word from Zipper. It looks like Rebellion is still up against Omega and they're still battling out in the land of Dawn. But that's not it. Stream C. This is the exciting one. Because
what happened? What happened?
Okay, Chantal, you were in the plane, so you didn't get to hear the beginning of the show. But we thought that Stream C had the bloodiest games, the bang games, the revenge games. But here we go. With Stream C, it started off with NIP Flash up against TL. They lost 0-2. But then FCAP fought against See You Soon 2-0, as expected. Then Homebois up against NIP Flash, taking it 2-1. And apparently, based on what I'm hearing from the back, from some of the other casters, that game is definitely one that both Singaporeans as well as Malaysians might want to check out, because the Yudu Red Giants versus FCAP going 2-0 was apparently a beautiful game to watch.
Was it? We weren't able to watch, but was it a long game?
Relatively long, a little bit
How
hard.
long though?
I don't know, because I had to get here before I got to watch the entire thing. So it is what it is. But I will say that as soon as you got here, your curse is so very, very real. All right, let's pull up the standings here. From Group A, what do you guys think? Because sitting on top, it's going to be TL, Homebois in second, RSGPH in third, Geek Fam in fourth, Geek Fam ID in fourth, NIP Flash in fifth, and Bigatron Beta in sixth.
I might lose my citizenship. But I'm surprised that Homebois is actually up there.
Hey,
I mean, we're talking about a lineup that has only trained for like 5 days. 5 days without international, with some of their players have no international experience.
I don't want to put my IC on the line, so I'm gonna refrain from making some hard statements. But what about you, Chantal? What do you think about the group so far?
For Group A, this is how I expected the group standings would be. Before coming here, so we know that for Homebois, they are also known as a team that has a lot of strategies up their sleeves, and even for Liquid, Team Liquid PH, we know that they'll be at the top. I mean, there's no bias.
I mean, that's not real rich coming out from the one Filipino on the desk. They're not going to be okay, sure. But overall, I mean, the story of the day has been like, Zask continuously being first picked on blue side. There is a big discrepancy between blue and red. I was hoping that it would equalize over the time of the Snapdragon Pro Series, but who knows? Maybe the data is going to be skewed. I want to see at the end of the tournament what the win rates are going to start looking like.
Yeah, I mean, the SAS thing, right? Well, we got to capture the data tomorrow as well, because we will balance out some of the amount of games as well. So that's one thing. And, well, maybe for the people out there who's like, okay, ZAS is this thing, right? Maybe I want to play my ranked games, I want to play my scrims and all that.
Stop.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
You never know.
Practice first.
It could be changed anytime soon. Just putting out there.
It's just as effective if you are playing in a 5-man team, okay?
Yeah, that
Please
too.
don't use Zask in a solo, or even if you know how to play it, but you're not sure of your teammates.
Any mid laners you want to call out there? Redmar, don't do it. Naisu, you too.
Naisu, you big guy.
Yeah, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Aren't you a mid laner?
Not anymore.
Okay. Oh, now no more.
I'm an EXP
You're the mid lane
laner.
here.
You're not entirely wrong about that. But with that being said, it does mean that based off of the scores, it means that Fnatic, Onic, and as well as Yudu Red Giants are tied for first place in Group B, which we have branded as the Group of Death. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think to me, without a doubt, that is the Group of Death, and that is also the Group of Revenge.
The Revenge
The Group of Revenge. Like, everyone's there. Like, you got Falcons, AP Brand, and then you got the Yudu Red Giants, and then you got... I mean, I can go on the whole list. Right? Everybody is there. It's like the whole MSC playoffs is there.
They should change the icons for Group A and Group B. Group B,
the MSC.
Yeah, just to be the battle spell Vengeance, and then for Group A, it's Arrival.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice, actually.
I like that.
Ideas prod. Ideas prod. I can see everybody else in the backstage.
That's a good storyline.
I can see him getting hired.
Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Don't get too ahead of yourself there. But overall, I mean... considering that the games have been, I would say it's either relatively short or it starts pushing into like the 18 to, sorry, I'll be more generous, 16 to 20 minute mark. Do you think that the meta has definitely slowed down now that teams have started to kind of figure out what the meta is demanding off of them? Because MSC average game time was like, what, 14 to 16 minutes?
Yeah, to answer your question, it's leaning towards on the slower side. because it's more of a team fight heavy type of thing, everything, and a lot can happen with all our games.
I totally agree here. Now, guys, this is the day 2 schedule here at the Challenge Finals of APAC. For Stream A, we're going to be covering Geek Fam versus BTR Beta. YRG. Oh, we get a YRG game against Fnatic Onic. Oh my goodness, that's actually a huge game. RSGPH and as well as the Homebois Stream B and C. You guys can look at the images or go on their stream. I don't care. They don't matter.
It's Stream A, B, and C.
Yeah, they're not as cool as us. They're not.
I mean, look at our set, right?
Yeah, we've got a full backdrop. Hey, check it out! Check it out!
Can you see Kadita here?
Woo! Woo! All right, but we do have to talk about these upcoming games here, and especially game number 2, because keep in mind they are tied for first place in Group B, YRG as well as Fnatic Onic.
And it's going to be a repeat of again.
Of everything.
The MSC. I mean, it's a whole group of repeats.
Yeah. You know what? I'm excited. You know what? I'm not expecting anymore. I'm not expecting anymore from.
That's a good mentality.
Because from the previous tournaments, I was surprised with the results. So for this tournament, I'm not expecting this team to be this type of team. Surprise me.
I swear to God, as soon as you make it back to FBLPH, they're going to be like, Chantal's a different person. With that being said, look at Stream B's schedule here. It's going to be the Homebois up against TLPH. It's going to be Fnatic. Oh, sorry, not Fnatic Onic. FCAP up against Smart Omega and Geek Fam up against TLPH. So TLPH is going to be playing twice, once more on Stream B.
Yeah, but not because I want to try to retain my citizenship, but I truly want to see what Homebois can pull up with. I mean, frankly speaking, let's be real. Like before the show started, all of us like, Homebois, 5 days training, no international experience, yada yada. They'll probably be like 2-0 to the opponent the entire day, but no, they're showing something else instead. So let's see if they can prove it with TLPH.
Yeah. For me, I'm excited for the match between FCAP and Smart Omega. It's like a preview of what's gonna happen for MPL Season 13.
That's a good point. That is a good point. But we also have to discuss about Stream C as well. RSGPH looking to get as many points as possible. NIP Flash, unfortunately, dropping the game against the Homebois is putting them in the red zone, but they still need to fight really hard for this. See you soon versus Rebellion, and then Bigatron Beta, who really need these points. They got 0-2 this entire day 1, and they're going to do it against NIP Flash, who are also struggling for points.
Dude, it's time to bring on Diablo. I know this on the stream.
I'm a fan of Diablo, by the way.
Oh, I
love his story, his journey as a pro player.
I love him more than Jace loved Diablo, so I'm going to book him first. But anyway, trying to bring on Diablo. He hasn't been playing, and they have been losing their game, so it is time to bring on the big boy.
Time to bring out the big boys. Well, speaking of big boys, it's time to be looking at the big plays of the day. And it's time for you, the audience, to get involved with us too. Now, our first big play of the day is coming in from Kyrie. It's Fnatic Onic versus Rebellion Esports. He's coming up on the Julian this time round and making things happen. Now, keep in mind, all of these plays can be voted, the plays of the day can be voted by you at home. You get to decide out of which of these 3 plays is considered to be the plays of the day. And Sir Cloud, you were the one casting this game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, this was the first set of game. This game number 2, and Kyrie, man, I thought he was gone. Like, his health was like down to the last point, and all of a sudden, he just outplayed his opponent and he got that kill, and also he increased his health.
Yep.
Oh, this one.
Yep, the next play coming in from Bigatron Beta. And this is around a pin because he was literally trying to drag his team over the finish line.
Yeah, this was the time where they tied the game against Team Liquid, the Philippines, and Karakisi was having a hard time finding him and pinning him down. And during this time, it's going to be a shutdown against Karakisi near the Little Wonder Bush. So that's going to be a shutdown against him.
Yep, huge play. I mean, yes, he did miss the Spear of Destruction, but he also was covering all of his bases here. Because look at that play. Now, the next play, of course, it's got to be Sanji. It's got to be Sanji from the same series.
I mean,
can we vote?
Can we vote?
I mean, you got to vote for your own stream, okay?
Hey, I mean, it's happening on Stream A. This backdoor was insane. When everything was all said and done, we thought, okay, that's it, Bigatron Beta, they finally did so. But just keep watching because Sanji is going to walk away, pick up the rune, turn around and say, hey, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Wait
a minute.
He's
And then there
like,
you go.
JP?
That's a sneaky
JP's
play.
like, Sanji, where are you going?
Sneaky play.
Like, you know, Sanji became one of those kids at the shopping mall that refuses to hold their parents' hand. And it's like, Mommy, there's a toy there, okay? And just walks away by himself and just turns around. Like, JP turns around. Sanji, where are you?
Sanji, where'd you go?
Sanji, we need to defend Sanji.
Look, as much as I'd like to believe that you should be leashing your kids, I know a place where you don't have to do that. A safe place that you can enjoy esports, and that is going to be QCM, otherwise known as Quill City Mall. So you can join us at Quill City Mall between the 2nd to the 4th of August, where we'll be playing these games live. So please come on over. Check out the entirety of the event. It's going to be the playoffs between the 2nd to the 4th of August. So that entire time, we're not going to have multiple streams. It's all one stream. With that being said, thank you to everybody for sticking around. It has been an extremely long day, but if you're not done with this, if you're like, I need more, give me more of this addiction, give me more MLBB action, then you can hop on over to Stream B, because we're done over here for Stream A. Thank you so much. Any final words from our casters?
Well, Stream A rocks. With the amount of drama, amount of gameplays, amount of unexpected results, this is the stream to watch.
Yeah, see you guys tomorrow at Stream A. A, not B, but you can watch B and C.
Yeah, after we're done. Yeah, but you can watch them after we're done. we're not gonna brag or anything. But with that being said, we're gonna be signing off here. Thank you to everybody who watching all of the stream. This has been the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll see you tomorrow. The Stream A signing out. Bye.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
let's get wave, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP.
It's always a vibe when we come outside. When we come outside, we ride till the sun goes down, till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the weekend feel like forever. We could ride this way forever. Long as me and you together. Cherish the vibe like it's treasure. When I'm with you, it's whatever. Forever.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a shit. We a VIP. That's why OUANDME. They all mad at us, so they HATE. We out here living life, we ain't laying down sleepy. Traveling around, ain't no time to wait around. Every time we come around, we don't break, don't need a lounge. Get lost out in the world, you can find your way around. You can go from town to town, if you're tired, lay it down. I found your presence is a blessing, I dismiss. It's me being with you, it's a gift on my wish list. Let's make the best of every opportunity, big trips. Since we a whole vibe, tell them all my new now we a vibe. You and I, 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 we a vibe. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a vibe. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, down the ride. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, you and I, we a vibe.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Give it more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now.
not alright. Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Ooh. Yeah, I am superstar.